Welcome to Sunday Soon 49, I think. Haven't played for a while. It's the day before Australia Day here on 25th of 1st, 2026. Haven't played for a while. It's the day. Oops. Sound's coming through over there on the, wherever that is. Anyway, we'll start off with a bit of music first. This is an Australian band called The Herd. And, well, see how that goes. Folks, I'm getting it together. 77%. If you can hear me, type something in the comments, folks. Doesn't look like the sound's coming through, does it? Well, from here, it looks like the sound's not coming through. Oh, well, how surprising. Doesn't look like the sound's coming through, does it? Well, from here, it looks like the sound's not coming through. Oh, well, how surprising. Oh, well, looks like it's not working, folks. My voice is coming through, though, apparently, so we'll have to just listen to me for a little while. Start talk about some news and things shortly, I think. Well, from here, it looks like the sound's not coming through. Hang about. There is another way of doing that. Try this way. Get you over there. Oh, well, looks like it's not working, folks. Might be able to get the music to work from here. If that works, that'll be good. But as usual, what happens is me trying to do a show. Takes for fucking ever. No. You can hear it. Get rid of the camera for a few minutes, folks.
70% of Australians agree with John Howard's actions on the Tampa.
What happened to the others?
The thing is to use military force against refugees, isn't that a little overkill?
A spokesman for the line that owns the ship says Australian SAS troops are in danger of breaking the laws of piracy.
Undoubtedly, this is the most popular decision as far as the Australian public is concerned the government made during its reign. captain before entering Australian waters, yet sent out a distress signal.
Clearly our solution was, well, it wasn't only farcical, it was immoral.
It seems to be coming through. Well, over the chat room if you want, guys. Is there anyone there?
This problem, we're not out.
Well, over the chat room if you want, guys. Is there anyone there?
We're not out.
Well, I'm left sitting here, staring into a beer, shaking my head at the same old loathing and fear. Stranger in my own land, can't understand how the very word Australian has just been damned. I fucking hate myself, take Aussie from my name, erase this endless shame, forever cast and blame. If you don't act as I'll destroy you. Everyone looks the same, beaten black and blue. So I've had enough of these redneck pricks, when fact is the only real shit that sticks. Watch as I tear the very skin from my face, so none will see my race, my deep disgrace. You're not even from here in the first place, and those who are, you want a further debate? Nah, no more, never again. Whether by fist or pen, I will defend. Somehow to loose end the shattered remnants of Aussie dignity. I'm a skip, whitey, round eye, surprise me. Use your shriveled brain to please explain how the clever country just went down the drain. We rode the sheep's back, now the sheep ride you. If this is how it's gonna be, don't call me true blue. I denounce my ancestors, wounds still fester. If you say that so, I suggest you wake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up. Talk back, squawking hacks won't relax until Jonesy's a manic and laws are all acts. 77% of Aussies are racist. If you're here, I'll say it to your faces. Rich redneck pricks still hold all the aces. I'll buy you a beer with an arsenic chaser. Better off dead, is that what I've said? Tempting to take for all the blood you've shed. No doubt you're as bad as your dads and your mums. Mainstream media making me so fucking glum. Anglo reality, intellectual cavity. Channel 9 fostering prejudice mentalities. I won't be a casualty, just mention casually. I can't stand for your shit-eating bullies. Preying on peeps without a mainstream voice. Most of you stay silent, but I got no choice. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up, these cunts need a shake up. Wake up, this country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up. Well, I've yelled my lungs out, but to no avail. Well, I've yelled my lungs out, but to no avail. Well, I've yelled my lungs out, but to no fucking avail. That you're a stranger yourself. Now that's the sting in the tail. Captain Cook was the very first queue jumper. It was immigrant labour that made Australia plumper. Enough is enough. Whiteys, go pack your stuff. Don't want to live in England? That's fucking tough. I'm sick and tired of this redneck wonderland. Most of you stay silent and I can't understand. I just can't understand. It's time for you to wake up. This country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up. These cunts need a shake up. Wake up. This country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up. These cunts need a shake up. Wake up. This country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up. These cunts need a shake up. Wake up. This country needs a fucking shake up. Wake up.
Well, how's that anyway? Let's get the camera back happening. Right. Everyone can see and hear me apparently. Every one of me. I think everyone's, well, it says here 6 people are watching. One of those 6 people, come and say something in the chat room if you like, just to know that I'm coming through. Tried to contact DK earlier, but must be still asleep. It's pretty early over there in New Zealand at the moment. It's about 11:15 in the morning. You might not be up yet. Here you are, DK. Come and say good day. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, today is the day before Australia Day. And it's a bit tense around here in Australia at the moment. People are, with all these new anti-vilification laws and gun laws and all these sort of new laws that came in real quick, didn't they? No one knew nothing about them. Sort of late November, early December, then something happened down at Bondi. We all know about that. Seen the mainstream media, the alternative media, all often varying views of what did or didn't happen and who caused it and whatever is going to happen next. And now they bring in these laws that something like 500 odd pages of legislation that the MPs had to go through in one day so they could say yay or nay. One day, 500 pages. Actually, it was 500 pages a few weeks ago. They got given time to read it. And it was revised on the last day, and then they had to fucking go through the revision in the last day before they voted on it. How's that for democracy in action, eh? And now all the political parties are all falling apart now. Labor seems to be fucking have an iron grasp of the situation. Yeah, National just pissed off the Liberals, and One Nation's going well, and geez, what's a bet they have a war soon and then they call an election to see what happens. That's speculation, of course. But anyway, tomorrow I'm going to be going to Sydney. There's a little gathering at Prince Albert Park or something, midday. March for Australia thing. It's happening all over the country. I'm going to go to and record and do a live show about midday tomorrow. And hopefully it all will go well. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. Australia Day, like I noticed there was a lot of protest restrictions after the event in Bondi. Couldn't do any protests, and then that run out, and then they sort of extended it to just the other day, and they're still extending it. So technically, the march I'm going to tomorrow is outside of the exclusion zone apparently, but the cops will be there, which is okay. Yeah, police protection from all those nasty people out there, whoever they are. Apparently, I think most people are good people. And, well, might give another bit of music a go, I reckon. And what seems to be working is the stuff that I've got on this platform. What is it? Restream. Let's have a bit of versatile Wales, if we can get that happening. And then I'll go through some news stories with you. Once I can get music happening. Happen any minute now. But yeah, tomorrow could be an interesting day. Apparently the weather's going to be good. It's going to be nice and hot today here in good old Australia. It's going to be 40 degrees in some places, high 30s in lots of places. Come on, work, you thing. It should work, you know. Ah, here we go. Wales are versatile. Hey, Nobby. Good to see you, mate. Personal account. Welcome along.
Just let them live free.
Yes. Another distraction. Why did you play that?
Privacy and happiness. Spearfishing ain't for me. Leave them alone. Leave them, don't harpoon them. Leave them alone. Leave them, don't harpoon them.
Well, that was Versatile Wales. Yes. Thanks for joining me, Nobby. Nobby over in the UK. Personal account. He's somewhere here in Australia, I think. Oh, we've got 7 people watching now. That's nice. Let me know in the chat room how the audio is going, the sound's coming through. It's be nice to know. Excuse me. Well, let's head into some news, shall we? Well, we'll go to the good old ABC to start with. What's going on here? Oh, pressed the wrong button. ABC News. Should be interesting, shouldn't it? Right, okay, where are we? Sorry, folks, having... Oh, Rickman. Nice to see you, mate. Ricko man. Right. He's lurking. At what do you call it? D-Live. Nice to see something happen over in D-Live. So we've got D-Live, YouTube. How about Twitch? Anyone on Twitch, I guess? This doesn't come through or anything, but it's all happening apparently. Anyway, back to the news. Have you ever heard the Liberal Party and the Country Party having a bit of a thing? And, well, the leadership, all about the leadership. They had some lady in there, the name, Susan Ley, and she, no one likes her. As usual, that happens in Australian politics. Well, the women that get sort of voted in, they're not popular. Susan Ley's hasn't been there long, but she's on her way out. Susan Ley's leadership is increasingly seen inside the Liberals as untenable after Nationals quit the coalition and her front bench. Andrew Hastie and Angus Taylor are the 2 most likely candidates to replace Miss Ley, with Liberals anticipating an imminent challenge. All right. Liberal leadership aspirants, Hastie and Taylor, are being urged to sort out between themselves to challenge Susan Ley for the party's top job. Bureau still is called. Okay, had enough of that story. Oh, here's another one. What these First Nation leaders want to see on the agenda in 26. I had a bit of a read before through this. And go to truth-telling and things like that. Indigenous affairs leaders have spoken to the ABC about what they consider the top priorities for the First Nations people this year. There are calls for the national truth-telling body to redouble efforts to close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. For Europe, Commissioner Travis Lovett will set out on a 850-kilometre walk for truth in April. I'm sure that's going to make a lot of difference. Truth. Yeah, all right. Okay. What's his? I'm still hopeless with these names. What's his name? D-COVID. Thrills and feuds with Aussie fans continuing love-hate affair. Tennis. I love this, don't you? Ooh, meet the 2026 nominees. No, I don't think I really care about that. Oh, 12-year-old shark victim dies in hospital. That's very horrible. Yes. There's lots of sharks things happening at the moment. Yeah. And guess what? That's what happened in Australia. Anyway, let's try the other side of the news. Yeah, let's go to Al Jazeera. Is this coming through okay? Excuse me. No, it's not. Sorry, I changed screens over here. Something's got up my nose. Let's try this one. Is it working? Yep. This is US federal agents shoot and kill another person in Minneapolis. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says a 37-year-old man died in the hospital after suffering multiple gunshot wounds. What, was he walking his dog or something? Anyway, federal state agents have shot and killed another person in Minneapolis amid immigration crackdown. Authorities said spurring protests and fresh calls for President Donald Trump to immediately pull heavy armed officers out of the city. The news on conference on Saturday, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian said the 37-year-old, whose identity has not yet been released, died in hospital after suffering multiple gunshot wounds. So what was he doing? Yeah, they're talking about this. Or do you want to see the video? Yeah, let's. Might be a bit.
Police brutality! They are hitting that observer! They are kicking them in the face!
What the fuck?
What in the
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Get back! Get back!
Oh my God!
Get back!
You are so evil!
Shut up!
Dear me.
Shut up!
What?
Shut up, Caleb! Stop!
Well, I think I've seen enough of that one.
They have just shot!
The deadly took place amid week-long deployments of US immigration enforcement and other federal agents to Minneapolis. That place has been carrying out raids as part of Trump's anti-immigration push. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said during a separate news conference in St. Paul, the state capital of Minneapolis, Twin City. In a campaign of organised brutality against the people of our state, and today that campaign has claimed another life, said Walz, pledging that Minnesota would handle the investigation into the killing. Yeah, sure. That was just shocking. Just shocking. I think I've seen enough of that. Let's see if there's any good news story in the world. Trump threatens 100% tariffs on Canada over China deal. Yeah, that's not surprising, is it? Okay. What does the US withdrawal from the WHO mean for global health? That's another story there. Waiting to die, hunger devastation in Tigray a year after US aid cuts. Let's have a look at that story. That's totally off the cuff. In Ethiopia, once the largest recipient of US aid funds and sub-Saharan African, people say They are left with little humanitarian support. Tigray, Ethiopia. Lately, 88-year-old Nerio spends many of her days burying friends and family members. As he grieves, he worries about whether there will be anyone left for him to decent burial when the time comes. And severe hunger ravages large swathes of the village in Ethiopian northern Tigray. Tigray? I don't know. They have little humanitarian support because the Euro governments come in and they can get them used to aid, and then they stop the aid and they can't look after themselves anymore. Horrible, isn't it? Making sense of Bangladesh's Hadi effect, shaping the vote. Well, that's the thing about vote shaping, isn't it? It happens all over the place. Let's get back to some Australian news, shall we? What do you reckon? I'll change the page back to ABC. Right, hottest 100 of 2025 featuring, children raised in broken care systems and call for fundamental change. I'm sure that'll work. All right, I think it's time for some more music, guys. I'll stop sharing the screen. This news is boring the fuck out of me. And we're going to go. The band I was trying to play before, did the first ones, Heard the Herd. This is their other song. Let's see how that goes. Might take a couple of goes, but here we go. 2020.
It's not as if you didn't get the warning. You got the transcripts and recordings. History has a way of signing us up in the morning. But you're a late starter, make it easy to ignore it. Later not recall it, yeah. You had unfettered access to the facts, but the fact is your back was turned to the atlas. Nothing like not being in the crash just to help you make your mind up. Unknowingly the unsign up. The enemy of our enemy is still our enemy. So why are we arming to resist insanity? That's how the Taliban began. Watch them as they turn around and aim their weapons at Americans. How's it feel to be a widow maker, taker of the father of the family? Your tragedy is great and that's the stakes. The scarf at the Saigon link. Flash those burleys, take us way past the brink. And we knew you were frauds, but onwards we went to war. Nothing could be said to convince you we've already seen it before. Someone told you it ain't like this. They did, you didn't listen, you can take a trip. Looking back, 2020 mistakes, I got many, and the truth is that I'd probably do it again. No one could have ever hoped for your mind. You've been there before, but it's not their time. Looking back, 2020 mistakes, I got many, and the truth is that I'd probably do it again. There's something familiar about that story you told me. The way that you mouthed it, it's not what you sold me. Well, yes, I'm one of many, yet you ignore the signs. You've made it personal, don't spin me that line. Sir, you can relax, 'cause it'll cut on your watch. History will judge you 'cause you're all that we got. Is anyone listening? Are you fucking insane? Am I to sit watching as it plays out again? The truth is, we knew this. People aren't stupid. You played it innocent because you think we let you do it. We think you're too ruthless. Show you where the point of the boot is. It's all about where the fuck your proof is. You're keeping an eye on that new kid. He's liable to do shit if you don't keep a check on him beyond your electorate. Peace in Iraq, man. Stay in Afghanistan. Looking for Osama getting killed by the Taliban. War on drugs, war on terror. 9/11. We knew where Johnny stood. Where's Kevin? Don't get me wrong, alarm clocks from heaven going off when the country woke up in 07. But there's no letting up. No, we're just getting up off the canvas. That very fact demands that we stay as vigilant as can be. Transparency, another AWB. But we'll see.
Right. Just open it again. I'm back, folks. Yes, and that was the herd music sort of stuff. But, well, as I was saying earlier, today's like the day before Australia Day. Going down to Sydney tomorrow. Looking forward to it. I'll be going live. I don't know. I hope to be going live about an hour before it's supposed to start, about 11 or so in the morning. Just to see how things go, how the train goes, or whether I get arrested. Surely not. We live in a democratic society where we have freedom of movement. There shouldn't be any trouble at all. Should be lots of people down there, which is good. Yeah, I don't like crowds, but yeah, Australia Day, I've got to let it go down because it's really important, Australia Day, to most Australians. I think. I'm sure some, but there is a funny thing when this all came over about the protests and such. Let's see what's happening in the chat. And all the there's a zone in Sydney that's you cannot protest type zone or can't do marches or whatever. And in the middle of it is Hyde Park or something, in the middle of Sydney. And there's a protest situation scheduled for tomorrow called the what is it? Change the date type mob, or Invasion Day. That's what it is. It's Invasion Day, January 26th. It's because it's a day that something happened back in the 1800s or 1700s, whenever it was. And and the government here in Australia just put $1 million or so towards a commission or something that want to explore changing the date of Australia Day, which is sheer lunacy. What? Yeah. Is it offending some people that it's Australia Day is on January 26th? Well, tough shit. That's what it is. What it fucking is. Get over it. Like, what about some important issues? The fucking date of Australia Day doesn't matter. Most people in Australia love Australia Day because it's a great country. Let's face it. Everyone knows around the world that Australia's a pretty cool country. Just we're like all our Western countries, we're led. I use the word led loosely because they're not really our leaders. They're what's happening with his headset? What a world we live in. But Australia Day is it's a national day of pride where most Australian people, they like have a bit of a piss up, watch a bit of sport or whatever, or have a barbie. You know what a barbie is anywhere overseas? It's where you cook a dead animal over fire and eat it while drinking beer, cooking badly, singing songs, Australian music. Yeah, like those 3 songs I've played already, they were all Australian. Which is because, there's nothing wrong with being nationalistic. Is that what it is? Yeah, loving your country. Even though I think they're trying to outlaw it or something, might offend someone. I got this idea anyway. I'm going to have a look through my YouTube watch later list and see if there's anything I want to watch, and then I'll put that on and see what happens. All right, let's just have a look through here. Oh, yeah, here's... Yeah, why not? Why not indeed?
We are going on an adventure. Don't eat that.
Orange bee.
Now, here is a series of photographs. Now, here's the story. Listen to this, okay? Way back in 1903, a guy called Sir Henry Francis Bartholomew Ignacio Stevens III, okay, and his friend C.R.S. Mead, okay, they had a map published in a book called Editorfa book. Kentucky map, right? Somewhere up around the Ohio River, Illinois border, okay? And back in 1903, they set off into a cave, okay? Went cave diving, all right? 14 of them, scientists, biologists, geologists, trackers, and of course, a photographer, okay? So they found a hole in the wall, in they went, and they were never heard from again, okay? If you... But then, back in 1975, some cave adventurer found the skeletal remains of a human. And that human was in possession of a photo album. And these are the photos, okay? So this guy gets found dead in a cave in 1975. The photos are apparently handed over to some type of jumble sale or something like that. They were found, and then, oh fuck me, who are they? Who the fuck are you lot? Okay. So anyway, the guys went down into the earth, took all these photographs, somehow developed them as well, and then only the photographer kind of half made his way out. None of them were ever heard from again. Now, you are aware of a few weeks ago, Mr. Edgar Reyes put a series of photographs together of Antarctica. It's got us all looking for a day or so. I wasn't sure about them from the very start. And then he came out and he admitted, yes, he photoshopped them. But we're looking at some weird shit here. I can't decipher what's written underneath or what language is written in, but it does look like tech, you know? Anyway, this video, I'm going to split it into 3 parts. Look at this. You saw some of the architecture a minute ago. Okay, here they are again, these 3, okay? I didn't comment on the architecture. So, 1903, down they go into the earth, find a whole civilization in hollow earth with the weirdest of things going on. Look at this. Now, this is weird, all right? These are some type of Madame Tussauds underground. Now, so, excuse me, may I ask, please, papers, who the fuck are you and what are you doing down stuck in under the earth? Now, it looks like they had some kind of disaster, mud flood. It looks like they got pet dinosaurs. Looks like dinosaurs are working for them. Don't take my word for it. They don't appear to be eating them anyway. They find a whole civilization down here of people. The weirdest of people. They're all going to come up. Now, these, I don't really know how many photographs there are here in total. Now, who the fuck are they? Do you know what they look like? They look like some kind of militia who are farming the people that live down here and making sure they don't escape. And maybe they're working for those other guys who are buzzing around in these craft. Now, look at this poor guy. You know, Austin Whitsitt and John the Morgile could be cousins. It just came to mind. Look at this shit. They got their something going on. The trees are bare. Looks like they had a mud flood. Dinosaur baiting. Yeah. Dragon training. Doesn't look like there's any blood sacrifices taking place. Flora and fauna. Look, they took a botanist. Sir Geoffrey, yeah, can I eat this? Well, looks like it's okay. Yeah, go ahead. And he didn't get out of the cave either. Now, what the fuck is going on here? Looks like melted buildings, cave, railway tracks, sports. Now, no comment. No comment on that one. Butterfly hit something, didn't he? Butterfly, dragonfly. Doesn't look like it's in too good a condition. Nobody really looks like they're in too good a condition down here. They got power source, obviously, some kind of. Don't want to mention the name of the guy. Don't even know. Giant mushrooms. Oof. Are they? There's activity going on, isn't there? Now, who are these guys? What the fuck is going on here? Are these the controllers?
Guinea
They
necks.
appear to be armed, like the militiamen we saw earlier on. Now, dragon flying training with UFOs and people on the ground dressed like Russians. No comment. Keep going. I could say something. I could get now. Who built this place? Who are those guys flying through the sky? What the fuck is going on here? Now, who built that building? Now, I have no answers to any of these questions. Oh, this guy looks like he's in charge of something. He's well dressed. He don't look happy. Now, I've seen a few pictures of people. I haven't seen many women. Maybe somebody took all their women. Maybe these assholes took all their women away and made them all unhappy. You'd be unhappy if you had to live down there and there were no women. Everybody looked the same. This is what I was saying now. Those two guys, I just saw those two guys, and that's what, you know, Austin Whitsitt and John the Morgate are cousins, obviously. I hope neither of them see this video. Now, don't know. I don't know. It's some type of toys. I can't make it out. Nice place. Looks like they had a mud flood and a melt and got the shit kicked out of them and are living rough, well dressed, decorated. Now, somebody was talking yesterday, I can't remember the day before, I was watching a video. People were talking about Native Americans having deep freezes 10 kilometers under the ground where they froze their food. Caving. Somebody was talking about caving. Caving, you went into caves. Oops. Hello, geezer. How are you? You don't look too happy. Someone nicked your woman. I don't know what to say about these people, man. You know, if someone has gone ahead and done a big, large photoshopping job, they've done a pretty good job of it. There's a lot more to these than the pictures that Edgar Ray showed a couple of weeks ago. No comment. Figure it out. What the fuck is going on here? Who are these people? What happened? If this is 1902, I really don't know what to say. I can't figure out the writing at the bottom. Yeah, don't know what that is. Hog, frog, whatever. Big mushrooms. Whoops.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, looks like a freaking spider, doesn't it? You know, I'm not going to leave these videos run for too long. I'm going to cut this into 3 parts because it's too long to run all at once. I'll post all 3 parts separately. Oh, hello, there's a handsome chap. You don't look too happy neither. Maybe somebody grabbed his missus also, you know? And he's got a crown of some type of thing. These mushrooms again? Maybe they are mushrooms that give you a downer or not an upper. Somebody's feeding these people on shit. Look at this place. Yeah? That's about as much as far as I can comment on it. Whoop, dinosaur fighting. Not fighting. Is that a fact? No? Training? Or UFOs looking over everything? I'm going to give it a halt, pretty shortly. Try and divide it into 3 sessions. That cave needs a bit of a floor put into it. Doesn't look like they're too concerned. Now, we'll leave it there and get back. Talk to you in a bit. Part 2 coming up.
Well, actually, oh, what's this? Oh, sorry, guys. Bit of noise going on in the background because I've left it running. But doesn't matter. Right, I'm back. Well, that was a funny little trip through the underworld, wasn't it? Whether it's real or not, but funny enough, he said there was going to be 3 parts, and that's the only one that's ever appeared. I watched that ages ago. When was that? 3 years ago. And let's just look through the rest of the watch later things. See if there's anything else worth watching. Oh, interesting. Well, actually, here's a bit of music. Local. Let's just get it teed up, ready to go. Where I live, Wanji, there's a disused power station. And this video was taken there. Yes, indeed.
Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by the Hecklefish for President campaign.
15+00.
Hey, thanks for clicking on this compilation.
No thanks. I don't think I want to do that. Let's just stop sharing that. Hey, get the camera back. Well, Amy Shark. I don't think she's a Welsh lady. She's some family that's well, she's. Sorry, just scrolling down the chat room. Pauline, what a name for an old geezer with a ginger beard. Paul was that has his hand on his What are you talking about, Nobby? Where are you at? Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much it for today. I've got to go do some stuff. I'll find something else to play before I sort of go back to where I was before. Oh, that was a nice song, but well, liked videos. It's something that I liked. Well, there's 5 watching apparently. All right, there'll be something. Here's a little something from Vinny Eastwood. The future history of the 21st century of Into the Grind Spot, World and Law. Vinny was going to do a movie type thing. I think.
Part 1. A scheme whose time had come. The early years of the 21st century. Operating quietly at the highest levels of international power, there existed an organization without a name. Those who knew of its existence called them the Group. This organization had infiltrated the majority of the world's governments, intelligence agencies, and major corporations at the highest levels, using bribes, blackmail, and very real threats of assassination to recruit willing and unwilling participants alike into their plans to dominate the globe for the next 1,000 years. The Group was created in the structure of rings within rings within rings. The top ring was created by Adolphus Klaus Krieger, a shrewd Swiss banker and technocrat. He recruited 13 of the most powerful and influential members of the world's most ultra-intergenerational wealth families and criminal organizations who shared his vision for a united world. Although he was deliberately vague on some specifics, the plan was accepted by these elites as a necessary evil, so they could enjoy an extended lifespan on a pristine world that could be sustainable without too many people in it. Adolphus told these 13 that they were the top ring, instructing them to go forth and use their fortunes to create 13 research foundations and think tanks to develop and discover advanced technology in every scientific field. But what these foundations were really designed to do is act as a front and a funnel to attract and recruit the world's best and brightest from top fields. Those belonging to powerful families were of particular interest. By using grant money, scholarships, and other forms of subtle bribery, those initiates assessed to have the right moral flexibility and ability to keep secrets were met with promises of power if they helped the Group's plan for a better world come to fruition. Each of these 13 people were to tell the heads of each of these 13 new organizations they were the top ring, instructing them to create 13 think tanks and research foundations, whom in turn created another ring with 13 heads who were all told that they were the top of the ring. Slowly but surely, the Group's plan started to become reality. A plan to create a technocratic totalitarian system of control, subjugation, and dehumanization that would be so powerful that its dominance could never be challenged. Krieger himself, like those he recruited, was a ruthless psychopath who more often than not used immoral and covert criminal means to return profits to his investors, usually by eliminating their competition. When he was a child, his obscenely wealthy parents were always cruel, untrustworthy, and unloving towards him. He grew up to have a complete absence of conscience, extremely paranoid, with a pathological need to control not only people, but everything. His main drive was not money or sex or passing on wealth to his scores of illegitimate children whom he never saw or gave a cent of his trillions to. It was power. Not only did he desire complete and total control of the world at any cost, but he most of all desired the power to live forever through the use of technology. By age 33, he was one of the wealthiest and well-connected men in the world. His financial firm, Group Investments Intelligence Gathering Department alone, had facilities and staff to rival the size and budget of the CIA, NSA, and MI6 combined. Krieger used this enormous intelligence gathering operation to gather all available data on developing technologies and secret government projects. The world's most powerful people, members of law enforcement, intelligence agencies, and government departments, in order to gain an unfair advantage on the market and gather compromising materials on these individuals to secretly threaten and prevent any authorities from uncovering or taking action to stop his numerous illegal operations. Krieger had grown such a great reputation for his skills in finance publicly that his firm, Group Investments, became the preferred venue and advice broker for the management of trusts, asset investments, and money laundering to the wealthiest families, who at that time owned the majority of the world's private central banks and were capable of making money up out of thin air. His clients also included the heads of the largest criminal syndicates in the world, whom he helped to conceal their financial activity with the use of blind trusts, dummy corporations, and the helpful use of people Krieger had positioned in major decision-making areas of international corporations and non-governmental agencies. It was from this pool that he drew his desired candidates for the first ring. The group had recruited and researched the academic fields of psychology, psychiatry, public relations, and exhaustively gathered information on the public's habits to build psychological profiles that could fairly accurately predict most people's behavior in any given circumstance and know exactly what buttons to push in order to achieve the desired outcome. In an effort to seize total control of the planet and end national sovereignty, research indicated to the group that the best way to do this would be to fake an international incident where aliens attack the Earth. Research from infiltrators in the former Soviet Union revealed an effective technique for forcing compliance, as the alien invasion crisis would cause an international incident. If handled correctly by flooding news feeds with a particular narrative, the global population would get on board with their solution in approximately 6 weeks, as the constant trauma of the event would be so overwhelming that it would literally reprogram their personality and create an entirely new reality that would be almost impossible to differentiate from reality. So if the world were told all day, every day, that the aliens are going to kill them, they would readily accept an all-powerful world government, allowing it to gain something the group were previously unable to acquire: control of global defense, the world's armies, and nuclear weapons arsenals. To achieve the desired effect of a realistic invasion, the group used a combination of classified technologies and secret projects that were compartmentalized and kept separate from each other to prevent the public and even the employees who were working on them from knowing what was being built. The first international shadow government project was called Blue Beam. Satellite-mounted holographic projectors orbiting the Earth that could project photorealistic holograms into the sky. The second was the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, or HARP, that was able to use over-the-horizon radar technology that could beam audio frequencies identical to that of human conscious thought directly into the brain, called voice-to-skull technology. The third was Directed Energy Weapons, or DEW, which had the ability to fire concentrated antimatter beams from orbital targeting satellites that could dustify any matter they were fired at. The fourth was Scalar Frequency Weapons, that enables the use of highly attuned electromagnetic pulse frequency modulation to deliver a weaponized pulse capable of traveling through matter and could stop a human heart when reacting with the DNA of certain individuals. The frequency modulation was variable and could be so delicately calibrated as to target specific types of DNA, enabling the ability to target by race, hair, eye color, age, or any variable unique to DNA. Data had been mined over the years, allowing an almost complete documentation of humanity's DNA, allowing the scalar waves to not only target particular individuals, but also to specifically leave certain individuals unharmed. Depending on the focal point of the beam, it could deliver a pulse big enough to cover a landmass the size of Texas, or one small enough to target one person specifically. With the penetration of the signal being seemingly unaffected by matter, there was zero chance of survival, even if the person were 5 kilometers below ground. Part 2. The Day the Earth Knelt Cowering. March 3rd, 2033. The combination of these elements used simultaneously were able to make the world utterly defenseless against the attack on their perception of reality. An alien invasion, as fantastical as that sounded at the time, seemed totally plausible because everyone could see and hear alien spacecraft all over the world, littering the sky in every nation, poofing landmarks into dust, making swaths of people drop dead seemingly at random, while leaving others miraculously unscathed. Media infiltrated by the group were instructed and financially incentivized to flood every screen, website, and radio frequency worldwide 24/7, with a veritable feeding frenzy of coverage on the invasion, while assets in major tech conglomerates and banks immediately, and without warning or appeal, censored, deplatformed, and debanked any individual, organization, or business that began questioning the narrative. With no dissenting voices allowed, this well-prepared plan and organized crisis made the public desperate to accept the group's solution. Part 3. The Council of Nicene. May 1st, 2033. The UN proposed the annexation of all nations and borders to bring mankind together to face the alien threat as one planet, creating the first ever world government in recorded history. Signed into international law at a summit called the Council of Nicene, attended by representatives from all the world's nations, the majority of these delegates were secretly employed by the group and promised very lucrative rewards for signing the document, and death if they refused. The new government's first order of business was to order the disarmament of every citizen on Earth and confiscated every privately owned firearm, using the excuse that the World Army needed their weapons for the war effort. Part 4. The Final Solution. September 12th, 2033. UN Strategic Command ordered the nuclear strike of key alien aircraft that had been repeatedly affirmed by leading experts and the world's media in the employ of the group to be the motherships and central command vessels of the invasion fleet. These ships were located in geographical locations with dense populations where the landmass would minimize the effects of fallout on the global biosphere. When struck, the alien ships worldwide appeared to suffer the effects of total annihilation, immediately and completely dissolving into nothingness, including those killed by exotic technologies and nuclear strikes the group deployed. 80% of the world's population was eliminated or had died of starvation and simple everyday diseases as supply chains collapsed and resources ran dry. In the aftermath, critical infrastructure damage led to a major crisis as millions of refugees tried to flee to other areas. With the alien threat defeated, the world government could now turn its attention to the real enemy, the people, specifically anyone who could challenge the group. In the months that followed, many powerful and influential people went missing under suspicious circumstances or turned up dead from apparent heart failure, including members of the group who had been instrumental in engineering the various crises that helped their plan succeed. Part 5. The Creation of the Superstates and Mega Councils. December 31st, 2033 to January 11th, 2049. With global crisis, shortages of basically everything, most of these shortages engineered by the group, and after the breakdown in diplomatic relations, an emergency session of the UN passed a resolution to suspend democracy and declared the UN a technocracy, claiming that with a scientific system of resource management, all the world's problems would soon be solved. Using AI and hand-picked unelected cabinet members, a corrupt technocratic elite class of individuals known as the BANE, Bureaucratic Assessment Enforcement Negotiators, began to use this technology and surveillance to find secret evidence and blackmail opportunities on potential rivals to the group in the private sector, accelerating the acquisition of the remaining major corporations the group did not yet control. This influx of the remaining money and power still remaining in the economy allowed the UN to build giant new cities with the acquisition of resources and labor, built with the future in mind. These cities had built-in surveillance with tightly controlled indoor farm operations the size of skyscrapers and energy generation facilities networked into the grid at key locations to provide power. The UN reorganized the world's remaining population rapidly by luring them into the tiny apartments of these cities with the promise of food and warmth. It was the largest human migration and urbanization pattern ever seen. This also led to the creation of the Detention Seeker Corps, the DSC, which would recruit young adults with low IQs and very little life experience to work locating people who disobeyed rules and send them to re-education. Detention seekers typically spent their days threatening and intimidating the populace, which provoked violent responses, leading to the deaths and critical injuries of many detention seekers, usually the least intelligent ones bringing it on themselves. The UN encouraged this bullying culture because it was necessary to acquire bodies and organic human tissue for the creation of the Robo-50, the Robotic Organism Build Order 50, cybernetic organism program, which was still under development. Being deployed to the streets, the Robo-50 cyborgs are shadows of their former selves, with the majority of their independent thought, what little there was to begin with, and autonomy removed, as well as their feet amputated in preparation for the installation of rollerblades to chase down potential suspects. They are able to operate as police 24 hours a day without ever needing to sleep, or most importantly, get paid. They never complain about their working conditions, but occasionally one of these units may switch character during certain stressful or exciting situations, as the personality of the former detention seeker is capable of breaking through their lobotomization and electro-organic programming, sometimes making them appear to have an accent underneath their robotic slurring speech. Robo-50s were despised by the populace even more than the detention seekers, because almost every time they saw one, they'd be given a ticket for some obscure violation. This was also the point, because their job was to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them before they became a problem, making it so expensive to leave the house that they would often elect to stay home to avoid getting another ticket. Routinely smashed and attacked, the Robo-50 workforce was modified to include a significantly stronger helmet to prevent damage to vital cybernetic implants located near the reptilian cortex that their implants were directly wired into to control their physical movement. Although tough, Robo-50s are not invulnerable, and the use of mechanic hospitals became a vital necessity in the repair and maintenance of the cyborgs, as they are few in number and very expensive to make. Part 6. The Orgo Helix and the War of 1,000 Nations, aka the 180-Day War. December 7th, 2055. Just 7 years after the group had acquired near total control of all assets and people globally, a widespread rebellion started to occur, with various nationalist and religious groups independently declaring war upon the UN across the globe, engaging in open conflict with detention seekers and Robo-50s. This revolution was only possible because of the creation of a new technology called Orgo Helix, the organic helix, which was invented half by accident, ironically by the NEC, the Novel Encrypted Communications, a research division in the UN Intelligence Department tasked with assessing and creating new forms of communications technology. The experiments were the first of their kind to use biological components and data in strands of DNA that were manipulated using a form of bioacoustics and harmonic frequency fluctuation that caused the strands to expand, harden, some would say evolve, and replicate their own spiral helix formations to resemble a tightly wound fractal antenna. When the device formed for the first time successfully, the lab cheered. To their surprise, the antenna reacted to the sound of their joy and replicated itself through a previously unseen form of cellular mitosis, literally splitting it into two identical antennae. Upon testing, both orgohelix antennae appeared to be somehow wirelessly connected. Although both could send a signal by being directly plugged in, the transmissions were unable to be picked up or decoded by any other receiver device known, except its exact copy. Puzzled by this, the department tried to duplicate the mitosis, but they had no idea why cheering made it happen the first time.
Right. Hey folks, I'm back for a moment. I've got things to do and places to go and things like that, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to leave this video running, and it's on me, liked videos sort of thing, and I'm just going to let it run because the next video will run and the next video will run sort of thing, and well, the next one after this is from the Crow House, and then there's Topher Field, and then other sort of stuff that I really don't know about. But I'll just chuck it on and go and do all the stuff. I'll be back in an hour or two and just see how long this lasts. Please feel free to jump into the chat room sort of thing, because when I get to where I'm going, I'll open up my phone and might be able to get into the chat room. But yeah, just watch it. Please enjoy. If you like what you see, share it around, chuck a like on it. Do live, give me not a diamond, a lemon or two. Really, lemons are cool. But yeah, we'll get back to the movie. Although it's not a movie, it's Vinny Eastwood's. Well, the movie didn't happen, so he made this, and the movie's probably still in the works, I think. So let's see how it goes.
So they cheered again to experiment, and nothing happened. Through further experimentation, they discovered that the mitosis process was only possible for a very short time window after the spiraling and hardening of the antenna structure had been completed. So by the time the mitosis was complete, it was already too late to trigger the process a second time. Researchers could never adequately explain why joyful cheering made it divide. Orgohelix was able to send encrypted signals across vast distances, but was restricted by its ability to only have one receiver per copy, as each device had a unique biological signature, only accessible by the exact same model. Thus, no duplicates could ever be made, and only one other receiver could ever exist, making it ideal for two-way private encrypted communication. The Orgohelix lab was a highly sought-after job assignment, as it was the only workplace at the UN that actively encouraged people to get excited and cheer, even if it was as part of an assembly line. Overhearing cheering regularly made many who were walking past the lab on their way to work curious, and some wanted to get a job there to join in on the fun. Others to satiate their curiosity as to what the regular jubilation was about. These factors made the lab relatively easy for resistance operatives and black market operators to infiltrate and steal the plans for themselves. The Orgohelix fractal antenna became the world's most highly sought-after item on the black market, till the designs were leaked on open-source documents just a few months later. People who had tired of the world government oppression began to organize themselves locally and internationally to bring about a revolution, using the Orgohelix to conceal their operations from the UN's prolific surveillance network. This led to a new black market profession called comms, Communications Orgohelix Message Monitor Staff, who would be in possession of a number of Orgohelix receivers and would act as operators of sorts for organizations and communities that operated across the globe below the radar. Autonomous vehicles called droids, driverless robotic Orgo-Helix intelligence defensive system, were fitted with Orgo-Helix receivers to create mobile communication centers for resistance fighters. Despite the Resistance's best efforts, the world government easily crushed the uprising with their superior military. The worldwide guerrilla war lasted just under 6 months, as resistance fighters were efficiently located and either chased down and eliminated by Robo-50s or sent to re-education by detention seekers, their droids typically being confiscated and destroyed. It turned out the group was behind the uprising, deliberately radicalizing, funding, and arming rebel groups, and used the optics to justify their next phase of further consolidation. The Bane identified that it was commonality between peoples that presented the biggest threat to the UN technocracy. As a result, many religions, regional cultures, and communities that had not been infiltrated by the group were outlawed, and their members sent to re-education. As a safeguard against people coming together to oppose the UN in the future, the largest human forced resettlement program in recorded history was launched. The Great Diaspora. Part 7. The Great Diaspora. Dividing and Culturing. July 7th, 2056 to 2077. The brainchild of Adolphus Krieger, who had used the 180-day war to make himself a lot of money, seizing control of the political class by buying them off, he was able to pass the resolution memorandum numbered 33911-666, a 22-year plan enabling the widespread relocation of peoples to commence. This operation was also used as a cover to move potential troublemakers and political rivals into areas of the world where they had no contacts or family. This neutralized their ability to pose any contest to the unbelievably more radical UN resolutions that Krieger and his paid, bribed, blackmailed, and threatened workforce were about to introduce. Families were split apart, and children, their parents, extended family, and communities were relocated to various areas around the world in a mixed ratio that meant people of similar ethnic or national backgrounds were divided. This ensured that the entire population would be so mixed that countless peoples with different languages and cultures were thrown together and forced to live in newly created communities where it was unlikely they would hear their mother tongue, prayers, or cultural traditions ever again. This process was not perfect to begin with, and often people would be forcibly relocated multiple times, having their new families and friend groups broken up over and over again. A significant uptick in the construction of orphanages occurred during this time, with child trafficking experiencing a similar boom. The UN-mandated orphanages where displaced children were sent after being separated from their parents were run by corrupt officials who would malnourish, abuse, and rent the children out to local elites by the hour. Children who found themselves in these institutions were rarely spared from this horror, and it was not uncommon for them to escape and never return. Preferring to live on the street with no food or caregivers, many of these street kids became plagued by alcoholism and drug abuse to try and outrun their trauma. But some of these escapee street kids found other ways to cope, many taking up skating and roller skating. The thrill of speed and the freedom that the disciplines gave them nourished their feelings of self-worth and esteem. Part 8. The Satraps and a Lasting Order, 2076 to today, 2084. In his final years of life, Adolphus Krieger was frustrated by his unsuccessful efforts to obtain eternal life. After 8 heart transplants, 28 surgical implants, and 103 years of life, he gave up on the idea and redoubled his efforts to finish the group's goal of total control. Dividing the superstates of Oceania, Americas, Unionia, Africara, and Asiatic into smaller micro-fiefdoms, the group appointed satraps, representatives of the native indigenous cultures in these regions, to rule over them. People from foul crime families were sought after to fulfill these roles. Sometimes the best candidate for the job was being favored because they could be more easily controlled due to having a lot to lose. With little qualifications needed, other than they had to come from a racial background native to that district, this practice led to many less than competent criminals being left in charge of major metropolitan centers, responsible for millions of lives. To protect the satraps who were little more than criminals with immunity to the law, the UN created a sub-program in the detention seeker recruitment protocols, looking for more intelligent candidates who had a greater propensity towards violence and psychopathy. Usually from orphanages where abuse would occur, these children would be trained under brutal conditioning, making them almost immune to pain, stripping them of empathy and conscience. These new candidates exhibited horrific behavior when inducted into the detention seeker ranks as adults. If they proved themselves brutal and cunning enough, then they would ascend to the rank of agent and be bestowed the honor of serving directly beneath the satraps as their personal assassins. Agents are of the detention seeker organization, but usually answering only to the satraps who control their districts. Although they're so dangerous, sadistic, and bloodthirsty that even their co-workers and employers are afraid of them. With good reason. Many detention seekers, other agents, and even the occasional satrap had met with grisly ends at the hands of these terrifying figures who adorned themselves with trophies obtained from their victims. The widespread chaos the agents caused by random killings was planned to be used as a justification to implement even more measures to control the population, namely the timelines and nanotech grid. When Adolphus Krieger died in late 2077, he'd been so successful at keeping himself out of the spotlight that almost no one in the world knew who he was or what he had done to steer global events. He died without seeing his plan succeed. Only a handful of elites were made aware of his passing, but in death, his legacy lived on through his plan, shared with the satraps by the UN. Part 9. The Nanotech Grid and the Timelines, 2077. To further solidify control, nanotech was introduced into the food supply to infect the population with a self-replicating nanobot technology that would graft itself onto the subject's existing nervous system to create a dual nervous system, capable of sending and receiving data both to the nervous system itself and to the surveillance grid. Promoted by the government through a sustained period of propaganda, the public largely accepted it as being for the best. Unfortunately, though, when introduced, the nanotech was still in its experimental phase, and many died. In the case of the parents of Rainspeed and the roller baddies, right in front of them as young children, leading to them being placed in an orphanage together where they ultimately escaped. This fatal flaw in the nanotech was known to the government at the time, and they went ahead with the plan anyway, regarding it as a necessary evil to create a two-tiered society of the interlinked and the unlinked. The interlinked are nanotech-enhanced people who have a holographic display they can see beneath the skin of their hands, which they use to operate the system, allowing them to make calls, watch videos, and even digitally change their appearance. Their vision is enhanced by the nanotech, and they live in a real-time encoded holographic display projected directly into their optic nerve, making everything appear beautiful and cool-looking. This helped to prevent them from seeing or hearing that anything is wrong with their society, where what would in reality be a homeless person dying in the middle of the sidewalk, the interlinked would only see a beautiful flower bed and step gently over it. The nanotech also allowed the use of totally synthetic drug use, provided by electromagnetic manipulation of the brain and nervous system. The majority of the interlinked appeared to be whacked out of their minds 24/7 on one or many kinds of mind-altering substances, with a strict exception to the simulated use of psychedelics, which authorities feared could expand consciousness and cause its users to become a problem when they start thinking too much. The unlinked are those who, for many different reasons, outright refuse to take the nanotech. It became a problematic choice because all the day-to-day activities of their society was geared towards nanotech use, including money, identification, and communication. The unlinked discovered very quickly that the friends of theirs who had taken the nanotech couldn't see or hear them anymore due to a form of real-time censorship. What made the unlinked so upset was the fact that the interlinked didn't even seem to notice or care. This was the plan, as many decided, some crying as they did so, to take the nanotech and become one of the interlinked in the hopes of an easier life. Those who, despite the temptation of the conveniences provided by the nanotech, continued to remain unlinked in a firm stance at preserving their humanity, even if this choice meant they couldn't buy, sell, or be admitted to the vast majority of establishments. Elements of the unlinked, like the Skitari, were forced to communicate using orgo-helix arrays that can fit in an ear and have wireless connection to their skate helmets, which had speakers. The introduction of timelines was implemented in the city council fiefdoms, with citizens now only being able to travel roughly a 15-minute walking distance from where they were born. To enforce this timeline barrier as efficiently as possible, the city councils were provided by the UN with nanotech barrier technology. This technology was sprayed into the atmosphere as an aerosol to get complete coverage of the landmass. As it fell, it would soon find itself on the ground like an invisible powder and embed itself into the surface, creating an invisible layer. This nanotech layer could be activated by automated systems using an electrostatic discharge tied to proximity sensors that key on micro changes in air density and reference the user's movements with the data cloud. When timelines are about to be broken by a citizen going too far from home, an electrostatic current is sent across the nanotech layer on the ground and it activates, recombining the particles into a solid but stretchy wall that the citizen cannot penetrate, keeping them permanently trapped in their timeline. Because going faster increases the size of the grid one is restricted to, autonomous and remotely controlled vehicle production was increased, and the vehicles are factory set to a restriction mode, preventing unauthorized passengers from using the speed of a vehicle to escape the timeline. At the same time, private vehicles built before the timeline implementation, especially those with droids, driverless robotic orgo-helix intelligence defensive system, were outlawed. Their drivers met with hefty fines or re-education if they're caught driving without a license, which are almost never given out. Certain authorized persons, professions, and government employees like satraps, detention seekers, and agents are exempt from the timeline restrictions and can move more freely than ordinary citizens. This restriction caused an increase in the appearance of modified conveyances like scooters, roller skates, and skateboards as people began to try different ways to increase the distance they could travel. This led to the Skitari cultural phenomenon becoming increasingly prevalent in the timelines. Part 10. Adaptation and Survival. The Law of an Underground Society. In response to the timeline implementation, a great many people were upset, and in order to survive with the restrictions, were forced to create a completely underground society that operated beneath the radar. Skill sharing and barter trade markets were established in many of the timelines, with like-minded people coming together to create and trade with almost every item, trade, or skill known to man. Organized entirely in a clandestine manner using orgo-helix and comms to encrypt and coordinate the day-to-day operations of these underground communities, they were able to provide food, medicine, and other resources to its private members. These resources also included places to stay, with certain bars and businesses operating as safe meeting places for people to conduct trade, with community gardens providing the bulk of food people would eat, and water injection engines that convert H2O into clean electricity provided much of the power supply for this urban off-grid community. Anarchist, no masters, no slaves in nature, the underground communities establish guidelines for behavior of members operating under the 3 tenets of anarchist law. 1. You cannot take that which does not belong to you. 2. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are ignorance, laziness, cowardice, and apathy. 3. You cannot attack, but you can defend yourself, including the use of deadly force if your attacker will not stop. A strange cultural zeitgeist created what the children called the fun principle, where it became common knowledge that government agents would inevitably try to infiltrate their organizations. The fun principle was designed to weed out these dangerous characters by telling them a very bad joke. The correct response to this is to deliver a laugh, long and loud, to the point of making the person who told you the joke laugh at how ridiculous your laugh is. This common practice was surprisingly effective at preventing the infiltration by agents, due to them not having a well-developed sense of humor, and only seemed to find sadism or outright cruelty to be funny. Cunning and guile were encouraged as the primary means of avoiding authorities, as well as providing resources and protecting the community from detection, developing means to get through checkpoints or get out of tickets. For example, they would often go out wearing huge jackets with many extra pockets sewn on. When asked for ID or a permission slip, the member would simply pretend that they were looking for it in the many pockets. Slowly, very slowly, assuring the detention seeker that it had to be in one of the pockets somewhere. The detention seeker would get impatient and annoyed, walking off to find another victim. Under these guiding principles, a unique kind of diversity flourished, and interesting, colorful characters who had previously been isolated from the rest of society now found themselves making friends and keeping in contact with other members, volunteering their time to make their timelines a better place to live for all their members. The Skatari began to be used more and more as reliable couriers and messengers, transporting key communications and packages into other timelines through a system of relays. Part 11. Master Broda and the Way of the Skatari. Master Broda is a multi-talented genius, an MMA master proficient with swords, blunt weapons, and shields. Also, a master skater, roller skater, and a deeply spiritual philosopher. He had suffered during the 180-day war working with the resistance on the battlefield, and subsequently lost his children, Ronald and Sharon, when the UN instituted the Great Diaspora, forcibly removing them from his care. This loss of stability in all areas of his life, coupled with the resistance's defeat, led him to retreat underground and cut himself off from human contact, electing to live in the sewers where he could read, practice martial arts, skating, and roller skating in the tunnels to keep his mind off his pain and buy himself time to work on his philosophy. Broda would surface occasionally for supplies, and this is how he met Sergeant Kickstart, who had been wounded in the 180-day war, not in combat, but by trying a skateboard stunt with a modified skateboard. Broda and he became friends. Kickstart brought Broda back from his time in self-imposed exile. The prevalence of street kids who had been displaced in the Great Diaspora led Broda and Kickstart to act as caregivers of sorts and provide a temporary shelter for runaways. One day, upon making a run for supplies, Broda's cache of food had been tampered with, many of the items stolen. Broda traced the steps of the thieves and came across a group of children with a young Aquaplane, Rainspeed, Smash Alice, Raid Star, Super Speed Senecus, Punk Skater Larry, and Slow Motion Maurice huddled around a burning garbage can, furiously eating his supplies. Broda startled them, and before they could get away, he grabbed little Rainspeed by the ear. The rest came to Rainspeed's defense, attacking Broda, who easily disarmed and subdued all of them with his remaining hand, in a gentle showing of his power. The children were still not scared of him, and displayed a courage that Broda respected. So he let Rainspeed go, put his hand forth, and said to the children, "Good, come with me. The street is no place for children with courage like yours, little ones." Kickstart met Broda at the entrance to the sewers beneath the Dagobah skate park. They took the children under their wing and gave them a place to stay, taught them to read, to think, fight one-on-one and as a team, to master the art of skating and acting as a unit in formations designed to overwhelm and confuse their adversaries. Broda raised them up not only physically, but also raised their level of consciousness, making them into capable and formidable young adults. Broda taught them the self-defense principle and the non-aggression principle, whereby the children were instructed never to start a fight, but if someone else starts a fight, it is their responsibility to stop it, by any means necessary, up to and including the use of deadly force. It was taught that there is a difference between people who are making a mistake and need to be taught a lesson, and those whose actions warrant no mercy. "I will never raise my board in anger," he made them say over and over again. During this time, it became apparent to Broda that each of the children had radically different personalities, and he tailored his teachings to each of them to suit their strengths. From his teachings came the way of the Skatari that blended philosophy, skating, and combat in 4 unique disciplines. The 4 Skatari disciplines: Skotum, or shield, enabling the defensive and offensive use of a skateboard as a shield. Matiola, or stick, teaching the wielding of skateboards as an offensive blunt weapon. Concordus, or harmony, teaches the finer points of gravity and pitch for using a skateboard to disable opponents without harming them, in a similar manner to Aikido. Gladius, or sword, involve fighting other skaters, using the board as a sword equivalent to practice fencing and footwork. Broda insisted the women be armed in order to better deal with their assailants, who would typically be male. He provided a mace to smash Alice, a monofilament frisbee to Aquaplane that could cut through anything, a hockey stick to Raid Star with specialized exploding pucks disguised as cupcakes, and an automatic rifle to Spin Cycle. Spin Cycle's coat has a unique property called the Chameleon Conceal, whereby it is much larger on the inside than it appears on the outside, enabling her to carry large items and gear undetected. The young girls loved their weapons and would often sleep snuggled up to them with smiles on their faces, which brought joy to Master Broda and reminded him of his daughter Sharon. Paired with the skaters during missions as couriers, the roller baddies, as they came to call themselves, acted as escorts and followed close behind to deal with anything the skaters couldn't handle alone. Kickstart would mentor the children as a mechanic, teaching them how to build and repair complex machinery. The way of the Skatari philosophy was instilled over long hours of study and practice, shaping the children's consciousness and raising it up. Many times the children would get frustrated by the complex nature of their learnings, to which Broda would always gently remind them, "It is not the big challenges that stand in your way. It is the smallest challenge that first you must conquer." Lesson 1. Courage. Teaching that the universe responds to bravery and despises cowardice. It's in the darkest of times that the smallest lights glow bright. Lesson 2. Gnosis. Teaching the knowledge of the world and how to differentiate it from belief by using the key questions of who, what, when, where, why, and how before considering something a fact. Without facts, we are lost. Lesson 3. True Care. Teaches the value of truly caring for themselves, what they practice, and through this discipline comes self-respect and a value of caring for the well-being of others and meaningful pursuits. The 3 worst words in the universe are I don't care. Lesson 4. Sacrifice. Teaches that without the ability to put oneself at risk or be willing to make the ultimate sacrifice, you don't really stand for anything. For only by accepting the responsibility of that which is required of you, even if it's everything, can true freedom be achieved. If you aren't prepared to risk everything, you stand to gain nothing. Underlying all these lessons is the 3 cornerstones of the Skatari belief: truth, love, and freedom. Truth is paramount, for without truth you cannot love, and without love you cannot have freedom. It all starts with truth. The truth about yourself, and the truth of what is. So don't lie to others, or yourself. The ultimate goal of the Skatari is what Master Broda called the Great Work, which is to end slavery. Unto this, Broda instructed that morality is objective, that right and wrong, like facts, can be measured, and that the truth is immutable. As the children grew into adults, Kickstart and Broda taught them about encrypted communications, guerrilla warfare tactics, how to evade authorities, demolitions, and explosives. When their training was complete, Broda instructed them to strategically hand themselves into the authorities for relocation into other timelines, splitting up the team so they could cover more ground, gathering intelligence, and organize the growing underground resistance, passing on Master Broda's teachings to other communities. They reconnected via courier messages passed by relay through the timelines and pinpointed the cantina as a natural nexus close to where all their timelines converged. There, Aquaplane and Rainspeed were outfitted with Orgo-Helix communications by Kickstart and coordinated by Comms, who had proven himself a reliable operator. With their fighting ability, speed, and non-aggressive approach, many of the Skatari men and women became sought after and elected by other members of the underground, become enforcers and local sheriffs in their timelines, sent to deal with members who violate the rules. When Master Broda died, it hit the Skatari and the communities they resided in with a wave of sadness. A state funeral was held in his timeline by the underground community, with many of the leaders of their society being present. But due to the timelines, none of the skaters or roller baddies were able to attend his funeral. This injustice and blocking of their ability to grieve properly and say goodbye to their master further cemented their hatred for the system and resolve to continue the great work, to honor Master Broda's memory and his teachings, to end slavery. While respected by their communities for keeping order, the Skatari were seen as a kind of militia by the government, and as their reputations grew, so did the interest of authorities in capturing them. Com's identity was kept secret, and the team never suspected that the man they relied upon to coordinate their efforts was secretly a deep cover operative working for Darth Vader's intelligence apparatus. Com's objective was to create a list of the Skatari couriers for elimination and a scheme to enlist the remaining team members' support, bringing them all together in one place so authorities could take them out decisively. While it was Com's plan to take out the nanotech grid and his design for the phase disruptor, the plan was a ruse to lure them in with false hope. Due to the team's knowledge of electronics and mechanics, Comms had to be sure they'd take the bait. so the phase disruptor he created was technically functional, but a carefully placed fault in the wiring meant it would be unable to arm without specialist tools to realign its matrix. The phase disruptor itself was designed upon detonation to emit a pulse in 3 phases and radiate outwards. The electromagnetic pulse emitted by the first phase would disable any electrical system within the initial blast radius. The second phase would overload nanotech systems at the edge of the radius, but instead of disabling them, these secondary waves would cause it to create a negative feedback loop that would overload and fry the nanotech's ability to send or receive data. At the same time, utilize that overload's energy to build up a secondary electromagnetic charge. The third phase expels the stored energy in an electromagnetic radial discharge, creating a secondary wave of effect. These phases in tandem would disable the nanotech grid at its source, with waves of radial detonation triggering even further electromagnetic discharge when coming into contact with the interlinked, overloading, expelling, and expanding outwards again and again, permanently disabling not only the grid and its power source, but the nanotech itself within the blood of the interlinked. July 4th, 2084. Tomorrow there will be no more linked and unlinked. The Nantech bill was rushed through the UN Assembly at 4 a.m. when almost none of the delegates were present. It stipulates that it is now a crime to be unlinked, and if people did not submit to the nanotech, then they would be sent to re-education and have it forced on them. This bill was announced with less than 24 hours' notice and triggered a swift response from the underground community, who ordered the Skatari to assemble at the cantina and charged them with the sole responsibility to enact Calm's plan to disable the nanotech grid before it was too late. For the first time since leaving the timeline of Master Broda, they would be together again. Maybe for the last time.
Johnny invades Venezuela and kidnaps Maduro. The president of peace just kidnapped the leader of another country to distract from his own publicly known and verifiable actions as a PDF file. There's very little information at this moment. We have supposedly kidnapped Maduro and his wife and flown them out of the country. We bombed a military base and possibly other structures. We put our own military boots on the ground of another nation. Now, to be clear, Maduro is a piece of shit. He's done incredibly terrible things and doesn't deserve sympathy of any kind. But this is an unsanctioned act of war, without any authorization from Congress. It is beyond the powers of a president. He didn't even wait to get a rubber stamp from the legislature he controls. This is a very, 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 very bad escalation of his authoritarian nonsense. Also, it's worth noting, he got yet another cognitive test this morning. So, to recap, a demented old narcissist sent the American military to a foreign nation and kidnapped their leader to distract from his declining mental health and vile actions against literal children. And all of this is wrapped up in the fragile male ego of Pete Hegseth and blatant racism of Stephen Miller. This is not normal.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
We can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have.
Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and...
It sounds good to me. And Cuba is ready to fall, you know.
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they can hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight?
I have.
They go down for the count. And Cuba looks like it's going down. By the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it. But unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
Democratic countries actually don't invade their neighbors. Democratic countries don't harbor terrorists. Democratic countries don't use weapons of mass destruction. Don't use weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, you know, America has always been pretty bad. I mean, it's been good as much as a nice place to live, well, kind of generally, as far as living standards go. But you know what I mean. It's just been terrible as far as world peace goes. You know, so many nations have suffered because of the actions of the United States. As painful as that might be for Americans to admit, it's the truth. I mean, it's always been bad, but America under Donald Trump is something else. I mean, it really is. We have not seen this level of aggression ever. And there's no other president in history that has bombed 7 countries in their first year. You could say, well, it's his 5th year. Boy, you know, there was a break in the middle. So to have done the amount of damage that he's done and is continuing to do, making those threats just there against Colombia, against anybody we think is smuggling drugs, well, we're just going to kill you. We're going to kill you, we're going to ask questions later. But it seems to be the trend in the United States at the moment, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But this seems to be the trend, and this is, you know, the whole notion of preemptive strikes, like I was talking about, you know, that's been popularised and legalised, even though it isn't, by Israel with what it's done in Gaza and Palestine. And it's gotten crazy. He's even threatening Mexico now as well.
We are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country.
Yeah, he's just like the globalists' attack dog. That's all he is. And he's just sending him in to take over anywhere they want to take over. Wants to bring down Cuba, wants to attack Colombia, wants to take over Greenland, wants to bomb Mexico. The peace president wanted the Nobel Peace Prize. It's throwing a tantrum. Well, you didn't give me the Peace Prize, so therefore I'm going to bomb everybody. It's just unreal. And some of the things they did, like even when they went in and stole the Venezuelan president, which was kidnapping, pure and simple, they bombed Chavez's grave, Hugo Chavez's grave. I mean, you have to be a psychopath to do that. You absolutely would. And then they took him to New York and they paraded him through the streets of New York City in an open van so people could get a good look at the victim that they've captured.
Good job, good job.
I mean, weren't they condemning Hamas for doing this sort of thing a couple of years ago, parading Israelis around and showing the people, look what we've caught? They just did the same thing. But is that what was really going on? Or were they just giving him a guided tour of New York? I mean, I don't know about you, but there's like 4 or 5 different photos of this guy in different clothes. So what happened when they went in there and kidnapped him? Did they give him time to pack his luggage or something? Seems very strange. The whole thing seems very contrived. They did talk about going in and having secret plans for Venezuela anyway. They didn't say they were going to go in there, but they said they had secret plans for Venezuela like years ago. Israel, of course.
Hello. Hi, Abe. I wanted to ask you since we met last about the issue of Venezuela. Because I heard voices kind of saying it's not so bad and Latin America is not so bad, but I'm not convinced. And the question
you have
is
good reason not to be convinced. You have good reason. It is getting worse.
Right.
And little by little, as long as oil money works.
I'm told that by our experts, it's the only, except for Iran, it's the only government-propagated anti-Semitism today around the world. It's already
Formally, right.
This is
First
quite scary.
within the country and then outside.
So are you pressing in any way?
We've talked to Jesse Jackson, who has a relationship, but it's not for Canberra, but there are other plans.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
Mientras hablamos en esta asamblea, caen bombas en Gaza, donde Israel ha asesinado decenas de miles de niñas, niños, mujeres y hombres inocentes, con la complicidad de los gobiernos de los Estados Unidos de América y la Unión Europea. Se comete el mayor crimen de exterminio y genocidio desde aquel perpetrado por Hitler en la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Hoy pretenden exportar su odio y destrucción a toda una región, bombardeando y asesinando inocentes en el Líbano, en Siria y tratando de desestabilizar la República Islámica de Irán. Esto es una verdadera amenaza para la humanidad y la paz mundial. Una nueva forma de terrorismo se ha aplicado sobre el Líbano, con la complicidad de las empresas privadas que manejan las cadenas de suministro de las tecnologías de consumo masivo. Esto sienta un grave precedente que pone en riesgo la seguridad mundial. También bombardean infraestructuras civiles en este país, asesinando inocentes, tal cual hacen en Gaza. Israel se ha convertido en una maquinaria de muerte que debe ser detenida de inmediato.
Yeah, and then there was that guy who said that what just happened in Venezuela was very good for the Israelis.
Look at the implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
Yeah, oops, slip of the tongue. And then we hear that there was also something like 847 tons of silver shipped out of the country as well. So, you know, all this sort of strange stuff has happened. And this was big news about what's happened. And all of this stuff and attacking Venezuela and Trump talking about how he wants to do this and wants to do that, wants to go and pretty much bomb everybody. And then suddenly we see this shooting in Minneapolis. And this has completely divided people again, left and right. You know, who was in the right, who was in the wrong. You know, was he defending himself or was this unnecessary? And it's also completely removed attention from everything that was happening in Venezuela, a lot of which was done in Venezuela to remove attention from the fact that there's all of this stuff come out about the Epstein files. I mean, Trump is in deep shit. If any of this stuff comes to public attention, if they lull off a little bit at all and give people any time at all to be able to check out what's actually going on with this Epstein stuff, then they're going to lose what sort of tenuous grasp they have on control that they've got at the moment, because a lot of people are kind of interested about what's in the Epstein files. So they're giving us bombings of Venezuela, they're giving us shootings here and shootings there. Now they're giving us this whole bullshit scenario with this ICE shooting and making such a big kerfuffle out of it in Minnesota. And look, again, you know, the question is, was the guy in the right? Was he defending himself? Did he need to shoot the woman? And no, he didn't, folks. I mean, this is probably going to upset a lot of people by saying that, but when you look at it, no, he didn't need to shoot her at all. He was well out of the way, and this basically gives you a pretty good analysis of what actually happened from a pretty non-biased perspective.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range. Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. 2 agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road. A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse! No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician! I don't care!
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
Yeah, and now there's even a further breakdown of that, showing that the guy was definitely clear of the vehicle when he opened fire on the woman. And don't forget that he shot 3 times, and he actually shot her in the face. What's happening, brother?
What do we got here? We just pass each other now doing videos. That's basically what we do.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
All the insanity.
Yeah. yeah.
What are you talking about? Ice?
Ice, and I mean, I've looked at all of that from all angles, and he didn't need to shoot her. He wasn't actually defending himself. It's you know, there's so many different ways of looking at it, and the whole thing they're giving him is that, oh, well, he was actually dragged by a car previously. This same guy, what's the chances of this guy?
I mean, he had 33 stitches when he got
33 stitches, of
I think
course.
it was all a psychological operation. They're trying to start the Civil War.
You know, well, if he was still suffering from PSD from being dragged by a car, what the hell was he on the job, and what the hell was he doing standing in front of a vehicle? You know, they're obviously... But he'd stepped out of the way. When you look at the analysis, there's a couple of really good analysis that have come out, and he was well clear, and you can see from the angle of the bullet hole, he kind of had to lean over and shoot her, and he shot her face off, for God's sake. I mean, and then he put 2 more bullets into her head. I mean, the fact that it was 3 shots, I mean, she wasn't a she was past him by the time he let off the first shot. So obviously he wasn't in imminent danger. He'd already got out of the way of the danger before he fired. So yeah. But it's interesting because there's all this stuff coming out now. What I've been saying and what I've been warning people of since 2014 is that all of our police forces are going and training in Israel with the IDF, and if we don't pay attention to what's going on in Gaza, then the way of Palestine will be the way of the world.
Look at what's happening every day. I've been there. I have trained with them. I have been to Israel where ICE agents and DEA agents and other 3-letter agencies train with the Israelis, with the gendarmerie and the Israeli police force, training with them. And they bring those tactics back here. The oppression that we export, we bring it right back here. Look around. We are the ones suffering. Children in Gaza are suffering. Fathers, mothers, families are suffering. Every day on TV, we see a Palestinian father carrying their dead child. And little Marco and Ambassador Huckabee and our president make jokes and celebrate a ceasefire? What a joke. The ceasefire wasn't even in effect for 30 seconds before Israel dropped another bomb. And what did they say? We can get away with it. Wake up, people. Every day we pay Israel our tax dollars so they can continue to bomb and kill unarmed civilians. We bomb boats off the coast of Venezuela. We blow up Colombians in fishing boats and say, oops. If you don't think that won't come to your neighborhood, think again. I have seen it. It is coming. ICE agents train in Israel, and they bring that back here, and they bring the same tactics. You don't have to read the secret files to see what's happening on our streets every day.
The way of Palestine will be the way of the world. Yeah. And this is the way the Israelis treat the Palestinians.
Yeah.
And we've just seen it in Minneapolis. So this is how you react to someone driving away. You just shoot them in the face, and then throw a couple more into their head as they go past.
There was audio of the woman too saying, I'm going to pull up.
Yeah, she said, I'm pulling out.
I'm pulling out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pulling out. And she was actually waving them past.
No! Shame!
The wheels were turning. She backed up. If she was going to run him over, she would have just run him over. You don't back up, and it's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Anyway,
that's the world.
Enjoy.
I'll let you continue on. So yeah, that's actually
So, I mean, do I have to talk about any more of that? I mean, honestly, she shouldn't have been there. And I've been saying to people for years and years that going and doing these active protests in your local towns is a bad idea. You just get yourself in trouble, get yourself shot. This is what happens. She might have been a good woman, but she shouldn't have been there. I don't think she was trying to run the police officer down, but the whole thing compounded. She shouldn't have been there, and he shouldn't have overreacted the way he did. And he did absolutely overreact because he was clear of the vehicle before he let off even the first shot. And the fact that, the angle of it, you can see that the front fender was already past him. The front fender had already gone past him. You can see where the bullet hole is in the windscreen. So he overreacted. He shouldn't have shot her. She shouldn't have been there, but he shouldn't have shot her. And that's the crucial part. The crucial part is that if the police, and even ICE, were doing their job of policing, the first duty of the police is supposed to be to serve the public and to protect the public. But that role shifted. They don't protect the public anymore. What they do is protect law. They uphold law and they protect law, and that's all they're really interested in doing. He shouldn't have reacted that way. And the fact that was his first reaction was to shoot her in the face. This spells a very bad time for the United States, and you've got politicians out there condoning this. And honestly, she was not trying to run the guy over. You can see from all of the footage that she was not trying to run the guy over. She just wanted to get out of there. And she said, yeah, I'm pulling out. But, he overreacted. This shouldn't happen. And I would suggest that it's because so many of these police have trained with the IDF. And the IDF have absolutely no regard for human life. And as I've said so many times, folks, if we don't pay attention, the way of Palestine will be the way of the world. And now we're seeing it. This is exactly the way the IDF would have reacted to a Palestinian trying to run a checkpoint or disobey a command. You know, if their vehicle had been told to pull up and they said no, they were in a rush, that's what would have happened to them. No questions asked. And this guy will probably get away with what he's done because the media is going to push it that way, the government's going to push it that way, and they're going to legitimise this and legalise this. And this is what's coming to everybody's backyard.
So this is a gun, and when you have a gun, you can choose where you aim it. Let's say your gun is holstered and you're standing off to the side of the front of a vehicle. One, you could step aside and pop, pop, pop the tires, or everyone else standing around you could pop, pop, pop the tires. You could shimmy to the side, not pull out your weapon, and just write down the car's license plate and do a proper investigation. But no, from 3 feet away, an ICE agent named Steve held a gun to the face of a 37-year-old woman and shot her fucking face off today. This was not domestic terrorism. This is fascism. And all of you rah-rah MAGA who are saying good shot, it will fall on your doorstep soon. It will be your family. It will be your friends. It will be you. Trump anxiety syndrome is a real thing. The entire world is anxious because of this one man and all of the puppet strings he is pulling.
Be very careful, folks. Be very careful of what you are allowing this president to do. I mean, he's just a puppet. But what he's doing is insane. I mean, threatening all of these countries, threatening Mexico. I did a show months and months ago where I talked about this is isolationism. What he's doing is isolating the United States from everywhere else, and it's basically being used as Israel's attack dog at the moment. They've flooded the place with migrants. They really want to see this, whatever they can do. I mean, they want destabilization on the ground. They don't really care. I mean, if you comply with Israel or if you don't comply with Israel or whatever, as long as your country is destabilized, flooded with migrants, and everybody is at loggerheads with everybody else, everybody's angry with everybody else, that's what they want. They want this war on the ground, and then they will create the system. They want order out of chaos. That's the plan. And I've said so many times, the only way you're ever going to bring down the United States is to do it from within. And that's what Trump's doing. Trust the plan, folks. Trust the plan. But Trump is effectively collapsing the United States from within. Even what he's done now, like the whole other side of him attacking Venezuela. I mean, this shows the world that, because, you know, Venezuela was developing its own monetary system, it was dealing with China, it was helping out Cuba. And they've even said, well, Cuba's going to fall now because it's not going to have access to any fuel, and we won't even have to attack it. It's just going to collapse because we're going to deprive it of everything we can. It's pure psychopathy. And that's the plan for that. And because Venezuela was sorting out its own monetary system and all that sort of stuff and doing its own trading, then it wasn't going to need the US dollar anymore. And this sends a message to the world that if you pull away from the dollar, well, we're going to bomb your country.
It's the juice.
Who was that? Who was that masked man?
We just pass each other doing videos now. That's all we do.
So yeah, it's what was I saying? That's right, it sends a message to the world that if you pull away from the US dollar, if you are going to stop trading in US dollars, then we're going to bomb your country. So, and what this is doing, it's having the opposite effect that they wanted. It's causing a lot of people to really look at their relations with the United States and to find other means of trading. So it's going to collapse the dollar. This is all the stuff we warned about. It's all happening right now on Trump's watch, and he's doing it on purpose. And he's trying to really establish this world war on behalf of the state of Israel. freaky times, folks. Really, really freaky times. But yeah, what's happened in Minnesota's really taken people's minds off everything else. They're still pushing for the Royal Commission and all this sort of stuff in Australia over the Bondi shooting, and the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, has actually folded and has agreed to have a Royal Commission, and they've appointed some trusted and true whatever person to do it who's done Royal Commissions before. I mean, they're all full of shit, Royal Commissions. They're just basically big cover-ups. But of course, the Jewish community in Australia is in an uproar because they haven't appointed someone who is an expert in anti-Semitism. Well, why would they need to be that? I mean, why do they want someone like that? Are they saying that they want a Jewish Royal Commissioner in there? Someone with a conflict of interests? Well, wouldn't you want someone that was going to look at this in a completely unbiased and open and honest manner and get to the bottom of what happened? You wouldn't want someone who's got an anti-Semitism bias and is going to be looking at it as the perspective that this was religiously motivated, because it may not have been religiously motivated. I mean, it doesn't sound like they're going to be happy unless they get a commissioner that absolutely finds the Australian government guilty of wrongdoing, because there isn't really evidence that there was any wrongdoing. I mean, the greatest amount of evidence would indicate that Israel set this up themselves, or they always do. But I guess they want their own sort of a person in there, so they're never going to be happy. But they're pushing this, they're pushing that. It's been insane what's happened. Like, it's only 4 or 5 days since I did my last video. It's only like, we're only on the, what is it, the 8th or the 9th? I think it's the 9th of January. Bomb Venezuela, shooting by IDF-trained ICE police in Minnesota, Royal Commission going on in Australia. It's insane. And the whole trial with Maduro as well, the judge that they appointed, this 92-year-old judge, it's insane. And how connected he is to everything else that's happened in the past. There was a thing I saw, I don't know if it's TikTok or Instagram or something, someone called the ginger theory, or it's ginger theory, and she connected a whole bunch of dots. Check this out.
Operation Absolute Resolve has been carried out, and President Maduro has been captured by the U.S., which is technically illegal under international law. Maduro and his wife appeared in court yesterday in Manhattan, and they both pleaded not guilty. The lawyer representing Maduro is Barry Pollock, a Washington lawyer who previously represented Julian Assange. The judge presiding over the case is Alvin Hellerstein, a 92-year-old, so boom, you should already be disbarred. He has been a judge in New York since being appointed by Bill Clinton in 1998, and he presided over almost all of the 9/11 court cases, including wrongful death suits against the airlines. He personally encouraged, kind of forced, the victims' families to accept settlement money instead of taking the cases to trial, which literally directly avoided the discovery, which means all the evidence would come to light. So one could say he participated in the 9/11 cover-up. Now, Maduro is vocally pro-Palestine and anti-Zionist. Judge Alvin is Orthodox and most likely a Zionist, not just because over 90% of Orthodox Jews support Zionism, but because of his family connections. His late sister immigrated to Israel. His late wife, Mildred, had Israeli connections. She served as treasurer and administrative vice president for the Amit Network in New York, which supports settler schools and homes for children in Israel. Also, his son, Joseph Z. Hellerstein, immigrated to Israel in 2001 and lives in an illegal Israeli settlement. He also happens to be a former American, now Israeli lawyer, and he worked with Amit Pollock in Madelon, the firm that represented and had close relationships with Kuki Ehrman and Company, a French-Israeli company headed by Roger Kuki Ehrman, a French-Jewish businessman. Roger was CEO of the Edmund de Rothschild Group and of the Israel General Bank, and several other venture capital firms established by the Rothschilds. Kuki Ehrman & Co. is also the parent company of ICTS. ICTS was the Israel-owned Mossad-controlled airport security firm, which is the owner of Huntley USA. the passenger screening firm company that checked the passengers that boarded the aircrafts on 9/11. This was the key Israeli defendant in the 9/11 litigation that was being managed by his father, Judge Alvin Hellerstein. A trial that would have made ICTS and Huntley provide records to the court of what went on that day, including who ran their checkpoints and how 19 terrorists got onto the planes despite none of their names being on the manifestos. And his inappropriate connections to the case were noted in the court documents. Also, him and his son both worked for the Jewish law firm Strouk and Levin, with Joseph, his son, working there while it was representing Silverstein Properties, while Larry Silverstein was purchasing the lease for the World Trade Center in July of 2001.
Yeah, you know, it's the same people all the time, folks. It always is. And it's crazy to see this happening, man. This is stuff that we've warned about for so long. And something else that I saw on the news, I think just this morning, was that Pauline Hanson's One Nation party in Australia is now polling equal to whatever government is sitting at the moment. I don't know whether it's Liberal or Labor. No, I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell any difference between them. It's been a uni-party system for so long. I mean, there's no real difference in whether you vote Liberal or Labor. The government always wins and the agenda still goes forward. But Pauline Hanson's One Nation party, I mean, these guys, they say a lot of really good stuff about anti-immigration and everything that we need the government to do, where everybody's actually treated as equal and don't just allow so much immigration. And by the same time, she totally capitulates to the state of Israel. She supports what they're doing to the Palestinians, supports the genocide of Gaza. She's even been seen to go to Parliament House wearing an Israeli scarf. She's also gone to Parliament House wearing a burqa in a protest of what all Australian women will be forced to do under her belief. This is where we're going, guys, because she sees it as the Muslim menace. And it's not. It's the fact that Israeli NGOs are flooding the West with Arab migrants or Middle Eastern migrants. Not all of them are Muslims. A lot of them are criminals. They're just people who don't fit in because of the sheer volume of them that are being brought in at a time. They're not being given a chance to assimilate with the countries they're coming to. You know, bring 100,000 migrants into Australia in a year. They don't have a chance to blend in and assimilate with the local population, take on Australian ways. It's the same with what they're doing in England. It's the same as what they've done in Europe. There have been villages in Europe that have had 4,000 to 6,000 people in the villages, and they've had 10,000 to 12,000 migrants arrive to those villages. You know, how can you possibly say they're going to assimilate with the local culture? This has all been done by design. And first they go and bomb, stage of 9/11 attacks, and then they get the United States to go and bomb all these Middle Eastern countries, because Israel says they're all a threat. When it was Israel who staged the 9/11 attacks, I mean, let's be honest about it. And so that drives all of these people out of their countries, turns their countries into just war zones. I mean, you know, 9/11 happened, the United States, you need to get up, go bomb all these Muslim countries, so they did, and now all these people have generationally grown up through warfare in the last 25 years. You've got children that have grown up into it. We're into the second or third generation of children that have grown up into this warfare world that they were born into. And now these people that are like 20 years old and 25 years old, remember the 9/11 attacks happened in 2001, so most of this has happened in the last 25 years. So you get people who are 30 or 35 to 20, and they have grown up into a world of war. I mean, even if you were 10 years old when the United States started bombing your country, if you were 10 years old when you lived in Libya, when they hit Libya, whatever, everything that's happened in the last 25 years They've destroyed these countries, and all these children have grown up into that, and now they've been flooded into Europe. And the people that have brought them into Europe and Western countries and Australia and Canada and the United States have all been Israeli NGOs. This is how they do it. They flood the world with Arabs who are completely disconnected because they've grown up in hell, basically. You couldn't really call them Muslims, you couldn't really call them anything. They are disconnected. They don't know anything but take what you can get. That's all they know, because that's the life that they've had. You get them, you give them all cell phones, make sure they got all that technology, and you make porn free on the internet. Give them the image that Western girls just like rough sex, they like to be gangbanged, that you just pull them off the street and have sex with them. Feed that concept into them and then ship them all to Western countries. Who do you suppose thinks up stuff like this, folks? Think about it. Pretty devious sort of plans, but that's what's happened. And now a lot of people in European countries and Western countries are saying, well, we've got to do something about these Muslim rape gangs. I've tried to say for years, they're not actually Muslims, they're just Arabs. They might come from what you predominantly see to be a Muslim country, but ultimately they're just Arabs that have been brought up to behave the way they behave deliberately, and then they've been flooded into your country deliberately, and it's all been done by the same people. And as I've said before, everything that you've seen around the world in the last 80 years, everything that has caused hardship around the world, so many things. The decline of Europe, the decline of the United States, the decline of America, the standard of living in Australia, everywhere. The price of everything's gone up and the standard of living has gone down. Industries have been moved. Everything's basically gone wrong in most of the Western world. Africa's fallen into decline. South America has had massive deforestation problems and corruption problems. And when that doesn't work, they ship in drug cartels by creating a demand for a drug in the West, and then they go and set it up in places in South America so they can produce it and ship it to the West, people like the CIA and Mossad. And then of course they blame these countries for shipping drugs to the United States when they need a new war, they need a victim, they need someone to blame, they need an excuse to go in and take out a country, which is what they've done with Venezuela. And they did this fully wagging the dog, because there are not even any drugs being produced in Venezuela. Certainly no fentanyl. It's involved in possibly 5% of the cocaine trade, only because cocaine is shipped through Venezuela, not because they produce any themselves. So using drugs as an excuse to go and bomb Venezuela was completely and totally fictional. You know, there are no drugs coming from Venezuela, but this is how they do it. They set everything up and put all the dominoes in place to get the result that they want. And now they're consolidating their power, folks. That's what all this is about. And they just want to put everybody against everybody else. Like I said, that's why they brought all the Muslims in, or all the Arabs into your country. Because these aren't all Muslims. They just want you to think that they're Muslims. They just want you to think it's a war of Islam against the West, and by attacking these people, you're attacking Islam. In some ways, I guess you are. I've tried to tell people that, explain to them that Allah is simply the Aramaic word for God. It isn't like it's a different God. It is a different God to the Jewish God, Yahweh, who Christians have been tricked into worshipping when that isn't God, it's the Jewish God, who's a bigoted, racist God who demands sacrifice and all sorts of terrible things, and who was called by the Gnostics Yaldabaoth, and said to be the head of the Archons. But anyway, that's another story. But it isn't really a war of Muslim against Christian, it's just a war of depopulation. That's what they want. That's what these devil worshippers in this little country in the Middle East, in Israel, who has been the only country to benefit from all of the decline of the Western world over the last 80 years. like I was saying before, man, everything has gone into decline in all countries except one. And that country has seen massive, massive advances, and now it's about to make massive advances in land as well, while everybody else lapses into war and decline. They've been able to do this by presenting themselves as being the victim, and we're always at war, we're always under attack, which they're not, but they've done that, and they've been able to portray that image by having West Bank and Gaza there, keeping that little area of Palestine alive, keeping Gaza alive, but separated from West Bank, so that there can never be any type of united political system or any type of autonomy. They want to make sure that Fatah and Hamas, or Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, never get together for any meetings or can talk about anything, or start to agree on any type of common ground, because that might create some sort of unity. They don't want any of that. But they need Gaza there. They put Hamas in there themselves to fire rockets over into Israel all the time, so they could claim that they're under attack all the time, so people would send them lots of money, which is how they've been able to make such massive gains. I mean, you look at the size of Gaza. It's 25 miles long, 4.5 miles wide at its widest point. West Bank is 20 miles away. It's covered in checkpoints. No one can do anything there and get away with it. Can't even go to the shop and get away with it. How is Gaza such a threat to Israel that it needs the amount of weapons funding that it gets? Billions and billions of dollars. How? Why does it need this? Iron Dome, all this sort of stuff. It isn't like it's under attack from Iran and all these countries all the time. The threat, basically, it's been saying, is Hamas. Hezbollah, they make it sound mean. They've been stealing land from Lebanon, and I mean, Hezbollah was simply a resistance that was formed to stop Israel stealing Lebanese land, because the government wasn't doing anything about it. So it sort of started off as a militia force, and it took a lot of the land back. And it looked after the people, made sure they had electricity, made sure everyone was looked after, because Israel was doing terrible things. That's how Hezbollah was created. So these people aren't attacking Israel all the time. It doesn't need all the money that it gets. It's got it, and it's done it, so it can set up its own weapons industry and just do what it's doing. And the whole world has gone into decline while this has been happening. And now this is a big consolidation of its power. This is the whole thing that they want, and that's what Trump is doing. He's there to be the attack dog for this country and to take over the world. And the goal is to exterminate as many people as they can. That's what they want. It's pretty evil, but that's what they want. So, yeah. I mean, it's hard, folks, talking about all this sort of stuff and seeing it all rolling out so dramatically in your face right now. And again, even with this shooting in Minnesota, I mean, this is kind of legalized what the IDF do to the Palestinians. Just now you're seeing this in American cities.
Hey, go check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician.
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my fucking neighbor. You caught butter in the fucking face. You killed my fucking neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the fuck do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the fuck, man?
Notably, they said in the article that it was done near East 33rd Street. Not on East 33rd Street, but near East 33rd Street. So they had to mention 33 in the article, as if to put a sign out to their friends out there to say, it's all okay, we've got it under control. We can make this work to our agenda. But they've kind of legalized this type of treatment. And this is a very dangerous time for the United States, folks. Like I said, no matter how you look at that video of that cop, there was no need for him to have shot her. He could have simply taken the license plate. He was not in any imminent danger at all. He had got out of the way of the vehicle. And you can even tell that by where the bullet hole was placed in the windscreen. He could have shot her in the torso through the door. He could have shot the tyres. They could have just got the license plate and gone after her. He didn't have to shoot her in the face and then shoot her twice more as she was driving away, when the threat was most certainly over. Of course, she was already dead when she was driving away. The only reason she kept accelerating, I would say, would have been because of the weight of the dead body on the accelerator. But it was unnecessary. Sure, she shouldn't have been there. She did the wrong thing. She should have obeyed the command. She should have just got out of the car. Perhaps she was just pulling over, like she said. Perhaps, debate. Ultimately, it's the wrong way to protest. The best form of protest is non-compliance, disconnecting yourself from the system completely in every single way that you possibly can, but still allowing yourself to have, freedom of movement and access to money and stuff, one foot in, 1 foot out. But keep as disconnected from it as you can. Talk to people, create awareness. You don't need to go and put yourself in harm's way. So it was silly for her to have been there, but again, it was terrible that the ICE agent overreacted the way he did and shot someone when it was completely unnecessary for him to do so. There were much other better ways he could have done things. And again, the interesting thing is that a lot of these people have trained with the IDF. I don't know if he had. There's actually no confirmation that he had trained with the IDF, but many of the people in ICE have. Apparently 120 ICE agents in the Chicago area alone, all trained with IDF.
Group that I associate myself with went through some public records and found over 2,000 ICE agents, right? Well, throughout those 2,000 ICE agents, specifically 121 of them, right, had experience as an ex-IDF soldier. If you went up and down this entire list of individuals, you'd notice that their last names in particular, right, all lead back to one specific location with no other job experience. And maybe it won't let me post it because it's personal information, I have no idea. But there's literally a whole motherfucking list of these people and they all look the same, which tells me exactly why they're choosing to hide their faces. Because just imagine, right, if some information like that were to get out, which is why I'm making this video once again. I'm just saying, if you look into the background of these specific individuals, you might notice that they're not exactly a US citizen. That in itself would prove everything, especially why they're acting the way that they are.
And that's just in one city. So you got to question how many of these former IDF people are scattered throughout ICE working as mercenaries for the US government. You got to wonder. Crazy stuff, folks. But anyway, I think that's about all I've got to say. We're in for such a crazy year. Trump comes and bombs Mexico again for the cartels. The cartels are in control of Mexico. It's a terrible place. It's just absolutely terrible. I mean, yeah, look how terrible it is, folks. Children playing down there. That's a boulder, a couple of boulders that came down in the earthquake. Children playing down there in the road. Beautiful sunset, peaceful. Put them at cares. Beautiful sunset coming on the horizon. Beautiful bay out there. Beautiful inlet. If I walk down a bit, you see boats and stuff in the harbour. So terrible. We went out to a event, or not really an event, the other day. There's a place here in Mexico, there's an event called Reyes Magos. Reyes Magos. And it means three wise men. And it is a time when it comes after a new year and where they give extra presents out after Christmas, and after New Year they give extra presents out to the children. And every year, I mean, Jeff, who people claim is such a scammer and never does anything for anybody, every year he actually spends about $5,000 and he buys like 2 truckloads of toys. I mean, see this white truck down here, the big ute. Put it down there. There's Jeff doing a walk and talk down there. But you see this big truck here. And there's another one up there, up the other end of the road there. He gets them, and he gets this big black SUV as well, and another couple of cars. And they fill it full of toys. And they go to some of the poor communities in the area, and they spend 2 days going out. They go to about 10 places a day. And all of the local kids from orphanages and local places come out and they hand out toys to them on this specific day, which is, I think, might be the 4th or the 5th of January, pretty close to New Year. And yeah, it's really beautiful. That's what they do. And I went with them to do that last week. All these kids first. This is a day in Mexico called Reyes Magos. Reyes Magos. It means 3 wise men. And they say because 3 wise men came and gave gifts to Jesus, now they come and give gifts to all the children on this particular day, which I think is about the 5th or the 6th of January. I'll have to check the date. But they just come, Jeff gets a couple of truckloads of gifts, like they got a whole RV, you can see over there, full of gifts and stuff for the children. So it's just something that they do every year. They're all so excited. So excited, folks. It's such a special occasion seeing kids this happy. We're here in Puerto Marquez at the moment. Beautiful place, folks. Yeah. Acapulco. But the family's doing this all day. They go to about 10 different locations and they give out presents to all the local children. They go to the orphanages and give out presents to the orphanages. It's a beautiful thing to see. And the kids are so excited. Yeah, really good to see that sort of stuff. So that's terrible Mexico that Trump says he needs to come and bomb. It's unbelievable, folks. I mean, any drugs that are being smuggled into the United States through Mexico are being smuggled in there by Americans working with cartels in northern Mexico. And it's all interrelated. But that's going to be the new thing. We're going to use drugs as a means to bypass Congress and say we can go and bomb anybody we like and take out anybody we want. Unbelievable. Even when they kidnapped Maduro, one of the charges that they've got against him is possession of a machine gun, because he's being tried in New York, and under New York law you're not allowed to possess a machine gun. He's the president of Venezuela. What, did he have his machine gun with him? Did he bring his machine gun? Did you allow him to pack his machine gun? And when you allowed him to pack his clothes, so he had 5 changes of clothes to go through in 2 days as well? Perhaps that's what happened. But, I mean, absurd, completely absurd charges. But it seems to have dropped out of the news now. No one's really talking about what's going on with Maduro. So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. All part of the plan, folks, all part of the plan. But I would expect to see a big pullback from the US dollar because of what has just happened in Venezuela. No one's going to want to trade in this currency anymore. Everyone's going to want to pull away from this as quickly as they possibly can. I mean, whatever you think of Maduro, what Trump did was an act of war. It was an act of terrorism, really. It wasn't even war. It was an act of terrorism. They went in there, they bombed a country, bombed a gravesite, a historical site, killed 80 people, and they kidnapped the president of a sovereign nation without any declaration of war, without anything. And then they took him back to New York and they paraded him around in an open van like some kind of political trophy, and they're going to hold some sort of a mock trial being presided over by a judge who's fully connected to all the wrong people. It's, yeah, do you think they'll get away with it? Yeah, probably. The thing is, nobody's talking about it anymore. I mean, this is a major thing, you know, and all the talk there was of all the parties in the streets and all of the crowds, which were all fake. All of them were fake. I was pointing out on X, they're all fake. You're publishing videos that are 18 months old. Some of them were like 6 years old. There was one video from 2019 they were publishing. I think it was even from Chile or something. And they're saying this is people on the ground in Venezuela celebrating Maduro's arrest, which was bullshit. And there was another one which was from 2024, I was saying was celebrating Maduro's arrest, which was complete bullshit. And people are posting them, and they're not even withdrawing their statements. Like people like Alex Jones, all sorts of pretty big names, are all posting completely misleading videos saying how much the people of Venezuela are partying. People on the ground in Venezuela are saying things are very uncertain. I've got a friend on the ground in Venezuela. Actually, I've got 2. I've got someone who lives a fair way out of Caracas, out in the mountains, and it's pretty okay there. And I've got the guy who used to work at the bar, his girlfriend is actually in Caracas, and she said it's pretty bad at the moment. There are a lot of people are actually protesting, saying, you know, we want Maduro, he's our president, whatever we think of him and how much we don't like him and how much he stole the election, you can't come into our country and steal our president. Let us have the vote on what happens with this guy. Let us get rid of him in our own way. Stay out of our affairs, please. Because he hasn't been sending any drugs to you, and they noted the only reason they've really taken him down is because he's pulling away from the petrodollar, and Trump wants that oil. Apparently a lot of American companies are saying they don't want to deal with that oil. So, because they don't want to be involved, they don't want to have blood on their hands. Who knows? Yeah, who knows what you hear and what's the truth. She's saying that there are cops that are going around basically in bike gangs, like you get a gang of 6 to 10 cops on motorbikes, and they're going around, they're stopping people on the street, asking to see their ID, asking to see their phones, looking at their WhatsApp, and looking for comments that are celebrating the capture of Maduro. And if they find that on your social media, then they are basically finding you on the spot. They're saying that you're breaking the law, they want to arrest you, or you've got to give them however much money. So they're basically just going around in gangs and extorting money from people over what their social media posts might be. This is in Caracas, and so not a lot of people are going out because this is what's going on. So don't believe anything that you're seeing on social media, folks. And since when has any country that the United States has gone into to overthrow the government, when has good things happened to that country? Not for very long. And it's never what they present you as being. Even with the upcoming war on Iran that Israel wants to do. They're saying Islam is about to be defeated. Really. So if you go in there and you bomb the shit out of the country and cause the current sitting politicians to flee and then impose your Shah, the son of the previous Shah, who was a tyrant. So you're saying if you do this and you just have regime change in Iran, then that's going to be the end of Islam, is it? Interesting. I mean, Iran is a 90 to 99% Islamic country. That's the pervasive religious belief. It just happens to be the belief of those sitting in the government as well. So you've got a reasonably strict, reasonably religiously based, so therefore totalitarianly based political system, because religion and government should never be combined. You end up with a fascist theocracy, as Frank Zappa warned us of. And this is the same for any government. If you had a government populated by Orthodox Christians who followed things to the letter and it would only do what it says in the Bible, it would be a very tyrannical system. It'd be the same for any religion, same for Islam, same for Judaism, which is basically what Zionism is. Now those, and Kabbalistic Zionists, being the worst of all, who take an extremist view of everything and say that they must basically kill everybody else who isn't a Jew. That's basically the foundation of their religious system. And the problem is that you've got these type of people in control of the Israeli government, which is why you have so much bloodshed coming out and being supported by this place. And because you have religionists in control of Iran, then you also have an extremist ideology which is forced on the citizens. If you get rid of the Islamic government, that's great. That's great. You don't want a religious-based government. But by doing so, you're not going to destroy Islam. The only way you're going to destroy Islam is if you carpet bomb Iran and kill 99% of the people who currently live there, because they're Islamists by choice. And even if you put in a democratic government, take the Ayatollah out of power, put in the Shah and have a democratic government, well, you're still going to find that 99% of the country are still Islamic, and they're still going to go and pray at mosques and do what they do. It's not going to change anything. You're not defeating Islam. You're simply putting in regime change and putting in a regime that is more friendly to Israel and is going to promise not to shoot back when Israel takes over the Middle East and creates greater Israel and wipes out Jordan and Lebanon and Syria and absorbs all of these countries and the Sinai and the northern part of Saudi Arabia and the eastern part of Egypt as far as the Nile. When Israel absorbs all of these places, you're not going to fight back or shoot back or complain, because you will be our friend, and you know these are our traditional lands, and you don't want to be seen as anti-Semitic, do you? And of course he has already been and pledged his allegiance to the devil anyway, the guy they want to appoint as the new Shah. So that's the plan. It's not about defeating Islam. They want simply to defeat the West by bringing Arabs into the West and having you perceive that all of these Arabs represent Islam, when they don't. They represent young Arabs that have grown up in a war zone and aren't right in the head by design. As I was explaining before, they flooded all these into your country and told you that there's going to be rapes, there's going to be pillages, there's going to be plundering, and it's all because these guys, because they're Islam. So there's going to be war on the ground, and ultimately they're going to outnumber most of the white people, and that'll be the end of our countries, which is what they want. Destabilisation. And of course, once this all starts on the ground, well, there's going to be the need for more police, isn't there? Going to be the need for more laws. So, because there's so much crime. And how's crime created? I've gone through it before. Crime is created because they create laws. Every time they create a new law, they create a new crime. And, oh my God, more crime. I need more police. More police, so that means we need more laws, more crime, more police. It's this never-ending circle that goes on and on and on and on endlessly until we end up where we are now. So yeah, Crazy times, folks. Really, really crazy times. Who knows what's going to happen just in the next couple of weeks? But there's so much going on. You know, this bombing of Venezuela and the kidnapping of the president, basically legalizing all these preemptive strikes, saying he wants to go into Colombia, saying he wants to take over Cuba, wants to come and bomb here in Mexico. Suddenly you're seeing ICE agents just shooting people in the face. Like I said, whether you think she was right or wrong, she was in the wrong spot, she did the wrong thing, but it didn't require that type of response at all. At all. If you think that that shooting was justified, actually, I mean, you may just well be a psychopath. So I would suggest you go and examine your inner self a little bit better, because I mean, after what I showed you before, when you really look and analyse that video, no, he didn't need to shoot her. His life was in no immediate threat. Doesn't matter whether the road was slippery, whether he was this and whether she was that, and you know, clearly she reversed, clearly the wheels were turning, clearly she said something about I'm just pulling out, or I'm just pulling over. I think he said I'm just pulling out. So she was just pulling out of the driveway or something, I don't know. But when you look at it all, there's no way that shooting was justified, and like I said, if you believe it was, then you may well be a psychopath, and I suggest you go and take a long, hard look at yourself. But anyway, folks, I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you for joining me on this report. I'll look forward to seeing those of you who are coming to Acapulco. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm going to be doing. Jeff's leaving here, I think, in 3 days, and then I don't know what I'm doing. I'll probably go back to the United States and catch up with my friend there, if they're in a position for me to do so. I'm not quite sure where they are at the moment. I know that I'm moving house, and so it just depends where they are, whether I should go now or whether I should leave it for a little while. But I'll get that done. I'm going to be kind of drifting and bumping around, I'd say, until I go to Puerto Vallarta in February. Who knows, I may end up at Jeff's ranch for a couple of weeks in the meantime, or may, I don't know. Or like I said, I may go back to United States and end up there for a month. I just don't know what's happening at the moment. So yeah, but I'll stay in touch anyway, and I'll keep you posted. I mean, things are moving so quickly. I can't believe all the stuff that's happened just in the last 5 days. And I'm sorry if this report was a little discombobulated. I just got a lot on my mind. Like I said, Jeff's leaving here in a couple of days. I've got to figure out where I'm going to be and what I'm going to do and where I'm going to end up, and make sure most of my stuff ends up wherever it is I'm going to be. So I got all sorts of stuff going on. So we're just kind of floating around like this. But anyway, folks, I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you to anybody who sends me a kind email or a kind word or leaves a kind comment. Thank you to anybody who shares the information. Thank you to anybody who's ever made a donation or a contribution to the website. It's very, very appreciated. Thank you to everybody out there on the front line speaking out and making a difference. And enjoy the ride, folks, because we are certainly in for a hell of a show. I'm going to leave you now with a little story about World War II that many people don't know. I've mentioned it many times. There was a book written by a guy called Theodor Kaufmann. The name of the book was Germany Must Perish. It came out in 1941, and it talked about the need to exterminate the German people. The chosen method was sterilization, and they're very, very serious about this, and they called this the final solution to the Jewish problem. This was coined by a Jewish man, and the Jewish problem was the fact that Germany exists, because Germany was still connected to the old ways. That's why they used the swastika. The swastika is an 11,000-year-old symbol. Going way back, you know, it's actually the white heritage symbol. If you look at the Nordic stories, look at the Vedas. There's a Vedas called the Sentis Perun Vedas, which is basically the history of the white people. And it's got a swastika on the cover. That's basically, and it talks about Thor and Odin and all this sort of stuff, the Norse gods. Very interesting. But that's what Hitler was using it in relation to. But they saw the German people, because they were still in possession of a lot of the old knowledge and a lot of the old ways. Very, very good at manufacturing, very best quality steel, best quality everything. If it was German quality, knives, weapons, whatever, German quality was always the best quality. Even in World War II, they had the best quality uniforms. I mean, the German army was definitely the best dressed army of World War II. So, you know, whatever you think of the Germans. So they really wanted to get rid of the German people. Plus, I mean, they'd moved to Germany, they tried to co-opt all of that. They'd gone there and they'd set up all sorts of debauchery, they'd taken over the money system, all sorts of stuff like that. Hitler came along, kicked them all out in 1933 with the transfer agreement, sent them all down to Palestine. He wanted to send them to Madagascar, but they demanded that he send them to Palestine, so he did. Along with all their wealth, moved all that down there with them in the form of farming equipment that they were able to sell and reclaim their wealth once they got to Palestine. And he basically set up the funding and the population for what was later to become Israel in the transfer agreement. A lot of the Germans were actually rounded up. They were put on trains. A lot of the German Jews were rounded up. They were put on trains and they were sent to camps, and they were given tattoos, some of them, because they wanted to know their blood types and things. I mean, the German soldiers had tattoos as well, and these were for blood types and things. The German soldiers had them actually under their arm, and these were for blood types. So if they got caught in battle or anything like that, then the medics would know their blood type, they'd know all about them, they'd know how to treat them.
So how would you explain, obviously, the tattoos that have...
Tattoos? No, that's very, very simple. German soldiers had tattoos under their armpit. The elite forces of the German people, the SS, had their blood groups under the armpit. You know why? Because when they were shot at or were hurt with a grenade and something ripped into their body, when they were unconscious, the medic could know what blood group they were. So the tattoo was a life-saving measure. There's nothing sinister about these tattoos. It's only the way you interpret it. The Germans gave, unfortunately, to some Jews in some camps these tattoos. Not all of them. You know what many Jews did after the war? For a package of Lucky Strike cigarettes, they got themselves tattoos, if they were in camps where they were not tattooed. Because by flashing that tattoo, they got twice the ration coupons, could eat twice as well, could get seats on a streetcar and subway when others had to stand, could get preferred treatment in finding rooms to live in bombed out Europe. In other words, it became a ticket to easy street. Many of the Jews who flashed their numbers had them put in DP camps after the Second World War. How do we know that? Because there is a thick, fat book, typical German efficiency. And in that book are all the numbers issued in blocks, just like you get license plate for a car. And all kinds of the most fanciful numbers are showing up in survivors. And I had a judge sitting right over there, a restitution judge in this chair, telling me how these Jews would come to him, flash their numbers, he would go for the book, and then there was embarrassment all around when the number didn't show up in any of the books. Books issued by the German government. These people were cheats and cons. I'm not saying all Jews are cheats and cons.
And some of the people who went down to camps in the transfer agreement went down to Palestine. These people were rounded up, put on trains, taken to camps. They were trained how to live in the desert because they'd been living in cold -0 Germany in winter and shit, and they're going to send them down to Palestine. So they trained them how to live in the desert, and then they sent them down to Palestine in 1933. So when people talk about being rounded up and put on trains and taken to camps, well, yeah, they were, but a lot of them were actually transferred down to Germany because these camps actually existed in 1933. And it's a paper trail for this. It's all very, very provable. There's no paper trail for the Holocaust, but there is one for the transfer agreement. But anyway, having said all that, they didn't like being kicked out of Germany, because Germany they saw as the real root and base of white heritage, the heritage of the white race. Most of us are of Germanic descent. Even English is a Germanic language. I mean, you know, it's all related. And Germany was very independent, it was very powerful, had the best technology, and it had strong Aryan roots. And they really needed to sever those roots. And so this guy, Theodor Kaufmann, after the Jews were expelled, had a plan to exterminate the German people, because he thought that would be the only way to really move the Jewish cause forward once they got hold of Palestine. And in many ways he's correct. And I've often thought that one of the only ways we're ever going to be able to really wake up and save the white race is if there is a way to awaken the German people and remove them of the collective guilt that the German feels, because it's guilt for a crime that they never committed. And that's a really, really difficult thing to do, because most Germans have been programmed and trained and indoctrinated into believing that is their whole identity. They are criminals. They did a terrible thing. They tried to kill 6 million Jews. You must never question it. You must never try to elect any type of independent government again, because what you get is a Holocaust such as we saw in World War II, and we are all guilty, and we must never let that happen again. That's basically the German identity. And it's a really sad thing to see, and until we can deal with that, I don't know, it's going to be tricky to wake up the white people, folks. But anyway, I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to leave you with a little video about Theodor Kaufmann's book, Germany Must Perish. It's good to see someone's actually made a little video about it. And I'll look forward to speaking to you again soon. Folks, please take very good care until then. In Lakesh.
The final solution of extermination was not proposed by a German Nazi, but rather by an American Jew. And it was not the extermination of Jews which he proposed, but the genocide of German Gentiles. Theodor Neumann Kaufmann advocated the genocidal sterilization of all Germans as a, quote, final solution in 1941 in his book Germany Must Perish. Here are relevant quotes from the evil book. Quote, "This dynamic volume outlines a comprehensive plan for the extinction of the German nation and the total eradication from the earth of all her people. Also contained herein is a map illustrating the possible territorial dissection of Germany and the apportionment of her lands. Germany Must Perish presents a plan for the structure of a permanent and lasting peace among civilized nations. And there is one, and only one, such total penalty. Germany must perish forever, in fact, not in fancy. I feel no more personal hatred for these people, the Germans, than I might feel for a herd of wild animals or a cluster of poisonous reptiles. They have lost the wish to be human beings. They are but beasts. They must be dealt with as such. There is only one way to frustrate such a desire. The goal of world dominion must be removed from the reach of the German, and the only way to accomplish that is to remove the German from the world. The vicious virus of Germanism had been injected into the life stream of the public, and the Germans awaited the epidemic which they felt must sooner or later infest the world." Kaufmann continues, quote, "A final solution, let Germany be policed forever by an international armed force. Even if such a huge undertaking were feasible, life itself would not have it so. As war begets war, suppression begets rebellion, undreamed horrors would unfold. Thus we find that there is no middle course, no act of mediation, no compromise to be compounded, no political or economic sharing to be considered, there is, in fine, no other solution except one, that Germany must perish forever from this earth. There remains now but to determine the best way, the most practical and expeditious manner in which the ultimate penalty must be levied upon the German nation. Quite naturally, massacre and wholesale execution must be ruled out. In addition to being impractical when applied to a population of some 70 million, such methods are inconsistent with the moral obligations and ethical practices of civilization. There remains the but one mode of ridding the world forever of Germanism, and that is to stem the source from which issue those war-lusted souls, by preventing the people of Germany from ever again reproducing their kind. This modern method, known to science as eugenic sterilization, is at once practical, humane, and thorough. Sterilization has become a byword of science as the best means of ridding the human race of its misfits, the degenerate, the insane, the hereditary criminal. The population of Germany, excluding conquered and annexed territories, is about 70 million, almost equally divided between male and female. To achieve the purpose of German extinction, it would be necessary to only sterilize some 48 million, a figure which excludes, because of their limited power to procreate, males over 60 years of age and females over 45. Taking 20,000 surgeons as an arbitrary number, and on the assumption that each will perform a minimum of 25 operations daily, it would take no more than 1 month at the maximum to complete their sterilization. The balance of the male civilian population of Germany could be treated within 3 months. Another staunch proponent of the genocide of Germans was Ilya Ehrenberg, a notorious Jewish communist propagandist from the Soviet Union who, like his kinsman Theodor Kaufmann, agitated for genocide against Germans during the Second World War. Ehrenberg's hate-filled, genocide-yearning exhortations to the Soviet Red Army inspired the mass rape of several million German women by the Red Army at the war's end. In one leaflet entitled "Kill," Ehrenberg incited the simple Russian soldier to treat the Germans as subhuman. The final paragraph concludes, quote, "The Germans are not human beings. From now on, the word German is the most horrible curse. From now on, the word German strikes us to the quick. We have nothing to discuss. We will not get excited. We will kill. If you have not killed at least one German a day, you have wasted that day. If you cannot kill a German with a bullet, then kill him with your bayonet. If your part of the front is quiet and there is no fighting, then kill a German in the meantime. If you have already killed a German, then kill another one. There is nothing more amusing to us than a heap of German corpses. Don't count the days, don't count the kilometers, count only one thing, the number of Germans you have killed. Kill the Germans, kill the Germans, kill." Appealing to the lowest, most subhuman instincts of this Bolshevik horde, he reiterated his genocidal message, quote, "Kill, kill, in the German race there is nothing but evil. Not one among the living, not one among the yet unborn, but is evil. Use force and break the racial pride of these German women. Take them as your lawful booty. Kill, as you storm onward. Kill, you gallant soldiers of the Red Army." Why is the world largely unaware of this Jewish final solution to German people? The world is likewise kept in the dark about the Jewish final solution to Russian people. In 1919, Jewish communist butcher Grigory Zinoviev is quoted in a speech advocating the annihilation of 10 million Russians. He said, and I quote, "To overcome our enemies, we must have our socialist militarism. We must win over to our side 90 millions out of the 100 millions of population of Russia under the Soviets. As for the rest, we have nothing to say to them. They must be annihilated," unquote. On a side note, the phrase, "the final solution to the Jewish question," is a direct quote from the Zionist Manifesto published in 1897 and was referring to the creation of a Jewish homeland or state. It was a phrase coined by Zionists and was commonly used in Zionist literature throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s, long before the Nazis came to power in Germany in 1933.
They need to make him their lead lower house candidate. They need to run him in New England, where he is massively popular.
And they cannot and will not, even when faced with total object reality of their party failing, cannot abandon the cause. So a wave of Gen Z unrest fells its first European government. So this is Bulgaria.
Right.
Are you aware of this?
No.
Okay, I'm going to read this to you. Disgruntled Gen Z, this happened literally 5 days ago. Disgruntled Gen Z protesters who have toppled governments and rattled rules across the world this year have claimed their first European victory. Bulgaria's government collapsed Thursday following a wave of youth-driven street protests over entrenched corruption and self-dealing elites widely seen as disconnected from the struggles of ordinary citizens. Does this sound familiar, people?
Pause. I would have thought that Bangladesh, was it Bangladesh that burnt down the Parliament House? Was that Bangladesh? No. Where was that? That was Nepal. It was Nepal. They burnt down the Parliament House. The politicians had to flee.
Yeah.
And that was all due to corruption, etc. And ultimately, the trigger was a banning of social media.
Yes. And it was quickly repealed.
Not European, obviously. Yeah. So this article is about the first European victim. But yeah, okay. Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing this up is people are like, oh, protesting doesn't work. Protesting in small numbers, of course, doesn't work. You imagine if collectively everyone went, enough, and you went to the streets. I'm not talking necessarily physically, but you started really amping up. You reckon we can't take down Albanese? Come on. I'm not inciting, just to be clear. What I'm saying is that pressure, that resounding noise around Albo will make, firstly, his party go, dude, you got to go.
Yeah.
And secondly, if it's loud enough and there's enough people, the Governor-General has an obligation to dissolve Parliament.
It has to get pretty extreme to be at that point. Let me pick you up on something, though, because I get emails. Literally every day there will be either a message in my Facebook, Instagram, X, or an email will come through to me with someone with a plan.
Yeah.
And their plan is, if everyone just... And it doesn't matter what comes after that. Because everyone ain't going to just.
No.
Right? What it takes is a catalyst, a flashpoint. The reason why these things happen, I don't know what the cause was there in this European situation, but the trigger in Nepal was the ban on social media.
Yeah.
The trigger in other countries tends to be some sort of a flashpoint event. Someone was a victim of violence from the government or various things, policy changes that outrage people. I remember during COVID, it was the playgrounds. At one point, it was bacon. There was a big outrage over bacon. I can't remember, and the people were putting up the meme of Braveheart. They may take our lives, but they will never take our bacon.
I vaguely remember this.
Yeah, I can't remember what that was about. Anyway, it's tickling the back of my brain. There needs to be that flashpoint, that catalyst that gets people to go. And at that point, yes, protest serves a purpose. Absolutely. I do think there is a balancing act, though, because, for example, we've seen weekly protests from the pro-Palestine mob, and ultimately that's proven to be counterproductive. So I think there are seasons. During lockdowns, for example, when the government said you're not allowed to protest, 100% protest was the right tool, was the right strategy. Approaching the next federal election, I think 100% protests are going to be the right strategy once again, particularly if, as I am increasingly suspecting will happen, if One Nation are having their reform moment, and tragically the events of the weekend are likely to accelerate their and that's not a price I'd be willing to pay, but it's a price that's been paid.
Yeah.
And if that's the result of it, then that is at least a tiny silver lining off the back of a massive tragedy. But I do think we're going to see One Nation growing. And if that happens, I think protests in the lead up to the election, in solidarity with just getting rid of the uniparty, just saying, hey, enough, guys. Let's get a bunch of Labor voters, disillusioned tradies, disillusioned hard workers, people whose dad voted for the Labor Party and granddad voted for the Labor Party, or they arrived as immigrants and they were told the Labor Party's for you, but they can now see through that. They're never going to vote Liberal. They can't bring themselves to vote Liberal, but they could put One Nation at number one.
Yeah.
Right. And if One Nation can come over the top of the Liberal Party in any given lower house seat, so they pick up the Liberal Party preferences, and they've picked up a bunch of Labor voters in first preference votes, where they might vote One Nation and two for the Labor Party. Right. They can't walk away from the Labor Party, but I'm going to put One Nation first.
Yeah.
If we can see a movement like that, this entire country could change radically in less than 2 years.
Just so you guys know.
Oh no.
Oh no, my tinsel. I'll get up and fix it in a second.
Not me tinsel.
To be fair, it wasn't sticking up very well, but I'll try again.
Oh,
It's all right. I'll get up there. I'll fix it. Pauline Hanson's One Nation, it's $60 to join, and that support could do the world.
Yeah.
They need these numbers. So, I mean, I'm a libertarian, but unfortunately the libertarians just don't have the foothold.
Yeah.
One Nation currently does. They have the momentum, and I will be signing up.
I'll still be voting number one for the Libertarian Party, and then probably One Nation at number two. They're probably just going to go right in there at number two, and then after that, hopefully it won't matter. Hopefully it'll stick. In the lower house, it's always tricky because you have to get a majority in the lower house. In the Senate, it's proportional, and you can pick up Senate seats much more easily. But I'm looking at it. So Barnaby Joyce has become the lead Senate candidate for New South Wales, or at least that's what they've announced he's going to be. But I stand by my analysis that I gave earlier before that official announcement was made. They need to make him their lead lower house candidate. They need to run him in New England, where he is massively popular. And I think he will probably still hold his seat, especially if One Nation are looking like forming government. The problem they've got is if this is their reform moment, if this is the moment where all of a sudden they are going to start to be viewed as an alternative party of government, then they need someone who can be credible as the alternative prime minister. One of the problems the One Nation Party has always had throughout its history is getting credible candidates. And that's because they had no realistic chance of winning. And so why would anyone credible throw their lot in with them? They'll run with the Nationals, the Liberals, the Greens, or the Labor Party. They're not going to go with One Nation. And so they don't have a lot. They've got good people, let me be clear. They've got good people, but they don't have people with depth. They don't, and they don't have enough of them.
Charisma is a big part of it.
Charisma is a big part of it, but they just don't have enough people that understand the game.
Yeah.
Right. When you're campaigning, when you don't have no political background, the political machine behind you is relatively small and inexperienced. All you've ever done is campaign. If you suddenly win your seat, you don't know what to do with it. And the party doesn't have enough staffers and advisors and so forth to actually make these people effective in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
So they've got a massive credibility problem in the lower house. Having Barnaby Joyce as the alternative prime minister running in the lower house solves a significant amount of that problem. He's been a deputy prime minister. He was there for years. He's been in Parliament for a very long time. Pauline Hanson is their leader in the Senate. Barnaby Joyce is their leader in the lower house and potential alternative prime minister. I think that makes their chances of having a reform moment much higher.
Yeah.
Because right now, I think a lot of people would say, well, I'll vote for them in the Senate, but I'm not going to vote for them in the lower house.
Yeah.
Because who are they in the lower house?
Yeah.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot to go on. Can I finish this article? Just because I think it's worth talking about. So I think I've talked before about revolution, and I know you dismiss me, but, Pluto in Aquarius, last time this happened, 250 years ago. You cannot deny there is...
I need another drink if you're going to start talking about star signs.
There is definitely unrest across the globe, and people are rightly pissed off with the elites, pissed off with the politicians, because for too long they've had their snouts in the trough, and they've dismissed people. I mean, even Trump, I'm quite critical of Trump at the moment, because what are you doing to people who are being impacted economically right now?
Yeah.
I understand that we need to, step up when there's global issues, but it's like the everyday person has been completely forgotten. So I'm just going to read the rest of this article because I think it's worth talking about. So, Bulgaria has become the latest flashpoint in a year marked by Gen Z unrest. Youth protests have felled governments in Nepal and Madagascar in recent months. Demonstrations over perceived privileges enjoyed by political elites have sparked mass rallies in Indonesia and the Philippines. In Tanzania, youth-led anti-government protests were met with lethal government force. The resignation of their coalition government announced Thursday comes just weeks before the Balkan country is due to join the euro area, the European Union's currency union. While Bulgaria's government collapse won't stop its planned January 1st switch, it prolongs a political crisis that has triggered 7 parliamentary elections in just 4 years. There is definitely an uprising of people who have just had enough. And I think collectively across the world right now, these people have overplayed their hands, and we're starting to see it. I mean, in Australia, I say this all the time, we're so apathetic. But the spending scandal, right? Like Redbridge have come out. Redbridge is the Labor-aligned pollster. Cosmaris. Yep. And he is actually accurate, which is annoying. But I found this article.
It's annoying when they actually do their job, I tell you.
He is a Labor-leaning guy, but he's accurate, right?
Yeah.
So this has come out by your favourite, The Conversation. Academic rigour and journalistic flair.
Oh, yes.
So Labor maintains...
Journalistic flair me harder, Daddy.
They maintain a dominant lead in the Redbridge poll despite Expense's claim.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, the left are ideologically bound and they cannot and will not, even when faced with total object reality of their party failing, cannot abandon the cause.
But they also, what's the alternative? A Susan Lee-led Liberal Party? No. Like I said before they made her leader, that if they make her leader, they are just going deeper into the hole. And guess what's happened since they made her leader? Bada bing, bada boom, I was right.
Yeah. Well, you've survived another episode and you're still here watching. So at this point, you should probably go and subscribe. And if you don't, you are going to be at the wrath of Spicy Carls. And whilst you're there, empty your pockets. There's a buy us a coffee button and would really appreciate it so that I can show up every day and just make Topher's life an absolute living hell. Much appreciated.
Once again, welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott. And greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Once again, welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott, and brothers and sisters, oh my goodness, I'm just so filled with ideas and love and just some stories to share. This stream could go really any number of different directions right now. So I am truly excited and grateful to all of you who may tune in, especially if you find me live, but especially if you find me later too. I just appreciate all who do find their way into this crazy experience of life with me. I'm feeling excited. Earlier today, excited with new ideas, new information. I seek to discover something new and inspiring every single day, and somehow every single day it seems to happen. There's a connection there, right? There's a connection in there. What are you seeking for yourself? See, that which is seeking you, you'll find it. But what are you seeking to find you? I got a lot of things to say, but let me do the things I do. In the background is just a graphic version of Jack suggesting delight in the Lord, man. But now the quote, the Tao quote, people find offense with me, and when I talk about Jesus or do any sort of comparison whatsoever, but whoops, wrong way. But that's not the idea. Oh, this one's hard to read too. So today's Tao quote, I was thinking about the way the story goes with him. And I was even thinking about specifically the time in the temple where he, gets the whip and he flips the tables, a little righteousness, a little anger coming out. But really, he showed restraint. He didn't harm anybody. So be like that. Be like Jesus. Be Jesus-like. Harm none. While serving and saving as many as you can. That's really, really the point. There's a Jesus-like version of you that's waiting to be given permission to take over your life. Starts with acceptance. Accept that there is a holy and divine version of you that is filled with purity and innocence, right? It's there, and it's here, and it's now. And it was always there. We just didn't have the awareness or the explanations. I mean, the ideas of that are always there. Being with holiness and goodness and kindness and patience and all those good things, right? Let's not overlook compassion, Jack. Golly geez, you see that? I caught myself there. I miss out on opportunities to be more compassionate and kind myself. I have been. I have done that. It's not a bin because it's not a regular thing. I've been filled with inspirations today. I started down the path of how I got here. In the description of this is a link to another video. I watched this earlier. Aaron Abke, I promote his work. The young man is absolutely beautiful in his explanations of the Law of One, of the Course of Miracles, this interview is from his Jesus Way podcast. And he's interviewing, James, I think, is the other guy. They're interviewing Dr. Marzinski. He's a psychiatrist who's been directly involved with some serious mental illness. And he shows the connections between the demonic, the spiritual demonic, and the minds. And it's real. This is one of the things I'm inspired about. Dr. Marzinski speaks about some different methods that have been discovered that bring forth prompt and immediate healing. Now, I've learned of different other methods, and I'm working on growing my own. So anyway, I got excited today to discover that others know ways to heal this emotional crap, right? That some people live their whole lives with. They don't know how to get rid of it. The addiction, the bad behavior, whatever it is, right? There's answers in today's society to a lot of different things. But what everything I've discovered comes down to, it's Jesus is the way to be, is to be like him. Now it's up to each of us to figure out, what does that mean for me? Some of us have a lot of different challenges that, we're not healing ourselves. We're not like, we're all in different situations, right? But I was thinking about Jesus earlier today. In the stories of him, He didn't always know everything, right? He learned to trust what the Father showed him. The Father showed Jesus what Jesus needed, Yeshua, to be and do, right? He knew from early his purpose here on earth was to be the holy and divine image of God as man. And so, as the story says, he was facing temptations and all sorts of things that man faces. Opposition, right? The illusions of enemies. But so I was thinking of this, the awareness. We don't know what Jesus was and was not aware of. Most of us don't know what we're aware of and what we're not aware of. And we like thinking we know what everyone else is thinking. It's like this crazy game of insanity that the world is. This world is nuts, brothers and sisters. It's nuts. I'm getting a little bit away. Let me finish this thought with Jesus, right? So this idea of him earlier, I was thinking about it. The awareness of Jesus, he learned how to trust what was shown to him by the Father in visions, in the world, and what he experienced. Jesus learned how to trust to that and to listen to the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of holiness that his life was created for him to be. Now there's a reflection of him in me, in you, in everyone, whether they're in prison bars or hiding in some area of war and destruction or sitting comfortably in the presidency. Donald Trump is a sick and confused man, as are many in this world. Listening to the psychiatrist from earlier today in that conversation, it got me thinking about there is a mental health crisis that's happening in this world. And that mental health crisis is a reflection of the spiritual lack, right? We're here to bring change into this world. And the change that happens through good ideas. Within each of us, right? We receive thoughts. The thoughts are not you. The thoughts are not you. You are not the thoughts. People suffer from, this is some of the conversations from the psychiatrist. People suffer from these evil voices within them that sound like themselves. It's because in the end, it is only the one. It is only you. It can get overcomplicated, or it can be very, very simple. When you accept the truth, there is a battle, right, between good and evil, and it happens here in the temple of you. It's the temple in your brain, in your mind, that rules you. Mankind has been infected by mind viruses. These mind viruses become these parasitic thoughts, these thoughts of selfishness and war and lust and consumption. It's a sickness. And I've heard enough explanations to trust that there are dark and demonic energies that feed off of our lives. We're not the top of the food chain, okay? We're not all we think we are here on earth. No, we only see small parts of the light and energy spectrums around us. We can't see all the beings. We can't see all the fields. We can't see much. because it's a glorious game of life and survival and thriving that God has created for all of us to play. Okay? So play here to live. The only thing that you actually possess here in your time on earth is your life. Anything else, a house, a car, a bank account, a family, you don't possess them. You might get attached to them. You might get used to them. You might start expecting them to be there, but you don't possess anything except your life. That life you possess that possesses you. I think it really comes down to a personal relationship between you and God. How do you feel about the life God has given to you? Can you be at peace with the knowing that you know? And can you be at peace with the unknown that you don't know? All it requires is some humility to the truth, to respect of wisdom. It's to be found everywhere and anywhere. See, it's kind of like hide and seek is the way I was considering it earlier. Our God, the Father that Jesus spoke of and understood as with many names, okay? There's no point in arguing over names. It's foolish and childish. It really, truly is. Arguing over words. Well, what was my idea on words? It is through your mind that you give power to words. It's in your mind that power and words are found, right? It's a brilliant design that our Creator has given us. And this concept I was thinking earlier too, in line with what Jesus spoke, and my prayers earlier were for his likeness, his light, his life, his perfection to that way to be with me today. The Lord of love is what I call Jesus, right? Yeshua. Whatever it's correct, it's to be, but it's the Lord of love. And through the Son, the heart of God, right? The Lord of love was sent to the world from the Father. That which gives answers, right? The highest mind that allows knowing to be known. That Father of wisdom, well, it is beyond gender. It's so glorious and beautiful. I trust it is gentle, but there's no denying its power and its force. I'm learning to trust. See, it's in trust that we find more kindness, right? I've got so many different ideas and things bouncing around. So I hope some of this stuff is coming out clearly. For those who can hear, I hope you receive. It's like the audio version of a diary of a madman. In some aspects, it is truly. I will not deny the truth within those words. Oops, and yes, eye mustaches are frigging amazing. You know what? I was wondering, how long am I going to live stream today? I am starting earlier than I typically do. I recognize that. Part of that is I do hope to grow and capture the attention of more people. Because I know there's a lot of people out there like me. There really is. We sound a little crazy and we don't always communicate it so it's understood. Sometimes we can offer way too much information. Sometimes we don't explain it well enough. But I've been learning how to understand a lot of crazy people, man. And this is what I'm talking about. We live in a world that is run by the insane. Okay, we've got to accept that fact. The world today, the wars and all this stuff, it's because of mind viruses, parasitic thoughts, belief in illusions. It's not real, man. The government, it ain't real, dude. Those people were right. Oh my God. I hope you guys have as much fun with me as I do, because I do have fun. This is something. I don't even remember where I was, where I was going. Oh, the mind viruses, right? The parasites. What built, dude? The things that are happening, guys, the things that are happening. I don't know what's real. I just know what I've heard and learned. But the folks like Bill Gates and Donald Trump for sure, man. There's just so many main characters, main players in the world at this time on the global stage. The World Economic Forum folks. Did Klaus Schwab leave? I thought I heard he got replaced, but I haven't been paying attention to what others have been doing. I've been living my life, brothers and sisters, and I am telling you, I don't know if I even mentioned the title today yet. I actually had a couple cups of coffee today. I've been meaning to get into the tea, and I have not yet succeeded. I don't know if it's my laziness or what. Maybe I'm overwhelmed by options. I don't know. I keep studying me, but I don't worry too much about too much. I just let things happen. That's what I've been learning to do, to trust in God. To trust in God, you've got to be willing to let go. And you got to be strong, okay, to let go and not know. Whew. That's some crazy talk, right? Who would do that? Someone who wants to walk with faith will find a way to do just that. To let go of everyone and everything, if it matters, if it needs to. Being willing to move on, find another town. Kind of what I've been doing. Praise God. Our God is so good. And I'm telling you, imagine a world filled with those who are truly following the example of Jesus. Imagine that. And there is a lot of people doing that already. I didn't realize how many there was in my past. Because see, in my past, I suffered miserably from these mind viruses and parasitic thoughts and mind that wouldn't shut up, but just relentless and cruel to me. It just drove myself nuts. And the only way I found to escape my nonsense was through numbing myself, right? These spirits, the drink, the alcohol, right? It numbs our mind. So I've according to that interview earlier in the doctor, he said there's pretty clear connections between the demonic and alcoholics bars and as well as amphetamines. So it makes sense. Once you actually pause and recognize what is really happening. I was thinking about this earlier today. Once you see the truth, and once you see the spirit of life, once you see from the higher consciousness, you cannot unsee what you found. It's just the way life is, too. Once you learn something, you don't unlearn it. You don't unremember what happens. You just got to figure out what to do with it. But I was thinking about this, how blessed I feel. I do. My prayers to God. Just so grateful. My mind opened. God allowed my mind to open to higher ways of thinking. God allowed my heart to expand, to discover greater love than I'd ever imagined was possible. And what's available to me is available to you. I don't care who you are, what you've done, what you believe, as long as you're willing to change, it's there for you. Now, what I'm talking about, I know it may sound a little cryptic. I'm not really explaining it, but I'm talking about love, man. What do you say? You just can't. It's just love. I mean, there's love that's with you. It's for you to know, to discover. But it's got to be nurtured and grown. You know, it requires attention, as does the darkness. Okay? So those dark voices inside, remember who you are. You are a child of God. Within you, you choose which words move you. You choose which words affect you. You choose the words you believe. Sometimes it's best just to let go of all the words. I'm sure that's a lesson for me. But I do spend an awful lot of time in the silence, and this is maybe why I say these things. Might be why I sound like a madman. I get it. I truly do. But something I was considering is, what is this? Oh, what excited me earlier from that video in the description, and I'm not going to play any of it. It's a couple hours, but it's stuff I enjoy. And I highly encourage you to check out Aaron Abke and that Jesus Way podcast. He's a great teacher. But he was talking about a method of healing that he has been using. It's a practical technique for dismantling emotional reactions. And it's simply by guiding awareness, which is in line with everything that I've been kind of discovering on my own path. It's this stuff is real. Engineering mental and spiritual sanity. The most effective psychotherapy I've seen for the treatment of psychological problems caused by trauma after 50 years on the front lines of mental illness is the MACE energy method. And so that was the first time I'd ever heard of this MACE energy method. But from the little bit I've seen and heard, yeah, guys, brothers and sisters, if you're suffering from trauma and some sort of inner stuff, there are many paths for you to find. Don't lose hope. Don't give in to the darkness. Don't give in to the mind virus that says you'll never make it. It'll never change. You're not good enough. Blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of nonsense. Don't give it power. Reclaim your power here on earth as the divine light of awareness and life. Who you are.
And on that note, put me back. Howdy, folks. I'm back. And yes, personal account, it's all been funded by BlackRock, stuff like that. Well, I'm back home now. And how's it all going? We've got 10 people watching apparently now. Yeah, personal account, and do live. Woohoo. Okay. Cash out Bandicoon 22 just followed. Cheers, mate. How long ago that was? What's happening on Kick? Anything happening on Kick? Ah, look, there's another bot on Kick. Kick's good with that. Bot Central. But that's okay. Well, what am I going to do? I'm going to keep this playing. Yeah, I think I will. So, let's go back to this video. I'm going to go out again because there's a raffle to go to, isn't there? But, well, be here for a little while. I can sort a couple of bits and pieces out. But let's get back to the show, shall we?
Because that's who you are. This is the divine awareness of existence within this complex universal system. It's just one happening that we are. We're on like one timeline in multiple dimensions, all at the same time and different times too. It's just complex, and accept it. Fuck it. It's real. Life is real. And that's all you are. Your life and the awareness of life in the form of a man, woman, human, whatever name you want to give it. It's just a name. Doesn't matter. Let's stop fighting over names. Right? You're a man. You're a woman. Even that one's a silly one. I remember playing that game too. You ain't gonna control nobody. These guys that think they need an obedient spouse. It's like, what? No, dude, no. You need an understanding partner. Okay? An obedient one is one who doesn't really think for themselves. They go and ask permission, right? That's what some people have been taught. Some people have been taught that since God controls everything and God loves us, that control equals love. That's not. Control does not equal love. See, love is like life. Life is like love. Love receives nutrients, support, right? The right conditions. We're here to bring forth the right conditions, the nutrients, the support to grow each other's children, right? You help, if communities work together a little bit more, instead of always focusing on the friggin' sports arena and the celebrity show and the political show, instead of worrying about all that nonsense and the rat race, right? Multiple jobs just to keep going. If we change things a little bit, right? Communities could help each other a little bit more, helping to grow each other's children into beautiful leaders, beautiful scientists, right? That's what our world is seeking. You may not know what you're looking for, but it's time for you to start looking. Figure it out. What are you looking for? What have you chosen? Have you chosen courage, Or have you accepted your fears? Have your fears become excuses? You just avoid your fears so you don't have to face your fears. You pretend they don't exist. What was that? Energy. Confronting the disruptions from love. I didn't write that down, but I had some thoughts on that earlier. If you surrender in your mind and your heart into the beingness of the present here in the now, if you don't do it now, try it later, right? But the intent is to just surrender and let go and become united with the space of being into the nothingness. See, God is not limited by definition or name, right? Whatever belief you have of God, let it go and let it get bigger, okay? Because that's what it is. It's inexplainable, it's undefinable, it's beyond any words or names. But we can know what we know. And the only thing we can know is life in this present moment from our limited perspective on the world, right? And then what we can remember. But really...
sorry, folks. I've been over this one. So I'm going to go to the next one, which might be interesting. Well, last minute or so of this. And should we go to the next one?
Brothers and sisters, follow the dots. Makes sense. I love you. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all, and peace.
Well, hello there. How are you today? Thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing fantastically. And it's time once again to jump in and check out this strange realm that we find ourselves in.
That is South Africa right there. So same buildings, so people can see. Same buildings right here. So you got one picture right there and one picture right there. Same architecture all throughout the world. That is the wonderful thing. When you get into everything about the old world, you see the same architecture throughout the entire world. Every single thing. You see the same buildings in Japan, you see the same buildings in Europe, you see the same buildings in Africa, you see the same buildings in South America, you see the same buildings in North America, you see it everywhere. That's the old world. And it's just been hidden from the people. And they give you the story that hammer and chisel built all of this.
Hammer and chisel built everything, right? Slave labor, right? It built the world that we find ourselves in. At least this is the story that we're told. But he's right. That's Matt from Cultivate Elevate. He does really good research. Go check him out. But this is, you know, I got into Tartaria 10 years ago now, and that was one of the main things, is the buildings are the same everywhere. You know, we find these buildings in Europe and they tell us they're 500, 1,000 years old. And then we see literally the exact same buildings in countries like Australia, where I am, with a history of 200 years, pretty much, they tell us. In America, in South America, in Africa, right, in third world nations, you know, these places where these buildings, you know, according to the narrative, should not exist. They're the same everywhere, right? The columns, the arches, the domes, always the same. And they are always government buildings, right? They're always the parliament buildings, the libraries, the post offices, the universities, the mental asylums, And that's because they found them all and took them over. This is what's happened. I believe that we definitely live in a post-reset world. I think there's been many resets. And basically, after that reset, after some kind of cataclysm, the people who like their Freemasonry went out and basically just claimed all of these buildings as their own, right? So if you look into these buildings, they were always founded, right? Found. They weren't built. And if you look into the history of them, there's never any blueprints. You can never find out who built them. They're always built in a year, and these are buildings that we couldn't build in a decade today. And it's just really a silly story, but definitely the buildings was one of the things that woke me up to the fact that we are in a post-reset world, and there definitely was a recent advanced civilization.
Oh, you son of a bitch. So listen to this one now. The mainstream narrative says that these cowboys from England traveled to America, relieved the natives from their hooks, and by the year 1890, they was building houses like this. And now you're trying to tell me that by the year 1925, they was making buildings like this. It's only 45 years later, brother. So basically, by the time his son is his age, he's making buildings like this. Who teaches them the knowledge in 40 years' time to build these structures? His dad. Look how these men are living. Raggedy and rough. No clean clothes. No one's having a wash. No power tools.
The cowboy myth. The cowboy myth is a good one. Obviously, that's more of a American story, narrative. And the way that they push this narrative, as they do with so many of them, is TV and movies. If you look back into the 50s and 60s, it was all cowboy stuff, right? And they always showed you these wooden towns with dirt roads, right, in the 1800s. But, he was talking about the 1920s, those buildings, but you look into the 1850s, there's buildings like that erected everywhere. And they're trying to tell us at the same time people were living in wooden shacks, right? We get it in Australia too, right? All these pictures of people in bark huts living in the mud. But then, you look at the cities for that same year, and they are built out with massive old world buildings. So the story just does not make any sense at all if you look into it. The only people who believe this narrative are the ones who need external validation, right? They have to follow the experts because they can't really think for themselves, right? That they believe that if they follow what's told and what the expert says, that somehow makes them smart. It's crazy. But it's just so obvious when you look at the dates, of the cowboys, of the bark huts in Australia, all this kind of stuff. And then you check out the cities and what was going on. Two completely different timelines is what it looks like, right? And it really is. It's basically because the cities were from the previous advanced civilization, what we call Tartaria, and all the bark huts were just the people they'd brought in. And of course, they couldn't give them the buildings because they wanted them all for themselves, right? The Elites, the ones who love Freemasonry. And, we, the people, were basically just put out on the land and told to build wooden bark huts. It's a silly story.
Dude, what's up with all these petrified giant elephants? Hold up. Look right here, dude. You see this little tusk right here? Hold on. Upon further inspection, yes, it may be a tiny little tusk, you know what I'm saying? But, it even looks like the skin, dude. Still not convinced. How about this right here then, Nancy? Those look like toenails of an elephant to me. This is absolutely incredible, man. You got this other one right here, man. Elephant rock in the Philippines. Now, I can understand people's argument. Well, it's just a rock. Because, yes, while it does favor an elephant, I'm not saying that it would. But this one right here, dude, look at the tusk, man, and the toenail. That's almost can't be a coincidence. But this is supposed to be a natural rock formation. Natural rock formation, right? Now, look at the little toenails, man. Look at the little wrinkles on his little foot. You know what I'm saying? Just like a real elephant. It's always the questions, never the answers. Y'all have a good day.
The Titans. And the mainstream will tell us that that's just either pareidolia, right, where we see things that aren't really there, or it's millions and millions of years of wind and rain erosion, right, which is just, that story is just, it's just dumb. It's just stupid. It really is, you know, for the wind and the rain to sculpt animals and giants and all this kind of stuff. It's just crazy. And the thing is with this, you know, if there was just one, well, sure, it could be, you know, a freak of nature, it could be pareidolia, but there's things like this all over the place, all over the realm. There's giants in mountains, there's the elephants, there's giant turtles and other animals, the snakes, you know, they're everywhere. So what does this mean? What happened? Well, we're told that, you know, petrification, fossilization is something that takes millions and billions of years, right, to happen, but it doesn't. There's a cave in England called Mother Shipton's Cave where people go and hang things under this waterfall, and literally things like teddy bears, and there's even a bike, and these things get turned to stone within months. And the reason is because the water that's flowing over them is highly mineralized, right? And so those minerals attach and basically become the object that they're seeping into, you know. And so, you know, all of this stuff about millions of years, they need to push time back so that they can build in their stories, right, of how all this stuff happened, right? It's always millions of years and all this dumb stuff. But please let me know your thoughts. What do you think all these things are? Now, what I think we need to do is find one and excavate it, because if it's an animal, it should have the organs and everything still inside, right? We should be able to see that it's got internal organs. And there's actually a mountain that's called El Montgo in Spain, and a few people have done videos on this, mainly the channel Stellium7, and he actually goes, sends like a drone or, you know, cameras inside the ear hole and finds that the ear canal of this mountain is exactly the same as an elephant's ear canal, right? And, you know, you look behind where the eyes should be, and there's space for the nerves to go through and everything. Like, it literally is biologically correct. But let me know your thoughts. What do you think? Are these fossilized giant creatures? And if so, how do you think that happened? Because, you know, I've given this one a bit of a thought, and I kind of think that, you know, one of the most logical answers would be a flood, right, of highly mineralized water that flooded, you know, everything and basically turned these creatures to stone. But the question is, how are they still standing up? Because they look frozen in time, don't they? So, you know, we do have stories like Medusa, for one, who would turn people to stone, you know, with the snakes in her hair. What are the snakes? Is it some kind of electricity? I don't know. You know, in the Bible, there's people turning to pillars of salt, all this kind of stuff. So, you know, I tend to think that there was some kind of electric charge involved in this as well, that somehow froze the animals, right, and very quickly turned them to stone. You know, because we've just got so many examples of this throughout the world. It's a bit of a conundrum, right? Like, you know, people say, oh yeah, you know, it's just it's a giant, it's an elephant, you know, that's been petrified. But how? That's my question, is how did this happen? And of course, the word petrified is very interesting, isn't it? Were they scared to death?
Do y'all remember last year when we all collectively said that there's no way FBI agents would come and knock on our doors here in America about social media posts? Well, I'm going to play a video because that is exactly what is happening, and this is not the first video that I have seen. It is here, and they are knocking on our doors and asking us about what we're posting online, about our opinions. And I'm just going to play this video because this is a perfect example of how to handle it.
Can you give your full name, please? Is that sufficient to identify as only one O'Donnell affiliated with the FBI? Could you please state your full name, sir? No, it's First Amendment right. What's your name, sir? Absolutely not. You can show me your name and identification, or I'm going to go back inside my house.
I don't really want to broadcast.
Oh, this is going out right after you guys walk away. So you can show me your name and ID, you can walk away.
Which one are you?
I'm not going to talk to people who claim to be federal agents unless they can show me identification.
You see your badges.
I need to see. Is your full name on that badge? I'd like to see something with your full name, or I'm not going to talk to you. This will be going online as soon as you walk away. I want to talk to you about you guys coming here to investigate something that you know is not against the law, right? Like you're familiar with. So then why would you come? No, you're coming because you're part of a regime that does this kind of thing when you know laws aren't being broken, and that's an embarrassment, man. Didn't you guys read the Constitution? Do you not believe in America? Like, how do you do your jobs and go home? You're walking away because nothing we did is against the law.
We're no longer living in a free country. We can't have opinions. We can't have freedom of thought, freedom of speech, critical thinking anymore. And if you post something and they fact check it, if you post something and they, label it as misinformation, or if they do go as far as knocking on your door, it only means one thing, and that is that you are speaking and posting the truth, and they don't like it.
Coercion and contracts. That's what this is all about, and fear, right? Because most people in the general population would see that badge and they'd become fearful and they would just comply, which means they would contract, right, with these people. So that guy did the right thing. Definitely film this stuff. If if people turn up on your door, start filming straight away. That's the first thing, because they don't want to be on film. And once they're on film, they're not going to break the law, right? They're not going to do stuff that's going to incriminate them in any way. And you've got to throw it back. Definitely, they need to identify themselves. These people come up to us, these policy officers and the front line of the elites, and they demand that we give all our information while they give none, right? We don't know who these people are. Like, it's easy, especially today, right, to get a fake badge and a fake uniform. And so they do need to identify themselves and identify why they are there. And as you saw in that video, once you start asking these questions, they back off and they go away, because their only tool is fear. It's just all fear. And all they want to do is contract with you, right? Once you give your name, you're contracting. If they say, are you this person? Are you this citizen? Are you this individual that I have on this piece of paper? Then you've contracted with them. But clearly you're not. They're asking you, are you this person, while they're pointing at a piece of paper with ink on it. You are not a piece of paper with ink on it. You are a living man or woman, right? So they're trying to literally get you to say, no, I am the corporate fiction that you hold in your hand. And once you do that, they gotcha, right? So, the biggest thing is don't make any claims, right? Don't claim things. Don't claim that they're harassing you. Don't claim that. Just ask them to prove their authority, their jurisdiction, which they never can do because it doesn't exist. They don't have it. And of course, the first step in that is getting them to identify themselves. And then after that, it would be, what jurisdiction do you have? Why do you believe you can be here? And you need to start asking questions for them to answer. Never make claims.
1666, when the SETS-QV Act was created, and the Crown at the time, as an unincorporated association, declared that everybody was dead in lots beyond the sea. The Crown would hold everybody's names, titles and property in trust for their benefit as the beneficiary until such time as they return from being lost at sea, correct their status as the living, and make a bona fide claim for damages against their trust, against the straw man. So any financial payments that you've made is a claim for damages against the trust. It's all for our benefit as the beneficiary. Now, what's happened over time is governments around the world have realised what a sweet wicket we're onto with the straw man thing. We can take the money out of there and send them the bill and we get paid twice. It's fantastic. So they don't want to let on that this is how it works. So over time, what's happened is we've been tricked and deceived into accepting the role and title of debtor or trustee, and the straw man has been made the creditor and the beneficiary, which is absolutely backwards. Now, how can something that's not alive give credit? It's our life force living energy that allows us to give credit or be the creditor. That's what we create and produce things with in order to attain credit. The dead cannot do that because they can't create or produce.
Yeah.
This is why when we do our UCC dogs, Steve, we switch that around. We make the straw man, as they should always have been, the debtor and the trustee, and that's the two positions that pay the bills. We're the beneficiary, and we remain the creditor or secured party creditor and beneficiary throughout doing all these documents we just talked about with the UCC filing. So it's a way of correcting our status, maintaining and verifying that, again, we don't need to reclaim our rights. All we're doing is making it publicly known that we're not a person, we are a living man or woman of flesh and blood, and that we hold the title and the role of the creditor or secured party creditor and the beneficiary.
Yes, you are the beneficiary of the trust, right? Which means all the benefit goes to you. And like you said, they're double dipping. You know, when you get a mortgage, a house loan, or any loan for that reason, they take the money out of your trust, right? And it's your money, and they give it to you, and then they trick us into thinking that we have to pay it back because we believe that they have loaned us the money, which they haven't. They've literally taken it from our trusts, and then they get us to pay it back with interest. It's such a scam. And you may have noticed he said 1666 is when the Sesquive Trust was, well, the whole Sesquive Trust system was enacted. The year I-666, right? Ring any bells? You know, there's all this discussion of what does 666 mean? And I think that's where it goes back to. I think it's all their legal jargon, their maritime law. But what happened is they introduced them because people were going off to wars and things. And so the trusts were predicated on the fact that if people went to war and died, you know, how would they look after that person's trust, right? Their assets. And basically it was held for them until someone living came and claimed it, right? And this is, you know, and like you said, it's been a big scam since then because they can double dip and take all this money. But this is what the whole declaring yourself as a man or woman is. It's you going back saying, hang on, I'm not lost at sea, I'm not dead, I'm here and I'm standing right in front of you. And, you know, so if they ask you if you're a person, you know, if you're this name, all these kind of questions that are trying to get you to contract, all you need to say is, no, I am the man or woman standing in front of you. Do you dispute that I'm a man or woman standing in front of you? And they can't. They cannot dispute that. This is all coercion. It's all, the only reason it works is because people believe the lies. People believe that the government somehow has control over them. Like, I mean, and that is the dumbest thing ever, right? Like, who would believe that some other random person who was born just like you somehow has control of you, somehow is higher than you and can tell you what to do? I mean, this is slavery, and it only works through fear, right? Fear of incarceration or fines, debts, all this kind of stuff, right? And of course now with the whole online thing, it's hurty words, right? How dare you say those hurty words? But the thing is, if you are a living man or woman, none of that stuff applies to you. They have no jurisdiction. If they can trick you into believing that you're a citizen or a person or the straw man, whatever you want to call it, then they can, because you've agreed. You've agreed to let them rule you. So it's time this year, 2026, that we all stand in our power as men and women. And that's all we have to do, because a man or woman is more powerful than any corporation or any government. There is no jurisdiction that is higher than a man or woman, apart from the actual creator.
Canada is now selling fake meat, and you didn't know about it. You probably think I'm joking. Like, there's no way they'd let lab-grown cow copies into grocery stores without telling us. But they did. So you're probably thinking, okay, so how did this happen? Health Canada has quietly changed its food regulations, and now cloned cattle and pigs don't need any special testing or labels before they're being sold. No headlines, no public rollout, just quietly signed off. So here's the biggest problem. If the government's this comfortable hiding something like that, what else are they deciding we don't need to know? They say it's safe, and that's fine, but safety isn't the issue, like I said, transparency is. And once that trust is gone, it doesn't come back. So Canada, let me know, do you actually care about this, or do you not care at all that the government just decided to mix this cloned beef in with real beef? Let me know in the comments below.
Would you eat cloned meat? I definitely wouldn't. I mean, who knows what that stuff is? But I find it interesting that suddenly all this technology is everywhere to clone animals, right? I mean, Dolly the sheep, what was it, 1989, I think? And Dolly the sheep actually gave birth, right? So it was a cloned animal that apparently gave birth to offspring, right? It was fertile. So they've had this technology for a long time. And as we know, once they let us know what the tech is or give us access to it, they've already had it for decades at least. So there's a whole story, the whole narrative of cloned people in Hollywood, right? And, you know, the entertainment industry, there's all these weird photos of doppelgangers from the past and, you know, people changing their look, their form. So how long have they had cloning going on? Is one question, right? And how long have we already been eating these cloned animals? Because you may have seen the videos. I've done some podcasts on it on Tartari Australia, link below, that there doesn't seem to be enough animals, enough cattle, enough sheep, enough chickens being raised for what is consumed. So where is all this meat coming from, right? It's a big rabbit hole, that one. And even the vegetables. Like, you know, when was the last time you drove past a carrot farm, right? Did a podcast on that as well called Vegetable Disclosure. But this is the thing. And, you know, at the start he said, you know, do you believe your government, you know, would do this? Like, if you don't understand now that the government is not your friend, then I'm not really sure what else I can say. But you just have to look at the government, look at the past, look what they do, you know, just understand that they start wars. I mean, that should be enough for most people, that they willingly go out and kill people. And, well, they don't do it. They get us to do it. They train people to do it. And they've got it to such a point that they train people to want to do it. You know, people join the army and think that they're serving their country, right? Serving their country. That's an interesting little phrase, right? What happens with all these people that die in wars? Are they served up to us? Who knows? But there is something definitely wrong with the food chain.
Cannibalism might seem kind of gruesome. It kind of is. I'm going to give you a little background of what got me to this position to run this bill. Back in 2019, I heard that Washington State was starting to do human composting, and that disturbed me. I wanted to address this because what I didn't want to see is bags of compost with human bone fragments. I want to stop it getting into the human food supply. I was on a plane this summer, watched a video of some food show, and the three contestants tasted the food and they had to guess what was in it. It was some kind of a sausage. And one of the options they told these people that was in the food was human flesh.
Can you tell us the 3 secret ingredients that might be found in this amazing sausage that you made for us today?
The 3 secret ingredients that might be found in the sausage are fish liver, human flesh, or shark.
All right. Are those really the 3 ingredients?
Yeah, fish liver, human flesh, or shark.
Is this...
Is that? And that's just, there's a stigma surrounding this.
We're good. Come on, Brian, please. All right. Yo. Thank you, Kev. Thank you very much. All right, Joe. Fish liver, shark,
or human flesh.
God help you, it better be shark.
All right, 2, what do you think it's going to be?
Shark 2.
Shark?
The liver is like too obvious, and I don't think it's human flesh, so I think it's shark.
Chef Keith, can you tell us what is the secret ingredient in this dish?
Yes, I'm afraid you're both wrong. It is human flesh.
No.
Whoa.
That's not okay. That's not all right.
The way our society's going and the direction we're going, this is going to be normalized. There's only one state in the union that it is illegal, cannibalism is illegal, and that is Idaho.
Only one state in the USA where cannibalism is illegal, which means it's legal in all the other states.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. What would you do if someone fed you food and after you'd eaten it told you it contained human flesh? I mean, you know, it's disgusting. It's gross. It's I mean, no words, right? But it's clearly going on. I mean, all we need to do is look at these elites, right? And the spirit cooking. What's her name? Marina Abramovich is the one who's been out there pushing spirit cooking, and there's photos of it. There's photos of celebrities having big meals, and the food is basically made to look like humans. That's what we're told. Who knows what's in it, right? And a few years ago, 5 or 6 years ago maybe, it came out that there was a restaurant in LA that was a cannibal restaurant, basically, where people would go and eat. And they say that basically when people died, they would give their body up, right, for people's meals. But this is what we're dealing with. So it's not surprising to me that this stuff is going on, right? Which, again, you've got to be so careful of the food you eat. Do not eat fast food. You need to fast from fast food. Like, who knows what is in that stuff? But even just buying stuff from the grocery store, you have to be careful. Like, I don't shop at grocery stores anymore. I shop at, if I want meat, I go to a butcher. If I want vegetables, I go to a market. I do not trust the supermarkets at all. They're not super. They're crap. And it's all fake food. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, do you believe that this is going on? Where do you think all the meat's coming from? Because the figures just don't add up. So there is, meat and food coming from God knows where. And what we do know is that these people, these elites, they lie. They lie. That's pretty much all they do, right? So we can definitely assume that they're lying about our food chain. And just one more thought is, who are these cannibals? Well, we have the story of Cain and Abel. Cain unalived Abel. And then what did he do with him? Do we know? And the people with the small hats on their heads, they are all descendants of the Canaanites. And the Canaanites worshipped Baal, right? Baal, the god who demands human sacrifice. And I'll let you work the rest out for yourself.
Today's January 2nd, 2026. A few months ago, I come out and told y'all that graves were empty, that everybody wasn't getting buried. I'm a grave digger. I had picked up a casket that was light, and I found out that it was empty. Now, that happened for months, ever since COVID. Since then, TikTok has tried to ban me. Other platforms have tried to ban me for trying to let you know how big funeral home fraud is. I pray you'll follow me. I pray you'll give me a chance to show you that this world ain't what it seems. Not just about funeral home, about cremation, about people getting fake ashes, about the testing that you can get done to have ashes tested and see if they're real or not. I pray you'll follow me. Pray you'll give me a chance. And if you can, share this out for me. Get the word out that I'm back. I do have another account, but they're about to ban it.
Empty caskets, hey? What are they doing with the bodies? The obvious question. And, the ashes, right? He's right. Like, people get ashes. Most of the time you don't even see them because they're inside an urn. And we have no idea what they are. We don't. They could be anything. So, all these cremations as well could be bodies that have gone missing, shall I say. And this is, again, right, this is creepy and disgusting, but it's not a shock at all when we know what these people are, what they do, where they came from, what their history is. This is who they are, right? That they do the achrome stuff, right? There's videos of Sandra Bullock saying that for her skincare, she rubs, the human liquid from little boys circumcisions on her face, right? Like, and the whole achrome story, the whole spirit cooking, like everything, right? And not to mention the whole, you know, satanic themes to their movies and their concerts and their video clips. It's everywhere. It's in our faces because they are trying to push this out into the general public. This is predictive programming. They are bringing this information out. So it goes into our subconscious so that they can slowly roll it out and we slowly start to accept it. This is what they're trying to do, in my opinion. They are trying to basically turn this world into a world where they don't have to hide anymore and they can do their stuff in the street. Right? And this is all links up with the whole child narrative and all that kind of stuff, what's going on, right? But of course, don't believe me, guys. Do your research, make your own mind up. This is all for entertainment purposes only, right, YouTube? And if you are enjoying this video, even though it's a little bit gruesome today, please do give me a like, share it around. There's a new button where you can promote it. A few people have told me in the comments it's not working, but if it's working, then please promote it. And of course, leave me your comments as well, because I love reading them.
Oh, the rabbit hole just gets deeper, my friends. If you watched part 1 and you've been waiting for part 2, buckle up, because the question is not whether the sun and the moon are projectors. It's who wrote the code they're projecting, and what are light codes, and how do timelines actually work? And before you roll your eyes and scroll, I have scientific research to back this up. All right, let's go. Okay, so every ancient culture, Egypt, Vedic, Hermetic, Mayan, said the same thing, that reality is coded. But the coder isn't a god outside of you. The coder is a fractal, a higher dimensional version of you, your oversoul, the part of you that exists outside of space and time. There's a study called the holographic principle, and this study suggests that the entire universe may be a projection from a higher dimensional information field. So what this study suggests is that when you get a download, you're literally pulling data from the same information field that wrote the simulation. Light codes can tie into this as well. In my original download, I was outside sun gazing, and part of the download was that light codes come through the sun because it's a projector or a portal, and it is information from other levels, dimensions of consciousness. It's not just photons and energy and vitamin D, but it's information. When researching, I discovered that these codes can come from future versions of ourselves, future versions of the collective consciousness, higher dimensional memory fields, and cosmic networks that we're already connected to. That's why when we get downloads or receive light codes, it feels like we're remembering, not learning. So in Germany, a researcher named Fritz Albert Popp, his research is called biophoton communication. And what it proves is that living cells exchange information through light, because we are light, all the way down to in our cells, in our atoms, the protons, the neutrons, electrons swirling around, making energy. And then the rabbit hole kept going into timelines. And the best way I can describe this is most people think of timelines as linear, but they're actually like tabs open on your computer. The active tab, the one that you have open on your screen, that is where most of your consciousness is being projected. Tying this back to the sun and the moon, the sun projects the active tab, the physical timeline. The moon stores the memory of all the other tabs. And your consciousness chooses which tab to focus on, which one to open. So whatever you water grows. That's where it's at. And furthermore, if you're exhausted all the time, if you can't focus on anything, you're probably jumping from tab to tab to tab, timeline, roller coaster, all over the place. According to research by Hugh Everett and the quantum many worlds interpretation, all timelines exist, but consciousness selects which one you experience. This is also why we have deja vu, dream bleed-throughs, and flashes of other versions of you. All right, that was a lot, but there's still more. Because if the actual coder of the simulation is you, your oversoul, the version of you that exists beyond time and space, the one sending the upgrade and nudging you awake, then the next logical question is, why did you choose this timeline? And the answer might shake your entire reality. So if you think you're ready, comment part 3 and give me an I am remembering. Activation complete.
Oh, I wanted to know why I chose this timeline. Geez, gonna have to find part 3. Interesting though, with the tabs, the computer tabs, you only, experience what you're focusing on, which is obviously where attention goes, energy flows, right? I've, been taught or, heard that it's like a record collection. You have all these records, but you only can listen to one at a time, right? Whichever's on the record player. Same kind of thing. So, let me know your thoughts on this. What small question. What is reality? Where are we? What is going on? Like, this is a crazy place to find ourselves. And I find it interesting that we know it's a crazy place to find ourselves, right? Like, if this is the only reality that we've ever known, how do we know it's crazy? Wouldn't it just be all that there is? So I find that interesting. And the sun gazing, I definitely believe that the sun is sending information, right? Because it's frequencies that's sending us. And, when we sun gaze, we're taking that information in, which is, of course, why they've got us all working indoors, right? Under fluorescent lights and wearing sunglasses and all this stuff, right? Covering our skin in skin cancer creating liquid that they call sun lotion. But, so that's basically blocking out all the codes, if you want to call it that, the frequencies from the sun getting into our skin, right? They're doing all this stuff to block out the sun from us. And then just look up in the sky, right? I mean, we used to have sunny days most of the time. Now it's just all overcast, right? We've got all those trails coming out of planes, that cover up the sun, cover up the frequencies. And this is, I think, how they're trying to stop the awakening, I guess you could call it, the awareness expansion, because they're stopping us getting those codes, those frequencies from the sun, right, which give us the information. And when she said about remembering, have you ever had that experience? When you get a download or you get, information, and it's new information, but then as soon as you get it, it seems like you've known it forever. Have you ever had that happen? Because that happens to me all the time. You learn something or something happens and you're like, and then you try and think of when you didn't know that information and you can't. It's like you've always known it. So it is remembering, right? Which remembering is putting back together to remember, right? So, she hit a lot of interesting points there, but please leave me your comments and let me know what you think. What is this place and what's going on? I'm still looking for the answers.
Why does the United Nations have a military base on the same mountain that Sanyaza and Azazel descended upon? No, guys, I don't know these things. I'm asking you. Or maybe, why is it that we can't create anything new anymore? And what I mean, why is it that we can't create anything new anymore? It's why does it seem like everything was already here when we got here? No, there's something in these. How is Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin able to have this type of technology that is almost futuristic? But Azazel's the one who taught them these things. I don't know I don't know. I gotta go.
You got to stop eating Doritos, dude. Was that Doritos I was eating? Oh my God. Make better decisions, mate. But it's interesting, the whole technology. Where did it come from? The fallen angels. Descend is an interesting word, isn't it? To descend. De is like right? De-evolve. Descend to unsend. Doesn't sound like they came down from the sky, does it? I don't believe they did. I believe, if they did, that they've just flown up there and then come down, because I don't believe in space, the vacuum of space. It makes no sense at all when you look into it. I definitely am on the the thought that everything is coming from the sea, right? All of these aliens and extraterrestrials either coming from the depths, because who knows if the ocean's even got a bottom, right? Or they could be coming under the ice wall, which means they'd be entering through the oceans, right? And then they could go up and descend, I guess. But what do you think's going on with all this tech? You know, there's definitely a line of research you can do, starting back with John Dee, right, who was working with Queen Victoria the First back in the 1600s, and he was, you know, doing all this conjuring and spellcraft and stuff, and that's sort of a direct line down to Aleister Crowley, who was the guy who conjured up or made contact with an entity called Lamb, who looks like a grey alien, by the way. And then you can go from Crowley to JPL, which is NASA, Jack Parsons, which is the rocket technology, right? So there's a direct link there between these non-human entities and technology. And of course, you know, all the technology, NASA and everything, it's all there to tell us they're going to space, to infinite space, right? It's all the globalist theory that we're on a globe spinning around in the middle of nowhere, right? And then from that, you can have the false alien invasions and this threat. And I spoke before about the cowboy movies in the 50s. Well, same time, right? 50s and 60s, science fiction came out, right? All these stories of space and sci-fi, you know, all over the movies and TV for us to watch. And then what happened? Not long after, 1969, they went to the moon, right? They went to space, well, I think it was the end of the 50s. But, you know, there's this whole line, and you can see it's predictive programming, gets it into our subconscious, and then they present it as a fact. But does that make it a fact? No. Like things, just because people say things, it doesn't make them real. Right? What makes things real is evidence, basically. And then we know what these elites are like, right? It's all deception. So, you know, obviously the theme of that video was, you know, the fallen ones, the fallen angels. Do you think that they're fallen angels? And what does that even mean? What is an angel? You know, we're taught through the Bible that they're, you know, God's messengers. You know, that's the sort of general narrative. But if you look into angels, it's an army. There's different ranks. There's different types of them. Some of them, like the seraphim, aren't angel looking at all. They're these weird, strange things. I don't know what they are. Cymatic shapes, maybe. Who knows? But they're definitely, when you look into the actual text of what an angel is, it's not some dude with wings in a white coat, right, who's coming down to enlighten you. That's definitely not what it says. That's just the story we've been fed. You know, angel, angle, geometry, I don't know. But let me know your thoughts. What do you think, you know, are angels? Do you think it's the fallen angels? Do you believe in the Satan's little season? You know, because that's a big sort of theory that's going around at the moment. I don't believe that narrative, because I don't believe in the religion, right? I don't believe, because religion, legion, by the way, army again, just like the army of angels, the Roman Catholic Church. Rome never fell. It just turned into the Roman Catholic Church, right? It's just more deception as far as I see it. That's my point of view, but don't let me put my thoughts in your head. You've got to make your own decisions on this. And like I've said before, well, self-education is the way forward. And you can't make a decision with only one point of view. It means you're being told something. If you're following someone, you need at least 3 different points of views to make a decision, to get your own perspective. And that's what this is all about. It's not about me trying to tell you what is right or wrong, because I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out myself. But we're all pieces of the puzzle. We all need each other. We all need each other's perspectives, and then the conversation to pass those perspectives on. And then we get a broader view of what's going on, right? We get to make better decisions and ask better questions. So there you go. I hope you enjoyed that one. A few, you know, disturbing videos in there. So sorry about that. But this is about being aware, not being scared. And I also just want to say I have had questions, a lot of questions about, different law videos and bits and pieces, and I will definitely be putting those in. I might do a few dedicated videos, but what I'd like to do, because I can't always find the information in other people's videos, right, that I want to get across. So when I get back home next week, I'm still away for Christmas, I'm going to talk to the man who is teaching me about law and see if I can get him in an interview and get some real proper information out so I can ask questions and then get that out to you guys, because it is important, right? And I think this is going to be a big movement for 2026 is, because waking up or becoming more aware is one thing, but actioning that is another. And to action it and to take back our power, we all need to understand our power. And that is that we are men and women, and there is no being down here that is greater than you and has authority over you, right? And when we understand that, we can stand in our power. And when we do that, the system collapses because it's all built on false pretenses. It's all a scam. It's all just baffling us with bullshit is what it is, right? So it's time to become more aware. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys. Please do give me a like. Subscribe if you haven't already, hit the bell, and leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. And most importantly, stay awesome, because you are. And I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
Riley, look at me. Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Really? Leave me alone. All right. Leave me alone. All right. Leave me alone. All right. Leave me alone.
All right, buddy, just like I do, okay? Woo! All right, your turn. No!
The world's largest pure battery electric ferry has just been launched in Tasmania, and the interior is now being fitted out before it's shipped to South America, where it will ferry people and vehicles between Montevideo in Uruguay and Buenos Aires in Argentina. And this new all-electric ferry gives us a perfect opportunity to see what our alleged all-electric future might look like, and what sort of infrastructure is required to make even one single solitary electric ferry viable in the real world. Many people don't know this, but Tasmanian company Incat are a major player in the global ferry manufacturing industry, which is impressive, and I'm happy for them. But they're also going hard down this sustainable shipping angle, and, well, I just don't buy it. We've been told by our politicians and by the renewables carpetbaggers that electric is the future, that not only can we run our entire grid on electricity from wind and solar, but that we can run our transport as well, including heavy transport like ocean-going ferries. And whilst I'm sure the people who decided to make this ferry run on battery electric power meant all the very best, that doesn't automatically mean that it's going to do the world any good. Because, as we'll see in this video, battery electric power requires a huge amount of duplication of batteries and related infrastructure, which, in my opinion, completely obliterates any claimed environmental benefits. But if it were going to work somewhere, this route between Uruguay and Argentina, well, that would be a pretty good place to start, because whilst there is 200 kilometres between the two cities, the ferries go via two other towns in Uruguay, stopping off along the way, which, believe it or not, is going to be kind of important, because despite having 250 tonnes of batteries on board, this brand new battery electric ferry does not have the range to go 200 kilometres non-stop. The ABC published a puff piece about this new ferry last year. We're going to go through a bit of a reality check on a few of the article's claims and show why this ferry far from being the claimed giant leap forward for electric transport, actually proves the opposite, that an all-electric heavy transport industry would be an environmental disaster in its own right. But before we get to that, my name's Topher Field, this is the Topher Project, and I help busy people like you to cut through the crap that comes out from our politicians, our bureaucrats, and our ABC. And I help to make sense of the nonsense so that you can keep up with the world as it changes around us without getting hoodwinked by, well, I don't know, green industry grifters, just to name one example. I'm 100% viewer supported. I have no sponsors, no advertisers. I answer to no one but my own conscience, which means I'm free to say whatever I believe to be true on any given topic. But it also means that I rely on you, my viewers, to help me to keep the Topher Project going. And you can help me by going to topherfield.com and buying me a coffee via the button on the homepage. And while you're there, do check out the shop button, where you'll find my best-selling books, my award-winning DVD, and a range of merch, including t-shirts, hoodies, caps, and stickers. And everything you buy will help me to keep the Topher Project going. The vessel is called the China Zorilla. Nothing to do with the country of China. It's actually named after a famous Uruguayan actress who passed away in 2014, just in case you were wondering. And the manufacturer claims that the onboard electrical energy system is 4 times bigger than the previous biggest electrical system on another ship. But even with that, it has a range of only 80 to 160 kilometers. And whilst the builder is quick to assure readers that this will only improve with future technological advancements, I think we've all learned to take such assurances with a grain of salt by now. Now, you may be wondering why the big difference in the upper and lower range estimates. Well, that's because despite all of our technology, we are still very much at the mercy of nature. And if there's a heavy swell out to sea, the vessel will have to use nearly twice the energy to go the same distance. But of course, they have to plan for a heavy swell, so in the real world, they have to plan a route that never exceeds the minimum range estimate, in this case 80 kilometers. And in the case of this particular route between Montevideo and Buenos Aires, that's fine, because this ferry will stop at 2 other towns along the coast in between those 2 cities, and as long as it recharges at every single stop, it'll be fine. But that brings me to the first glaring problem with the environmental credentials of this plan, because that means that there's got to be 4 charging locations. 3 if we're optimistic about it, but probably 4. And we're not talking about like domestic power points here, nor are we even talking about high-speed vehicle chargers. Those 250 tons of onboard batteries can hold more than 40 megawatt hours of energy. And that's a lot. And remember, it might need to use all of that onboard energy to travel just 80 kilometers in heavy seas. And again, they have to plan for the worst case scenario. Otherwise, a heavy swell could cause them to fall off schedule. So that means that each and every charging location has to be capable of supplying them with something like 30 to 35 megawatt hours of energy every time they recharge. And they claim that a recharge will take about 40 minutes, which means if you do the math, and I'm going to charitably take the lower estimate of 30 megawatt hours of energy needed in 40 minutes, that means that the chargers have to supply 45 megawatts of power continuously for those 40 minutes. Well, how much is 45 megawatts? For reference, Tesla's superchargers offer 250 kilowatts of continuous power, assuming that the infrastructure is there to support that speed, which means that this ferry needs the equivalent of about 180 Tesla fast chargers in at least 3, if not 4, of its berthing locations along its route, just so that it can charge up and make the next leg of the journey. All of that infrastructure for one ferry. But that's just the charging infrastructure. They then have to have the energy available, either from the grid or from on-site battery storage. Now, getting that kind of power from the grid is likely to be an unreliable plan, given that these ferries run day and night, so you can't rely on grid-scale solar always being available. So if they want to run these electric ferries on green energy, they're going to need their own batteries to store green energy on site so that it's available for recharging at each port. And that means that to reliably charge the 250 tons of batteries on board, they're going to need about 250 tons of batteries at each charging location. Meaning that for this one ferry, to be able to sail a 200-kilometre route with 250 tonnes of batteries on board, they're going to need somewhere between 750 and 1,000 tonnes of additional batteries on land. But that's just to ensure they have the energy supply available on demand. It still doesn't actually generate the electricity. For that, they need a vast array of solar panels, again, at each and every port, so that these on-land batteries are full when the ferry comes into port at whatever time of day or night. 1,000 plus tonnes of batteries between the boat and the ports, plus a dedicated solar farm at each port, just for one ferry, with a reliable range in bad sea conditions of less than 100 kilometres. This is supposed to be the future. For reference, the Spirit of Tasmania ferry travels about 400 kilometres one way. Can you imagine the size of the batteries, and therefore the size of the mines, needed to supply the minerals, needed to convert the Spirit of Tassie to be an all-electric ferry? This is what they call saving the environment. It's all being done in the name of reducing CO2 emissions and saving the world from climate change. But as I've said before, and I'll say it again now, pursuing the wrong solution is worse than doing nothing. The environmental impact of the mining, the purifying, the manufacturing, the installing, and later the recycling and remanufacturing of 1,000 tonnes of batteries for one ferry is mind-bogglingly absurd. Now, critics will point out that mining, refining, and distributing marine diesel also carries environmental impacts, and that's true. But that infrastructure is already in place. And let's not forget, global CO2 emissions continue to rise, seemingly without regard for all the alleged renewable revolutions that are supposedly happening all over the world. And adding a new energy supply chain, this additional electric supply chain, as a duplicate of the existing diesel energy supply chain is simply not necessary and is therefore environmental waste. Oh, but you have to start somewhere, the green carpetbaggers will insist. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, don't you know? Sure, but if that single step is in the direction of a dead end, then it's not helping. It's actually taking you backwards, making things worse. I've done videos in the past about the fact that we have two energy supply chains. One is the electricity grid that we're all familiar with. The other is the liquid energy supply chain, diesel and petrol mostly. And when you do the math, the amount of energy supplied in liquid form in Australia is a pretty close match for the amount of energy supplied in our electrical energy grid. Which means that if we're going to phase out liquid fuels and replace all of that energy with battery electric vehicles and battery electric heavy transport, our electricity grid will have to supply twice as much energy every day as what it does right now. And we would have to duplicate batteries all over the place to ensure that the energy is available when we need to recharge these vehicles at all hours of the day and night. Now, the backers of the China Zorilla claim that she is a giant leap forward in sustainable shipping. I call bullshit. If this is what it takes to switch one ferry over to all electric to perform the function of a short-range ferry, then in truth the China Zorilla serves to demonstrate, not that any more proof was needed, that the fantasy of an all-electric heavy transport industry is just that. It's a fantasy. But hey, at least she's proof that we still build things here in Australia. For now. My name's Topher Field, this is the Topher Project, and I help busy people like you to keep up with the world as it changes around us. I am 100% viewer supported, and if you appreciate what I'm doing here at the Topher Project, then please support my work by buying me a coffee via the button at topherfield.com. And while you're there, check out the shop, where you'll find my best-selling books, my multi-award-winning DVD, t-shirts, hoodies, caps, and stickers, and everything you buy will help me to keep the Topher Project going. Thank you for watching to the end. The algorithm loves you, and so do I. Please like, comment, subscribe, and as always, think free.
Australians are not safe anymore. They just aren't. That is an absolute fact. We are caught up with a weak government who refuse to put people behind bars when they need to be there, refuse to kick people out of the country who need to be removed, refuse to do the things that we are sitting here begging them to do. This government, the former government, the police commissioners, I'm not talking shit about the cops. No, I'm talking about the people in charge, the people who have never worked a hard day in their lives, the people who call the shots. They are not looking after you and they're not looking after me. This is a video that's going to dive deep into the horrors that is the judicial system and the immigration system that doesn't give a fuck about you or me and favours the criminals who exist in this country who are still here harming people every day. This is what Gardsard calls suicidal empathy, and it is on display for us all to see. Now, this story is going to shock all of you because it's not the run-of-the-mill story. Okay, the ones that seem to get all of the attention are usually about someone who happens to be from somewhere like Pakistan or the Middle East or somewhere where, you know, we expect violence to come from. And that's not talking shit about all the people from Pakistan or the Middle East or anywhere like that. That's just happens to be the facts of the situation, okay? This is about a man who came from somewhere where white people live. He came from Scotland. And the reason that I wanted to cover this story is to show you how deep this shit runs. This isn't just about migrants from countries that happen to be brown people. This is what I've been talking about this entire time. I made a video in mid-2025 talking all about immigration being too high. And the thing is, when you have those conversations, people start saying you're racist. No, this is not about race. This is not about colour. This is about numbers. This is about too many people coming into a country that cannot support that number of people with housing, with hospitals, with whatever. In this situation, we're talking about a man named Charles William Davidson, a British-born Scottish massage therapist who lived in Queensland. Now, he was convicted of sexually assaulting and R-wording numerous female clients over a 12-year period from 2003 to 2015. There was about 26 women involved and one underage young girl. He showed absolutely no remorse for his crimes, and his initial sentence was in 2018. He was sentenced to 5 years and 6 months imprisonment. And then further convictions happened and 4 years was added on top of that. Now, here's the insane thing. His visa was cancelled because it's mandatory. If someone commits a horrible crime like that, they get 12 plus months in prison for a serious crime. Generally, they have their visa cancelled. However, at the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, he had in 2024, February 2024, he had his visa reinstated and he was allowed to remain in Australia because he had been here for such a long time, because his entire life was Australia, because his family was here, because everything was here. And sending him back to Scotland or sending him back to Britain, where he came from, go back to where you came from, that would have been unfair to him and his family and the people in his life. From what I have read on the subject, that's completely fucked. Here's why I wanted to make a video on this particular subject. It just goes to show that, you know, a lot of people claim that the government's just trying to help out people who happen to have brown skin and they're just going to look after them because they're scared of the outcome. And that may be so in some situations. They don't want to appear racist. They don't want to appear like they're bigots. But in this case, it's so obvious that they're all just fucking retarded, that they can't fucking run a department, that there's no communication between the judicial system and the correction system and the police. There's like the powers that be. And this is not talking about, you know, people who work in prisons. This is not talking about your average Joe. We're talking about the tops, the heads, the head honchos. They don't look after each other. They don't talk to each other. That's just absolutely blows my mind in this situation where you've got someone attacking people, removing their, like destroying their soul by doing these horrible offences, these horrible attacks, and yet they're allowed to stay in Australia. The only reason that there was anything done about this was because there was public outcry. If this didn't come to light, if the journalists who broke the story didn't break the story, then no one would have cared. And I bet that this whole fucking thing was leaked from the opposition or something like that in government, and that's why this actually got to the media in the first place. God, that's fucking gross. That's what that is. Fucking gross. And the reason all of this actually happened is because of this thing called Ministerial Direction 99. It happened because of the then Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, and basically she was sick of Australia sending back New Zealand criminals back to New Zealand who were living in Australia for a long period of time. And basically what came from this was Australia, because they had a strict approach. Like if you spent 12 months in jail, you're going home, fuckface. But after this, they stopped doing that. And that seems absolutely insane. Like if you are not born here and you're a visitor in our country and you commit a crime, fuck off. I don't care where you're from. Fuck off. There were a lot of people who benefited from this. It wasn't just the Scottish bloke. Emmanuel Saki, who was accused of murder, he was from Sudan. His visa was automatically cancelled in 2019. It was reinstated in 2024 because he'd been in Australia for so long. And then, weeks after being released from the immigration detention in April 2024, he was arrested and charged with murder, accused of fatally stabbing a 22-year-old man in Brisbane in May 2024, allegedly. There was another fuckhead who was attacked children sexually. He was a New Zealand-born man. Direction 99 allowed him to stay in Australia because he had all these connections with Australia. There was a Chilean pedo. He was born in Chile and he moved to Australia in 1987 at the age of 29. He avoided deportation under Direction 99 despite horrific crimes that he committed against kids. There was another one. There was a Chinese dude as well. Like, there's just so many of these. So through all of this, thankfully, this fucking Direction 99, which, let's be honest, how the fuck did that even get into play in the first place? That's madness. But Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister at the time, he was the Prime Minister when this took place, he decided that something needed to be done. There needed to be a rapid overhaul of Direction 99. There was revocation of Direction 99 on June the 21st, 2024. It was revoked and it was replaced with a new directive that corrects its perceived weaknesses. This marked a reversal of the more lenient policy, and this was the introduction of Direction 110. Now, this was supposed to, basically change the way we looked at criminals who were born in other countries. However, just last week, we see this. An Indian IT worker spared deportation despite sexually assaulting 17 women. An Indian immigrant IT worker who avoided jail despite sexually assaulting 17 women at a Melbourne nightclub has now been spared deportation. David Arokij Maria Anthony, fucking dude. You should be deported for that name. 35 has had his visa cancelled in September, but appealed the decision at the Administrative Review Tribunal, which ruled in his favour earlier this month under the Labor federal government's Ministerial Direction 110. Obviously, it's not as powerful as they thought. The tribunal found it was highly relevant that County Court Judge Peter Rosen had decided not to jail Ryan or place him on the sex offenders registry and determined he was a very low risk of reoffending. So fucking what? The tribunal took into account the effect of deportation on his 3-year-old daughter. Okay, that's sad for the daughter, no doubt, but also too fucking bad. Your dad does a horrible thing. He gets kicked out of the fucking country. The tribunal also found that Ryan's mental health would be negatively impacted if he was removed. Of course, who gives a fuck? Too fucking bad. He was already getting therapy for depression and anxiety. Too fucking bad. You're the one is the fucking criminal here. Like, Jesus Christ. And if you were interested in what actually happened, the only information we have is he targeted 18 women at a nightclub in Paran, in Melbourne on September the 23rd, 14th of October and the 21st of October in 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are we scared of here? Why don't we, as a people, revolt against this? We should be angry that our government doesn't do more. Why is there so much bureaucracy involved in this? Why can't the police have more powers? Why can't we deport criminals once they've committed crimes in this country? It is absolutely beyond me that we have no ability to protect ourselves in this country at all. We can't have pepper spray. There's no weapons. There's no nothing. And yet we still have criminals walking around because we want to, protect their kids, because if they remove them, it's going to hurt their mental health. Too fucking bad. This video really pissed me off. And I wanted to really get through it because I know that this video probably deserved a longer runtime. But with YouTube, if you have it too long, people drop off. They don't listen to all the facts and the figures. And when I had all this information here in front of me, there's so much to go through. But the general TLDR of this is, they had a shit law in place. That law allowed people to take advantage of it through that tribunal, have their visas reinstated, and they came out with 1110, which was going to change the world, and it fucking didn't. It's not strong enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we need in this country, we need the ability to turn people away like America does. America doesn't give a fuck. To get into America, I had to prove that I was an alien of an extraordinary ability to go and do comedy shows over there and sell tickets. Why don't we have the same process when it comes to Australia? People should absolutely be able to prove that they're not a criminal, that they're a good person, and that they bring something to this country. And if we can't do that, if you can't do that, and you want to come over here, too fucking bad. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East. My dick stinks. Toodaloo au revoir. Bye-bye.
If you know someone with Trump derangement syndrome who is determined to believe that the capturing of the brutal and illegitimate dictator Nicolas Maduro was a bad thing, show them this.
Y Mandy, capturaron a Maduro.
No! What?
Muchos años esperando.
Gracias, Dios.
Estamos saliendo de una de las peores ratas de Venezuela.
La captura de Nicolás Maduro y su esposa. Hoy son libres.
The key next to walls that closed on me, and I discovered with my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing.
I actually recognize a few of those locations from my time in Venezuela in 2015. But to understand their joy, you have to understand a bit of their history, because hundreds of Venezuelans have been murdered by the Maduro government for daring to stand up against it. This is what a socialist paradise looks like in reality. This is what happened when the people of Venezuela tried to get rid of Maduro themselves, and that's why they are so incredibly happy that Maduro is now gone. If you're watching this video, you probably already know about the poverty and the starvation that has killed so many Venezuelans in the last 30 years or so. The so-called Maduro diet, where the population lost on average well over 10 kilograms per person due to food shortages. For comparison, here's the GDP of Poland compared to Venezuela. You can clearly see the uptick in the Polish GDP when the Soviet Union collapsed, and you can clearly see the collapse in Venezuela's wealth when socialism took over. So when people accuse Trump of just being in it for the oil, well, this is what the Venezuelans who have experienced socialism for 27 years say in return.
So you probably saw some Democrats, including the new mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, literally declare that what Trump did on Saturday morning was illegal.
Right.
What do you think of that?
Again, if people don't live through it, they won't know how desperate us Venezuelans are for a change. I know they're talking about Trump only wanting the oil, but everybody's there for the oil. Russia, Iran, everybody's there for the oil already. China. So if Trump needs the oil to give us freedom, then that's a price we're willing to pay just so that we have our freedom and make a change. In 26 years, nobody has done anything for our country except for Trump. So if that's a price that he's the only one that has made an action on it, and he's the only one that has delivered his promise. So if that's the price we need to pay for it, then that's okay. Venezuela has a lot of other resources. It's not just oil. We have minerals. We have so many other things that once our country is better, then we, as Maria Corina always say, we will be an amazing country. We just need that change and somebody to help us for it.
I've said since my visit to Venezuela that it truly has the potential to be one of the most incredible places on earth. It really does have everything. But everything still isn't enough to make socialism work. And to the people who last week couldn't find Venezuela on a map, but this week you're suddenly caring so much about their oil and about their sovereignty, well, this next Venezuelan has an excellent question for you.
This video is for my lefty friends of the United States of America. Thank you so much for being so concerned about our oil. But where were you at when people were starving and dying because of that? Where were you at when people were getting killed in the streets for raising their voices against the government? Where were you at where China, Russia, and Iran were sucking all our oil? And only that, gold and diamonds too. I think that we're dumb. We know that nothing is for free. This oil is not new for us. We know that we have that. But guess what? 86% of Venezuelans are in poverty right now. And this is something that is happening for the last 26 years. So even though we have that oil, we have those minerals, we're in poverty. That's why 8 million people have left the country. That's why more than 8,000 people have been in jail for their beliefs. What is so interesting to me is that you're more concerned about oil than lives. I think that you need to measure and have more empathy. What happened 2 days ago was really important for us. It's scary. My family is still there. My friends are still there and they're scared because the uncertainty is so huge right now. Besides that, we are glad that one of the main reasons that all this nightmare has been happening is in jail right now. The bombs were not targeted to people, to Venezuelans. The bombs were targeted to military bases. Military that has been killing people, killing students, torturing. What happened that finally they're receiving at least something back. We don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know how it's gonna look like. Of course we're scared. Of course there's fear. Of course there's trauma. But at least we're celebrating that one of the heads is in jail right now. So before you come in to talk about oil, what about we talk about life first? What about we talk about human rights? Because that's something that has been violated in the last 25 years. It's so easy to talk about dictatorship. You're not experienced one. It's so easy to talk about dictatorship where you haven't used a meal in your life. Besides that, I just want to say thank you for all the Americans that have been celebrating with us, supporting us. We're so grateful for what happened. To listen Venezuelans first before getting to the social media to pose a point, it can lack empathy, it can lack humanity. This is a very sensitive topic. It's an open wound for millions of Venezuelans that has been trapped in this nightmare for more than 25 years. We're glad of that glimpse of light that is coming to us. We know that we couldn't be able to do it by ourselves. We tried. Trust me, we tried so many times and so many people were killed because the government has the army, has the guns. So trust me, I'm speaking regards so many Venezuelans that are there that are afraid, they cannot speak up. Please have empathy.
She makes a really important point that Venezuelans who are still in Venezuela aren't safe at all, and they can't really publicly celebrate just yet, although some certainly are. But that's why most of the celebrations that we're seeing are actually from the 8 million Venezuelans who have already left Venezuela. There's been celebrations in many parts of North and South America, but not so much inside Venezuela because, well, whilst Maduro is in prison, the rest of his government remains intact, and speaking out now could cost Venezuelans their lives. So to those few that have been out celebrating and tearing down statues and signs, inside of Venezuela, that takes a lot of guts. Now, it's been said that you can vote your way into socialism, but you have to shoot your way out. And if the government takes all the guns away from the citizens, well, then there's no way out. And the people of Venezuela have had no way out for 26 years, and now they have some hope. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's a beautiful thing, and I think we should care more about the joy being experienced by Venezuelans than we should care about the scolding of the UN or the condemnation of other dictators like Xi and Putin. Venezuelans know what they needed, and they needed someone to do the shooting for them. They needed Trump to remove Maduro for them. What happens now? Well, that's still very much unclear. But for Venezuelans, there is hope for the first time in nearly 30 years. My name's Topher Field. This is the Topher Project, and I help busy people like you to keep up with the world as it changes around us. I am 100% viewer supported, so if you appreciate what I'm doing with the Topher Project, then please help me to keep going by buying me a coffee via the button at topherfield.com. And be sure to check out the shop tab. While you're there, you'll find my books, which are about human rights and the rule of law, the limits of government power, and civil disobedience. There's my first best-selling book, Good People Break Bad Laws, all about the role of civil disobedience in the modern age. Then there's my second, also best-selling book, Good Christians Break Bad Laws, all about the theology of civil disobedience. Then there's the DVD of my multi-award-winning documentary, Battleground Melbourne. Plus there's a range of t-shirts, hoodies, caps, and stickers, and everything you buy will help me to keep the Topher Project going. Thank you for watching to the end. The algorithm loves you, and so do I. Please like, comment, subscribe, and as always, think free. The US troll-in-chief is at it again, with the White House releasing a video following the arrest of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro.
Venga por mí! Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, aquí lo esperan Miraflores! And in support of a request from the Department of Justice, no se tarde en llegar! The United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. Cobarde!
Nicolas Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Yeah. Basically, what they're saying in that video is that Trump isn't this.
Let me see your whole palace, or else.
Or else what?
Or else we will be very, very angry with you. And we will write you a letter telling you how angry we are.
Okay.
And of course, the haters are saying that Trump is just after Venezuela's oil, which is at least partly true. But as many Venezuelans have already pointed out, what exactly do you think the Chinese and the Russians were after? Widespread celebrations broke out around the world as the news of the capturing of dictator Nicolas Maduro reached the eager ears of Venezuelans around the world, the ones who had fled from his repressive regime that impoverished their home and forced them to seek a better life elsewhere. I was in Venezuela in 2015 for a week, on the ground in Caracas City, including attending pro-Maduro rallies that the government put on. And people attended those rallies, and they smiled, or else. And I can tell you that having seen what they were living through even back then, and it's gotten worse since then, I can fully understand the celebrations, and I share in their joy at the end of the Maduro regime. But we need to talk about what has happened and what's likely to happen next. Is this just another Iraq, American meddling leading to prolonged suffering and war? Or is there perhaps another historical parallel, one much less dire and far more successful, that Trump is seeking to emulate in Venezuela? And even if this latest effort at regime change is successful, is it justified? And what about the broader geopolitical implications, given that both China and Russia, as well as Iran, have condemned it? Supporters, including many Venezuelans, say that this is a victory for human rights and a necessary step towards restoring their very broken democracy, while detractors say that it's just another blood for oil scheme that will entangle the US military in foreign lands for nothing more than the profits of oil barons. Me? I say, why not both? Multiple things can be true at once. Is this about oil? 100% this is about oil, and anyone who says otherwise is denying the bleeding obvious. More on that in a minute. But does it also have the effect of deposing a bloody tyrant and giving Venezuela a chance at a more prosperous and a freer future? Yes, it gives them that chance, although it remains to be seen if they'll succeed. But in my view, the thing we really need to be talking about is the effect that this will have on Iran, China, Russia, the rising BRICS bloc, and the silent war over the petrodollar. There are much bigger forces at work in Venezuela than just the drug trade, although that is the pretext for these arrests. And in this video, I will warn you, it's a hell of a rabbit hole, so buckle up. But before we get to that, my name's Topher Field, this is the Topher Project, and I help busy people like you to make sense of the nonsense, cut through the crap, and keep up with the world as it changes around us. I am 100% viewer supported. I am not a CIA asset, nor do I get a cut of Venezuela's black market oil trade. Although I'd be happy to accept either if they offered. Or why not both? But in the meantime, I rely on you guys to keep the Topher Project going so that I can keep bringing you stories and perspectives and deep dives like this one. You can help me to keep the Topher Project going by buying me a coffee via the button at topherfield.com. And while you're there, be sure to check out my books, DVDs, t-shirts, hoodies, caps, and bumper stickers, and everything you buy will help me to keep the Topher Project going so that I can continue bringing you stories and videos like this one. To understand the significance of Maduro's capture, you have to understand the role that Venezuela has played, not in drug trafficking into the US, that's just a sideshow, the role that Venezuela has played in the global oil black market. The US uses sanctions on oil as one of its key forms of leverage to punish countries that it doesn't like. And right now there's 3 such countries high on their list: Iran, Russia, and Venezuela, who and be 3 of the biggest oil suppliers on Earth. It can't stop other countries from buying this sanctioned oil. It simply threatens to not play nice with these other countries if they buy oil from these sanctioned countries. This includes countries like China, India, Brazil, much of Africa and the growing BRICS alliance, and of course parts of Europe and South America as well. The problem that America has is that you can't ban oil trade any more than you can ban alcohol or tobacco. If something is in demand, the market will find a way to supply it. And Russia, Iran, and Venezuela have found a way by working together. See, oil's a natural product. It comes up out of the ground. You know that, right? The oil in one part of the world is always going to be different chemically compared to the oil from another part of the world. So a tanker full of heavy crude oil can be shown to be Venezuelan heavy crude oil very easily, just with a test to look at the chemical composition of the oil and the trace impurities that are contained in that oil. It's kind of like a fingerprint, but just with chemicals. And the same goes for Iran's light oil and for Russian oil as well. So these countries, they desperately need cash, and they have oil which other countries desperately want to buy from them. But those buyers are afraid to buy because of US sanctions and because oil can be easily tested to prove where it came from, to prove that these buying countries, such as India, have broken these sanctions. But this is where the cooperation comes in. Russia, Iran, and Venezuela all run a fleet of shadow tankers, oil tankers that ship oil between each other. Now, why would an oil-rich country like Iran want to trade oil with another oil-rich country like Venezuela? Well, they do it so that they can mix the 2 oils together and make it harder for inspectors to know the origin of the oil. You can take some Iranian light oil, some Venezuelan heavy crude oil, mix the 2, maybe add a little bit of oil from a third source, one that isn't sanctioned and has a very distinctly different chemical footprint. And the resulting medium oil blend is one that cannot definitively be traced back to any specific source. This has been going on for decades, and this oil trade is worth billions of dollars in revenue every year for these sanctioned countries. And sometimes their tankers will meet literally in the middle of the open ocean to pump oil between each other while they're out at sea. Then they can ship the resulting blended oils to third parties like India, who want to appear to be complying with US sanctions against Iranian and Venezuelan and Russian oil, but they also want the cheap oil that is on offer from the black market, which, as I've said before, the black market is actually just the free market providing solutions where bureaucrats have tried to create roadblocks. But what's particularly concerning to the US is that these oil trades are increasingly happening in currencies other than US dollars, threatening their status as the petrodollar. as a currency which is de facto backed by oil, which is arguably the only thing left propping up the highly inflated US currency. Controlling the oil trade is literally a life or death mission for the US economy. Because if the US dollar ceases to be the global reserve currency that it has been for the last 70 years, there's going to be an economic reckoning that no American president wants to face. It's an open secret that sanctions against Venezuela and Iran and Russian oil are largely ineffective. And this cooperation between them is the reason why they've been able to continue selling their oil despite the US efforts to stop them. So, taking Venezuela out of the illegal oil equation isn't just about Venezuela. It's also going to make it much harder for Russia and for Iran to find buyers for their oil as well, because they don't have the option of mixing it the way that they used to. And that makes US sanctions against Russia and Iran far more effective, and it helps the US dollar to survive. For at least a little while longer anyway. And in that context, you can see the truth of this comment from a Venezuelan. If you think the US are after Venezuelan oil, you're right. But what do you think China and Russia were after all these years? It's the same thing. So, if it's all about oil, what's going on with the drug trade, with blowing up drug smugglers in the Caribbean? Well, it is true that Maduro presides over a narco state. And it's also true that he is not a legitimate democratically elected leader, with the last Venezuelan election being a 70% landslide against him. But he held on to power anyway because he's got all the guns. But honestly, the drugs angle, as much as all of that is true, it's a little bit like how the US got Al Capone on tax evasion, because they couldn't get him for his bigger crimes like drug trafficking and murder. So they got him for what they could get him for. In his case, tax evasion. The drugs angle in Venezuela, these public statements from the Trump administration, the blowing up of those boats, all of that has been in preparation for this moment, for this arrest and the upcoming drug-related prosecution of Nicolas Maduro. But in my opinion, that's not the real reason for the operation. That's the excuse, the legal cover, if you like. But the reason? Well, the reason's the oil. But that's also not to say that it's a bad thing or to say that Venezuela is doomed to turn into another Iraq. Now, I'm on the record as being a staunch opponent of US regime change operations around the world, not only because they're often unjustified, but also because, they usually don't work out very well at all in the long run. Saddam Hussein was originally a US asset installed by the US to counter Iran. And look at how that turned out. Same with Osama bin Laden, trained and equipped by the CIA to fight against the Russian invasion of Afghanistan during the 1980s. And again, look how that turned out. But at this early stage, I don't think what's happening in Venezuela is comparable to either Iraq or Afghanistan. Instead, I would liken it far more to the US intervention in Panama at the very end of 1989. Let me brush over the highlights quickly so that you can spot the similarities. Panama, a Central American country, was crucial to US trade, not because they had oil, but because they had the Panama Canal, which is a truly extraordinary marvel of engineering that connects the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans without having to visit Antarctica on the way through. But Panama was run by a military general, Manuel Noriega, and he was accused by the US of drug trafficking, money laundering, election fraud, the killing of his political opponents, including leading opposition figure Hugo Spadafora, and of being a threat to US interests, most notably the US access to the Panama Canal, which, let's not forget, that canal was built by the US. After they helped Panama to gain independence from Colombia. Yeah, history gets pretty messy. In the case of Panama, when they threatened to take away US access to the canal that the US had built, the US launched Operation Just Cause, a full-scale ground invasion which steamrolled the country in a matter of days, although it took about a month for the cleanup operations to be complete and for Noriega to be captured. Noriega was taken to the US and he was charged with drug charges in a federal court, exactly the same as what they're doing with Maduro. Noriega's defense centered around sovereign immunity, that as the leader of a foreign country, he has diplomatic immunity and he's not under the jurisdiction of any American court. That they did not consider him to be on the base legitimate leader of Panama. due to the election fraud and the suppression of opposition parties. So on that basis, they deemed his actions to be criminal and not protected by sovereign immunity. And they imprisoned him for 17 years. After that, Noriega was extradited to France, where he faced money laundering convictions, and finally he was returned back to Panama, where he was prosecuted for his murders and human rights abuses, and remained in custody till his death in 2017. It's important to note that, unlike Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, and so many other examples around the world, Panama stands almost alone as an example of an intervention that actually worked long term. The US aided Panama in reconstruction efforts and handed the country over to a democratically elected government, and Panama remains a peaceful, stable democracy to this day. That's the playbook that Trump is trying to emulate in Venezuela, and he's using the same justifications. Now, whether that's right or wrong is a matter of opinion. However, it's worth noting that whilst the US invasion of Panama was roundly condemned by the UN, it enjoyed massive support from within Panama at the time, although the sentiment has shifted over time as lefties have rewritten history and tried to turn the liberation of Panama from a brutal, murderous, human rights abusing dictator into a national day of mourning. And I'll finish the Panama story with a little sidebar. Unlike Maduro, but very much like Saddam and Osama bin Laden and a host of others, Noriega was actually a one-time CIA asset, and he aided the US during the Iran-Contra operation, and that's a whole other story for another time. But Noriega is yet another example of a US asset turned enemy. This is a continuing trend that should be cause for pause amongst warhawks who want the US to get involved in everybody else's business all of the time. So that's what's really going on in Venezuela, and that's why it's happening. The remaining question is, what's going to happen next? Well, from a legal standpoint, I expect it's going to go largely the way that the Noriega affair did. They will convict Maduro and imprison him for long enough that he won't have any friends left when he gets out. So Trump is going to win, at least on the legal front. International condemnation, well, that's actually been less severe than I would have expected. Of course, China and Russia and Iran have all condemned it, why wouldn't they? But the UN, well, they've expressed concern over the dangerous precedent, apparently unaware that Trump is actually following precedents which were already set decades ago. And there is an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, which will be happening right around the time that I'm recording this video, so you'll have to go online to see the results of that for yourself. But before I finish, I want to bring this back to a personal level, the level of the people of Venezuela. When I was in Caracas for a week back in 2015, I saw a country divided. Many people foolishly loved Maduro and the socialists. I'll never forget one conversation I had with someone at one of these pro-Maduro rallies. He said to me through a translator that he was grateful to Maduro for the free t-shirt that they were giving away at the rally, because without Maduro, there was no way he could have afforded to buy a new t-shirt for himself. He was blissfully unaware, he's a grown-ass man, unaware of the fact that it was Maduro and the socialist state that was the reason why he couldn't afford to buy his own t-shirt. The state had literally stolen the shirt off his back, and now he was groveling in gratitude for the fact that they gave him one in return. But then on the other side, there are many millions of Venezuelans who understand that Maduro and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, well, they are the cause of their suffering, not their saviors, and they long to be free. But it really is true that whilst you can vote your way into socialism, you have to shoot your way out. And the reason millions of Venezuelans all around the world, as well as inside Venezuela, are celebrating the actions of Trump and the US military and the capture of Nicolas Maduro is because it's their hope that maybe he's done the shooting for them, and that maybe they can look forward to a future free of the oppression of this socialist paradise. The reality is the situation on the ground in Venezuela remains very unclear. Trump has said that the US will run Venezuela. But how? What does that mean in practice? Because whilst Maduro has been removed, his government remains largely intact, and what happens next inside the borders of that country remains anybody's guess. When I returned from Venezuela 11 years ago, I said that whilst I hope that they will someday be free, I fear that gaining their freedom is going to require an enormous amount of blood to be spilled in their streets. And I hope that that prediction is wrong. I hope that Venezuela emerges into a peaceful and prosperous democracy like what Panama did, without further bloodshed. But at this stage, it's too early to tell. My name's Topher Field. This is the Topher Project, and I hope you've appreciated this deep dive into these recent events in Venezuela, their cause, their precedents, and their implications. I'm 100% viewer supported, so if you appreciate having an Australian voice of reason in a world gone mad, then please help me to keep the Topher Project going by buying me a coffee via the button that you'll find at topherfield.com. And while you're there, please take a moment to check out my books about government, power, human rights, the rule of law, and the role of civil disobedience in the modern age. You'll also find my DVD, my t-shirts, hoodies, caps and bumper stickers, and everything you buy will help me to keep the Topher Project going. Thank you also for watching all the way to the end. This has been a longer video than my norm because this is a bigger topic than most topics, but the algorithm loves you for watching all the way to the end, and so do I. Please like, comment, subscribe, and as always, think free.
What's up, everybody? It's Phil Brown coming at you. Today is, I do believe, the 2nd of January, 2026. Happy New Year to everybody out there, if that's something you celebrate. Again, I'm of the mind that the New Year is actually the spring, you know what I mean? We can argue over the date, March, April, doesn't really matter, but New Year usually means new growth, new life, new... new everything. And if you look outside right now, it's a little bit dead out there. So, Happy New Year, everybody. Crazy stuff. I literally just watched, it popped up on my feed. I watched last year's New Year's message. Oh, if you haven't seen it, you should go watch it because it's on YouTube, by the way. Because everything I said in that happened in 2025. So I figure, as irrelevant as I've become on the internet, because I really don't care, because like I've been saying, you got to live in the real life, you know what I mean? Family, that type of thing, community, preparedness, etc. is going to be of the utmost importance, especially in this coming year of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but... they're really distracting us out here, and 2025, especially the end of it, we had the whole Kirk situation. People are still arguing about all this. It's all by design, folks. All of this is by design. And they're trying to keep us distracted from what I think is the most important things that we should be paying attention to, like the spiritual realm that we're, delving into, whether you know it or not. As I've said before, there's no amount of voting. There's no political solution to this spiritual problem. And I think that's what a lot of these social media distractions, is what I'm going to call them, are meant to do, is to keep everybody stuck in this fucking bubble of nonstop arguing back and forth. Well, the shooter guy was over here. Oh, these guys are from Mossad. Oh, we had the helicopter from fucking Egypt. Except... Erica Kirk was in the base. She's a fucking child trafficker. She's a fucking Rothschild. It doesn't matter. None of this shit fucking matters. That's the problem that I have with all of this. None of it matters. We're fighting over useless shit. So what? Say Erica Kirk was behind the Charlie Kirk assassination. Is that going to change anything? Is that going to change the world? Fuck no. It's not going to change nothing. And how many months have we wasted? Since it happened in September, by the way, how many months have we wasted arguing over this thing? Meanwhile, there's some crazy shit going on around the world. There's some crazy sightings we're seeing in the skies. Eyes to the skies, by the way. There's some crazy advancements in, totalitarian control happening in every single white Western country. Censorship is coming back with a fucking sting. I literally just saw a Jew interviewing a Jew talking about how we need to get rid of free speech, the First Amendment in the United States, because it hurts the Jews. They're going to shut down everything, man. What they're doing in Britain, as I've said before, all this fucking censorship, all this Ursula von der Leyen talking about digital IDs, all of that shit is going to culminate between now and 2030. As I've been saying since this whole, COVID scam started in 2020, and I literally said they're going for it, right? They're going for it. The 2030 agenda is right on point, right? Here we are. But meanwhile, we're out here arguing over who shot Charlie. He even got shot. If he's even a real fucking person, ladies and gentlemen. One thing changed. We're all being played. I think a lot of folks don't understand the gravity of that statement. The world is a stage. We're all being played. People out here on the internet are always like, oh, well, look what I found. I got all these new videos. Oh, fuck the government. Look what they're doing to us. Everything you find on the internet, ladies and gentlemen, everything you come across on social media, this is banned everywhere. It's banned everywhere. If it were banned everywhere, how the fuck did you get it? Also, look what they did. Just as an example, look what they did at the trucker convoy. Right? They had no problem tracking down all these random motherfuckers, whether you donated $5, $20, or $5,000. They shut down how many bank accounts? They pulled how much shit off the internet during COVID? Knew it right away. As soon as you put up a COVID video, and I'm living proof, I went through about 6 channels during COVID. As soon as you put up a video, they know it's about COVID, and within minutes it's down. Right? So what makes you believe they don't control all the information on the internet? And everything that you think is secret or banned or whatever, it's all put out there for you by the same fucking people. Right? The world is a stage. This is a massive production, folks. And I'm going to continue with that into 2026 because that's what it is. We've got all these factions here at the end of 2025. All these right-wing, white supremacy parties. We're going to yeet the Jeets. We're going to fucking mass remigration now. Mass deport. How are we going to get there? Right? In 2026, this is going to continue. And everybody that's involved in this, as I keep saying over and over and over again, like me, you're going to jail. You're going to jail because you're being honeypotted. These people have no plan. I have heard 0 plans on how they're going to remigrate any of these people. As I've said before, the short-sightedness of most Canadians is absolutely phenomenal. So how about in the new year, we do a little investigation, do a little critical thinking. Because how are these groups going to remigrate anybody? All they're doing is agitating. All they're doing is getting the government more pissed off. And as I've said before, will entail more laws, more censorship, more blocking of free speech. Right? But they don't even have a plan. They don't even know how to fucking remigrate. We're just getting out there with the good slogans and speeches we can read off our cell phones. You can't fix this system, and that's a huge message I'm going to bring into 2026 with me. You cannot fix this system. The whole federation is fucked. That's one thing I can't agree on with Mr. Frank. I'm a sellout Vaughn. There's one thing we can agree on, that you cannot fix this federation. It is fucked. Top down. You need some sort of, reorganization. I don't know a better way to say it. How do you change a government where you literally have 0 say? As much as everybody thinks that your voting counts, the fuck it does. Your vote counts for shit. These are selections. These are not elections, folks. And the whole Mark Carney thing should have proved that to you back then. The whole country's a wave of blue, but somehow Mark Carney gets in, and then somehow the CPC people start crossing the floor? Expect a majority in 2026, ladies and gentlemen. Make it easier for these policies to go through, and still give the illusion that the conservatives are fighting against the liberals, when in theory, they're all working together. They're all promoting the same agendas. But how do you change a system that is busted from within and intentionally? You think that Mark Carney's got the power to sign fucking executive orders like Donald Trump? Remember that show? Early 2025? That doesn't happen like that in Canada. In fact, it is much harder to get shit done around here, because you need to pass those bills through Senate. And Senate are the ones that make the rules. As I've stated over and over and over again, you literally have zero say, folks. You can vote in whoever the fuck you want. But when they try to pass a bill, if those senators don't like the way that bill smells, they're throwing it right in the fucking garbage with the rest of the trash. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a communist dictatorship. You just have not been told this. Freedom doesn't exist. So I'm going to go back to my original question to these so-called right-wing nationalist group, mainly the SSC or suck some cocks. How do you remigrate all the Jeeps? How do you eat the Jeep, baby? How? What is your plan? What is your plan to get rid of these people? Because politically, it ain't going to happen. Right? It ain't going to happen. So you couldn't be promoting, defending your own neighborhoods like the Lynx groups, right? Jeremy McKenzie, you rat fed. I really hope that this year proves that all these groups are literally a distraction. Because in Minecraft, there is only one way to change anything that's happening in our societies today. There's only one way to remigrate all these undesirables back to their own goddamn countries. There's only one way, ladies and gentlemen. In Minecraft, revolution is the only fucking solution here. And that's all I've been talking about for, 3, 4, 5 years now? Something like that. So I hope in 2026 we bring our fucking brains with us and we understand that a lot of this crap that you're seeing on the internet of people talking about, being nationalists, etc., but are making their rounds to tens of thousands, if not more, viewers across the internet. How does the government not shut that down? They let it flow. But normal, everyday, average, truth-seeking people like Sons of Enos, Brandon Taylor Moore, right? They're arrested immediately, charged. Brandon Tyler Moore is looking at a pile of time in jail for denying the Holocaust. Sons of Enos, Keenan, he did a couple of months, 2-3 months in jail for denying the Holocaust. But you literally have the SSC who reaches 10 times more the fucking audience, and they're out there talking about fuck the Jews, Holocaust, and fucking genocide, etc., eating Jeets, etc. But they're allowed to fucking flourish, right? Totally normal, folks. Totally fucking normal when you're a fed honeypot, because that's what it is. And not only that, not only is it a fed honeypot, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said from the beginning, this is the best way, and I'm not even just the SSC. Who else you got? Right? Your Candace Owenses, your fucking, all your gatekeepers. Moose on the loose. Everybody loves Moose, man. He's Moose. He's a conservative ass kisser that just reads the news, man. Although I will say, when I used to read the news, I had way more followers. You know why? Because the Canadian people cannot swallow the fucking hard pill. Government's an illusion. All these people are gatekeepers. All they're doing is wasting your fucking time. Well, things like universal basic income, digital IDs, digital currency, I don't know, giving away all your tax dollars to a country that is clearly doing better than we are. right? We got no gold. Silver's just shot up. Oh, well, they're manipulating the price in the stocks. They're saying $71 an ounce, but street value of silver is closer to 120, right? Gold. All your precious metals, copper right now, if you're a scrapper out there, you know what I'm talking about. All your precious metals are going through the roof. What is that indicative of? That usually means a fiat currency crash or a market crash is right around the fucking corner. And I only know this because I've been in the demolition sector for like 16 or 17 fucking years now. I used to be owned by, our company used to be owned by one of the biggest scrap metal companies in the fucking world. I know how the pulse works on the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, 2026 is not going to be a happy time if you haven't noticed the end of 2025. It's going to be an absolute fucking nightmare. It's going to get even more chaotic than it was last year. And then next year is going to be even more chaotic. And the year after that's going to be even more chaotic. We can't forget the mortgage crisis that's about to erupt here in this country. Everybody that was on a fixed rate mortgage since COVID, what was it, like 2023, the Bank of Canada guy came out and said, well, if you've been on a fixed rate since somewhere's around 2020, by 2026, you're going to be paying up to 62% more a month for your mortgage. Remember that? Remember that? And guaranteed nothing happens when these people lose their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see more people on the street, more children starving, more reason for government to enforce more control. Like, I don't know, UBI perhaps? Which, like I said, I follow a bunch of these Canadian UBI channels over on Twitter. They've been pressing hard with the propaganda for the last couple of years. But nobody notices these things. Pilot projects are happening all over this country. But nobody really knows about that, do you? Not until it's too fucking late, because we're all too distracted with, are we getting a pipeline? Are we not getting a pipeline? Is there healthcare for us? Is there not healthcare? And Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? We got people literally dying in our fucking emergency, in our emergency rooms, waiting to see a triage nurse, for fuck's sakes. 8 hours. This literally just happened the other day. Guy dies on the floor. We have 25,000 people waiting on lists for MRIs. Right? Everybody, oh, the Canadian healthcare is so great. Yeah, if you're a foreigner, in 2026, is any of this going to change? No, it's going to get worse. Because socialism doesn't fucking work. Doesn't fucking work when you bring in mutts from third world that are literally here to scam every fucking cent we got. Socialism only works if it's a national socialism, which is never going to happen in this country. They're not going to allow it to happen. People here are too cocked. But I would like to be wrong on that. I really hope in 2026 Canadians find their fucking balls. But I don't think that's going to happen. What I see happening, more censorship, more jailing, more bread and circus to keep us distracted while they install the digital prisons, the checkpoint Charlies, the facial recognition cameras, the digital ID cards, the digital currencies. All of this is going on. And we're so infatuated with all the distractions, we're never going to notice. Here's my final word. 2026, ladies and gentlemen. In my mind, you got two choices. You drop your knees and pray. Maybe get yourself familiar with this bad boy. Maybe get yourself familiar with things like the Book of Jasher, the Book of Enoch, and understand what's really going on in this world. Because your only salvation is through him. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us. That is the only way out of this eternal hell that we're fucking living. The evil's already here. The evil's already been let in. They spray us like bugs. They poison our water. They poison our fucking food and tell us it's good for us. We accept. They said lockdowns were good for us. We accepted. They told us masks were good for everybody. We accepted. They said shutting down businesses was good. We did that. And then they said taking this experimental mRNA garbage was good. And we did that. Not all of us, thank God. Now, looking back at all those things that they said were good, turned out to be absolute shit. And turned out to be the detriment of our economy, our country, and our social fabric. I've never seen a country so fucking divided in my life. White Western countries were fighting all over the board for the wrong reasons. We are going to lose our homes. We're going to lose our homelands. And we're going to get moved into the fucking 15-minute cities. Unless we make that right choice. Follow what's right. Find your communities. Stand on your feet. Fuck dying on your knees. Stop acquiescing to these governmental overreaches. Understand there's only one law in this world. God's law. Do no harm to others, folks. But in the same respect, don't let them do harm to you. Jesus flipped the money changers' tables. He was no pussy. And neither should you be. So in 2026, ladies and gentlemen, let's get down to brass facts. Fuck this distraction game and start taking back our lives. Because if we don't, they definitely will. And the future will not be pretty. So Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. Spread this around to anybody you think needs to hear it. But to think that this is going to get any better without any work is a fucking pipe dream. Peace.
Okay, so we're being socially responsible, socially isolated, so we're glamping in the backyard. Got the fishing gear ready. There's not much fish around here. Got the fake grass. And yeah, that's the bus going because the battery was flat. Got the Bundy happening. And we're just down from the palm trees, down from the, well, that's the laundry block. And so nice and set up, bit windy. Oh yeah, we won't worry about that bit. Someone taking a video of me. Good on ya. I'm wearing my fat clothes. So there we go. Socially responsible glamping on Easter Saturday. God love BCF, eh?
Kids in the picture. Couple of paramedics to make sure the thing goes well. Bit of family atmosphere. Lots of families. Hello guys. Hopefully not well. It's massive, isn't it? Oh, family parties going on. You can see the bay. Look at all the yachts have got their lights on. It's about half an hour before the fireworks actually start, folks. So just making my way around to the other side of that bay over there. And yeah, I see the popularity of Wanji fireworks. So, anyone in the chat room, say good day. Might be a while. There's one of the battery holding up. How you going, guys?
Hey, man.
There you can see it. Pretty special sort of place. Hello, Bevels. Oh, we got some noises. Oh, it's time, folks. For that special sound. You know what that sound is? Kind of sound thing. This is a good spot. Hello. Someone in the chat room. Where is this? This is in a place called Wanji in New South Wales, Australia. Why, where are you? How close to midnight is it there? Somewhat eerie sometimes. Here's one little spot amongst the trees. Chicago, eh? I'm in Australia, yes. One of the few bits of paradise in the world. I'm so blessed to be able to live in here, really. It's a pleasure. How many people out there live in a shithole? Howdy, folks. Oh, there's still a fair few around. Some assimilated, some haven't. Natural sort of thing, in a way. Yeah. We don't really have a big racial thing, I don't think. Because Australia's built on important different races, you know, like the regional convicts coming along in England, all over there. Yeah. Where's the see, a bit of a culture in there. Some sort of Asian language or something. That's all good. Yeah. Well, there's a certain level, isn't there? Where is little Christmas tree in someone's backyard? And imagine how this is a backyard. Oh, this is night time. It's during the day. Now, let me know how the picture quality is and stuff like that sound. Let me know. Hey guys. Oh, yachts got their lights on today. Howdy, folks. Happy New Year. Sure, it'll be a good one. That's the plan. Thank you. Chrissy Deco's still up. The Wanji Path, folks. Beautiful place. Yeah. Oh. A couple of these fighters to come over here. Can't focus on the kids. Let's try, yeah. Oh.
Oh, hang on.
What time is it? Can't tell. We're going for 11 minutes and there's no fireworks yet. Don't worry. Oh look, there's more fireworks up there. we're heading for basically the place where, pretty close to where the fireworks happen. Should be a good show.
Money can be better allocated. Yeah.
Yeah, probably starting this a bit early. Well, do I stop and start again, or do I keep on going? I think I'll keep going. Yep. This is a giant culture, folks. Running around, in the fun, being safe. If you're lucky you got a dog. G'day, mate. One person watching, eh? Where are you, DK? Is this going live, I wonder? There we go, folks. Sorry, folks, I was having a swig of me beer. I think I flipped it for a minute, folks. Sorry about that. No, is it Happy New Year anywhere yet? Been out anywhere yet? And very shortly they'll probably have a grand finale. Show ain't over till it's over, folks. Meantime, fancy punch. Yes. Maybe wrong. People on the move. Look. There's more happening.
Yeah, I think so. Well, went for 12 minutes. The best is always so long. The next boat's from us. What? What comes in?
Oh, where are those? Here's some more. He's probably not a better posse. Oh well. Nice for the moon to show up. Behind the cloud there somewhere. So is it over or is it not, folks? That's the question. Right. Well, folks, I'll leave it there for now. Happy New Year. Hope it's better one than the next one. Hope the year after that better. Just gotta remember, you gotta be good to each other. Oh, how do I X out of here? Your phone, no idea what I'm doing. Let's see this. Oh, I was doing wheelies. I remember once upon a time. Doing wheelies in the street. This time of year where people are on holidays. It's all the second. See loads of people here today. be good to each other. Yes, I think I'm going to end up streaming now. Sorry I didn't get any music in there, but let's do that. Hey, got a show coming up soon. We'll talk about false flags. See you soon, folks.
Well, hello there. How are you today? Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're in that weird part of the year, aren't we? Between Christmas and New Year's where nothing really happens. We just eat and drink too much. But yeah, hope you are having a great time, whatever you believe, whatever you are doing at this time of the year. Happy 2026. And I think 2026 is going to be a good year. I think we're really going to start to see the elites falling. I mean, I think, in my opinion, it's been happening anyway for the last couple of years at least. But I think we're at a point where the system is really starting to break down. So, yeah, let's get in and have a look at the strange realm we find ourselves in.
I don't think anyone realizes how insane 2025 truly was. In the first week of the year, LA was hit with the costliest wildfires in global history. Trump was sworn in as president. The infamous ice raids began. Trump then tried to buy Greenland. DeepSeek hit #1 in the App Store and got everyone shook. And how could we forget this?
TikTok is planning to shut down its app to users in the United States this Sunday.
February was a bit of a strange one. North Korea opened its borders. Trump officially began the tariff wars. Microsoft created an entirely new state of matter. And the world was left stunned at what we witnessed at the White House.
You don't have the cards. People are dying. You're running slow on soldiers.
March was the month where Elon Musk started getting abused in every way possible. We witnessed the most embarrassing leaked group chat of all time. North Korea closed their borders again. The astronauts stranded in space for 9 months finally returned to Earth. TikTok tried to permanently ban my account for reasons we still don't know to this day. And Trump tried to make Canada the 51st state. April, we really started realizing the year was aging like milk as global stock markets started crashing because of the tariffs. The freaking Pope died. NASA confirmed that China's dam was literally slowing Earth's rotation. But hey, at least scientists resurrected the extinct direwolf after 10,000 years. In May, we saw white smoke and we were told that the new Pope is American. The GTA 6 trailer actually dropped and it blew everyone. Halfway through the year, the bromance ended and Elon Musk and Trump started beefing. This is also the month where World War III started trending because not only did Iran and Israel start bombing each other, but then the US got involved and carried out on Iran the largest B-2 bombing operation in America's history. Kaby Lame was deported from the US. North Korea opened a beach resort and I ate my first ever black chicken.
If you don't like it, you're racist.
July was a pretty horrific month. Diogo Jota tragically died in a car crash. Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan also died. Diddy escaped a life sentence. Huge global pressure started mounting against Israel for the starvation crisis in Gaza. The UK's age verification law came into effect. And Coldplay exposed what's become the world's most famous affair.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Roblox had huge problems in August after they banned Schlep and caused an uprising. A massive typhoon had its way with Taiwan. Mr. Beast broke the world record for the most amount of money raised for charity in a single stream. Trump and Putin met, and Africa said, we want a new map. In September, for the first time ever, we saw Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping together. Nepal overthrew their government and gave the Gen Z protests of 2025 their symbol. The UN said that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Africa's largest hydropower dam opened in Ethiopia. The world's first AI minister was introduced in parliament in Albania. And of course, one of the most searched events of the entire year happened.
Conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot.
In October, a ceasefire was agreed between Gaza and Israel. Trump didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. Jamaica was hit with the most powerful earthquake in their history. Bombaclat. 6/7 was named Word of the Year. We witnessed the most insane heist at the Louvre in Paris. And no, the jewels still haven't been recovered. And this was the month where Sora was released and quickly got out of hand.
I'm a CEO in a porcelain spa.
In November, Zohran Mamdani became one of the most searched people on the planet after winning the New York mayor election. Rockstar broke our hearts again after delaying GTA 6. Trump and Ronaldo linked up at the White House. 303 school children were kidnapped in Nigeria. Hong Kong witnessed one of their deadliest fires ever. Tanzania witnessed their deadliest protest ever. And the US had their longest government shutdown. And then, just to round out the year, Ghana's Ibo Noah said that the world would flood on Christmas Day. Has it? The Diddy documentary got released. The Epstein files kinda got released. Australia had their deadliest terror attack in 3 decades. They also became the first country to ever ban social media for under 16s. And Christmas came early for some after Jake Paul and Andrew Tate lost their fights just 1 day apart. Holy, what a wild year we have had together yet again. I'm telling you guys, 2026 is gonna be our year. I love you all. Have a fantastic new year. And as always, I'll keep you guys updated.
Yes, well, there you go. What a crazy year it was. He didn't mention all the drones in the sky that we had in January and all that space stuff that's been going on, 3i Atlas, which is, in my opinion, a big agenda they've been pushing for the last year or two. The whole blue beam that's projected, that one. But yeah, let me know. What was the biggest event for you in 2025? Let me know in the comments.
This guy claims he's stuck in France in the year 2055 and can't find a way back. And everything he shows in his videos looks disturbingly unreal. For several years now, he's been posting clips that depict a future completely devoid of people. The footage shows empty streets and total silence. The roads are deserted, yet vending machines and terminals are still working, as if the country itself still exists, but its population has completely vanished. In some videos, he walks into stores and shows shelves full of video games made for the PlayStation 7. Even more unsettling, every single game on display is designed for that console, a system that doesn't even exist in our time. One detail in particular really alarmed viewers. A nearly empty vending machine with just one bottle left inside. The date on it is clearly visible, April 2055. According to him, it's a drink that hasn't even been released yet in our present day. Even more disturbing is the moment when he enters the Louvre and films the Mona Lisa from up close. The room is completely empty. No guards, no tourists, as if time itself has frozen. He does the same with the Eiffel Tower, showing it surrounded by absolute silence and emptiness. What makes the story even more unsettling is the fact that he started posting these videos long before the explosion of AI and modern visual tools.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. We've had a few of these time travelers pop up on social media over the last, few decades. Let me know, please. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think it's real? If not, how do you think they're doing it? Because to me, just looking at that footage, all the grass is mowed, nature hasn't started to take over. And, well, I don't know how long it's obviously 30 years in the future, but there's no people, right? So how long has there been no people? Because obviously without being looked after and mowed and gardens, pruned and all this, then nature starts to ingress pretty quickly, right? So that's one thing, and I don't know why he paints his face. Like, that's weird. If he's in the future, wouldn't he want people to know who he was? So it does, I would err on the side of it's probably not real, but please do leave me your thoughts. And if you don't think it's real, how do you think he's doing it? Getting in and picking up the Mona Lisa and all these types of things, getting dates on bottles. I mean, that's, you could probably print that. It's just a lot of work, right? But let me know your thoughts. And also, guys, while you're here, please do give me a like, subscribe, and again, of course, leave me your comments.
Is the sun really hot? I'm just asking questions. See, now I just realized why. I just realized why I failed high school. I graduated high school with a 1.0 GPA. You want to know why? Because I was asking questions like, how the hell you say that the whole moon and the sun is 6 trillion quadrillion miles away, right? The question I be asking is, when do it be moving though? And you be talking about, oh, during the seasons and all this stuff. So then how the hell it stay hot in certain countries, but then we got seasons and we get cold over here? And then be hot the next month, right? Now, these are questions I be asking. The sun ain't hot. You saying we spinning at 6 quadrillion, majillion miles per hour? Why ain't the clouds moving like that then? Why ain't the clouds moving that fast? You know, even better. Why is it that when you see an airplane take off, if you driving, the airplane could get stuck? Don't act like the airplane would get stuck in the air. And you're gonna be like, oh, it's velocity and it's a whole bunch of science crap. Go explain the crap, why it's stuck in the air. Explain that. Oh, it's because when you're moving, the trajectory of the... Shut up! Helpful. I'm telling you, planes get stuck in the air. But I'm called crazy. It's like, nah, that was crazy.
Oh my God. Wow. Do you think that he purposely went and bought that packet of chips to make his video with so he could eat them? I don't know. Was that all in jest or was it not? Like, he lost me there with a few of his things. But he's got a point. Is the sun hot? Like, is the sun hot? Because the higher we go in the atmosphere, the colder it seems to get. You know, you definitely don't overheat in a plane. As far as I know, there's no thermal, insulation layers in planes to stop the sun heat because they're a lot higher, right? You would think that they're closer to the sun, therefore hotter if the heat radiation is coming from the sun. The whole thing about seasons, I'm sure we all know the mainstream globe version, the Earth spins round on its axis of 23 degrees and, blah, blah, blah. Creates seasons, and we've got the equator. So the flat Earth model, the sun, moon within the firmament going around from the tropics to the equator and then out to the other tropics. That all works as far as, sunlight. But what about the heat? What do you think? Have you ever thought of that? Like, is the sun actually hot? Because if it's giving off all the heat, why does it not get hotter when we go up higher? Interesting question.
Just happened to be reading a book on Tartaria. What happened to all the people from Tartaria?
Well, I would say for the long answer, then you need to read my book. But the short answer is you ate them.
You ate them.
You ate them.
Okay.
Yeah, the majority of the people that fell during the Civil and Napoleonic Wars were used as fertilizer. You can Google that. We know Google and Wikipedia is not the place to go for factual information, but even on there, it will tell you that for people in England or Britain, most of the bodies that were brought back were used as fertilizer. The bones were used to make bone china, and the skulls and some other bones were used in the catacombs to serve as a trophy cabinet and also a warning to the previous civilization, because the Napoleonic Wars and the Civil Wars were basically Tartarian people killing each other without knowing they were on the same side. So they wiped thousands, millions of people out by getting them to kill each other, which is normally what civil wars are about.
Yeah. Depopulate.
And also the teeth in the Napoleonic Wars were a lot of them were removed to make dentures. So Waterloo teeth became one of the most expensive and sought after dentures you could get in England at the time. So we ate them indirectly through fertilizing crops. We ate off them if we had bone china, and if you had dentures at the time, you even used their teeth to do it.
It's just so grisly and macabre and makes a person feel all kind of inside, like grim, like, because it's just so dark. It's just so terrifying.
That's the people in charge, isn't it?
Exactly, that's my point. This is what's been done to us,
Hey, Hope,
humanity.
I'm back.
And again, it doesn't help with the degradation of the brain and the physiology and the anatomy of people and the foods we eat and what we did to the cows, feeding them their own. Anyway, okay.
Yes, same thing. Exactly
right,
the same
thing. Because that's how they see us, as cattle, as meat to be slaughtered, eaten,
And they do.
fertilized.
Yeah.
Right. So you mentioned the catacombs. So this is France, underground,
They're
miles and
everywhere.
miles. Yeah, but okay. And so, but this is a really, this really serves as a digestible answer, because people have said, how come there's 4 million skulls in the catacombs under Paris, let's say, when there weren't that many people back then, or so we're told, because everything is a lie. Everything. How the hell do they know there are 8 billion people today? They don't. Someone said that.
No.
I don't believe a single living person has all the answers, and I do not believe that, that particular one. So the catacombs that you mentioned there, thank you. That's a very digestible answer.
Well, we ate that. That was Guy Anderson, of course, one of my friends. Go check out my main channel there. Geez, I think we've done like 10 or so interviews now last year. And he's got 3 books out. His channel is Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids. So go check him out on YouTube. But yeah, he's a great researcher. And I mean, what he's saying is not wrong. You can just look into mummies, what happened to all the mummies from Egypt, hundreds of thousands of mummies that they found. They'll tell you, yep. Turn into blood and bone, into fertilizer. And so were many, many other bodies, right? The bone china, hadn't made that connection yet. But yeah, this is the thing. This whole question of where are the cemeteries, right? Where are all the bodies buried, and where is all the meat coming from for all those Macca's burgers? That's been hitting the socials this year. And it kind of ties in, right, to the same theme. Is this still going on? Are they, liquefying us and using us as fertilizer? That's an interesting question. If you've seen Soylent Green or Brave New World, same kind of concepts, right? And, if you've heard of spirit cooking, look into that. And they literally make food that looks like people and eat it. And we know about the whole, vampire thing. And, it's just very elite behavior, isn't it? And of course, the biggest religion in the world that they push, they go every Sunday and eat the body and drink the blood of their savior. So it's a very, very strange realm we find ourselves in. But let me know your thoughts on all of this.
Here's the thing, what's crazy about China? There's not even 2 billion people in China. We all think China has 2 billion people, right?
That's what they always claim.
That's what they claim.
Right.
Here's 2 things. How is it that when the CCP took over in the 50s and they had that one birth rule, one singular kid, how is it that their population grew since then? Does that make sense?
That's a good point.
2, a Chinese national just came out and said, there's not 2 billion people in China. She says it's probably closer to 500 million.
That's it?
That's it. Yes. She said they've been lying because it's propaganda. They want to seem bigger than what they are. How do you surveil 2 billion people? Isn't 500 million way more manageable? And it's a lot of land, so that's the thing. And they have ghost towns over there. Right now, they built tons of skyscrapers and all this other stuff. They were expecting all these people, but I think they did that by design. It's really not that many people over there.
Wow, 500?
We have what, 300 here? 350?
Yeah, 350 here.
That's not much bigger than us.
I have a few Chinese friends, and the ones that come from small towns are the small towns. So I don't know about the 2 billion.
I mean, that's what they always claim. So I was leaning on that.
How is that possible if they only had the one child rule for 50 plus years?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So they're lying. So that's the thing. So it's much more manageable. So that's why they have the social credit score system right now. Like if you have a low score and you're hanging out with somebody else, your score drops. And then if your score is too low, you can't ride the train. You can't get something to eat. There's videos where there's you see it on a board.
So you starve?
Yes. There's people starving in the streets right now.
Okay, how do you get a good score? What does a good score mean?
They're saying basically if you do good deeds, if you help the government.
If you do good deeds?
Yes. Shit, this is Black Mirror. You haven't seen Black Mirror? Seen Black Mirror? There's an episode where a girl is trying to like be a good Samaritan in society and it builds up her score. That's literally what's happening right now. And that came out like 5 years ago.
You can't buy food.
No, you can't ride the train.
So you die.
Yeah. There's videos of people dying in the street right now in China because they have the lowest credit score. The shit is crazy. It's wild.
Yes, of the population. I definitely don't believe the figures that they tell us. And who is that guy? He's been suddenly popping up all over the place, just come out of nowhere. I think he's supposed to be ex-CIA or military or something. But suddenly he's everywhere, right? Talking about all these theories, which sets off my spidey senses a little bit. But yeah, so the population, I don't believe there's 2 billion people. He was correct when he said they've had a one-child policy. They had it for like 60 years or something. So you can imagine that at best is going to halve the population every generation, because 2 people can only make 1, right? Clearly half the population. So, 500 million as a maximum would probably be a good guess. When he goes into saying it's a small population, so they can introduce their digital currency, it's not a small population, man. That's really not. It's much larger than the USA. I mean, it's 20 times what Australia's got. So, and the whole social credit, people dying in the street because they can't afford food. What is going on in China? Yeah, I was asking this, a couple of months ago, quite often, is what's going on in China, because I don't believe any of it. And I think what is happening is it's being put out there. One, they increase the population, so it's a threat, right? It's a military threat. This whole, they're the boogeyman, right? If it's not them, it's Russia, right? And the second one is the social credit score, right? This is what we hear a lot about when we're talking about China. We don't know if that's been introduced. I mean, I've seen videos of people having to sign in and stuff, but all this, you lose all your rights for bus, it's just an edge, isn't it? So I kind of think it's starting to look to me like it could just be predictive programming, right? They're showing us through another country that most people aren't going to go to, right? And it's hard to get in and travel. They're showing us the social credit system, the digital ID that they're now trying to enforce and introduce all around the Western world. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know in the comments.
Most people have no idea what this man was trying to do. Still to this day, over 15, almost 20 years later, it's not in people's consciousness. They are not aware of what happened in Libya with Muammar Gaddafi. If you were to read the headlines, he was an evil psychopath who was an absolute nut job. And he was very evil. He did such mean things to his citizens, apparently. And I'm not disputing that. Like, this isn't like denial of whatever they say happened there. Apparently there's some chemicals involved in citizens and demonstrators and whatever. But listen, what is known is that Gaddafi had free healthcare, free electricity, interest-free loans. Newlyweds received 50 grand to find a new home. Mothers received $5,000 on the birth of a child. Citizens received a percentage of all oil sales and petrol, and it was 14 cents per liter. Government paid 50% of the price of your car. Unemployed Libyans received the average salary for their profession in benefits. But that's not the craziest part. Because you can do all these things and still somehow be evil, I'm sure. But what's not is the Great Man-Made River Project. You would not believe what this guy did to Libya to try to make it totally self-reliant, grow all its own food, have all of its own energy from oil, and be not indebted or, reliant on other nations for its prosperity. They went along in the middle of the fricking desert with trucks and tractors and excavators, and they tapped into and drilled into a gigantic freshwater aquifer underneath the desert. They tapped into this aquifer and brought billions of gallons of fresh, clean, pure, non-fluoridated water to the surface to try and make Libya, which was a desert country, a agricultural powerhouse, growing dates and all kinds of crazy stuff in the middle of the desert because they had an unlimited, basically, supply of water from this aquifer. The crazy part is that when NATO went in there, some people think, this is disputed though, it's a contentious issue, that they deliberately destroyed Libya's water infrastructure. And the contentious issue is that there's allegations that they used depleted uranium weaponry during the 2011 airstrikes. And apparently the justification was that the trucks that were drilling the wells looked like missile launching trucks. So there's that. Now, was this man truly an evil guy who did a bunch of horrible things? I'm not saying he didn't do anything bad in his life. I'm not saying he was perfect. Or, though, was he a threat to the establishment because he wanted to trade oil and not use the petrodollar and make his own gold-backed currency? I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Gaddafi, yeah. The other thing he would not do was let the world banks in. And that has been the end of many, many leaders making that decision. Starting off in World War II, right? No doubt before, but the Führer in World War II wouldn't let the banks in. Saddam Hussein wouldn't let the banks in. Gaddafi wouldn't let the banks in. And it's the same story on and on and on. Iran, I don't think have got them yet. Not sure what's going on in Venezuela, but something, right? But this is the thing. He wanted to do his own thing and become self-reliant. That means he wanted to opt out of globalism. And that's a big no-no, right? And the water, he was trying to get prosperity, trying to get new products, right? Basically to grow lots of food. And that's another big no-no, right? Because they have their little economy all sorted out. And, they like to feed us fake food that's full of poison, right? So you can't have good, fresh food coming out of a country that's not towing the line. So, in my humble opinion, they definitely got rid of him and they definitely destroyed his big water project, trying to green Libya and turn it into, a farming country. They, they say it was all, a mistake, but they were blowing up the canals he's made, all the equipment, the trucks that were digging it, and then they went and they destroyed the factory that made all the parts for this big water project, right? So they couldn't even repair it. And it's gone now. It's gone. They didn't go back in and say, oh, sorry, we didn't mean to destroy your infrastructure and then help them rebuild it, did they? No, but look what happens if you go against the wrong side. If you go against the side that the banks are on, they make you pay reparations for decades, right? And that's the big clue, right? They just blew them up, ran away, sorry, we made a mistake. But let me know, have you heard about Gaddafi in Libya before? Let me know your thoughts.
I wonder what did this right here. This video is not going where you think it's going. Scientists are finally starting to admit that the ocean is way deeper than we thought it was, that they don't even know how deep it was, and that there's biological creatures living inside the ocean that are intelligent that have been watching us, right? But now let me blow your mind. What does the sky and the ocean have in common? And what's up with all the crazy orbs of light, the ships, the flying rolls like the government says? These meteors and all these weird things happening. They might just be the same place. This right here is what the Bible tells us. Look how the oceans go into the fountains of the deep. But what else is strange? The fountains of the deep are connected to the upper seas, the ocean above the firmament. And of course, when you look at stars, it looks like they're sitting in the water. This right here is a very real image, and they have seen these UFOs go right into the water. The Times UK, Heavens Above, NASA enlists priests to prepare for alien discovery. Seems like yesterday, doesn't it? For the people denying it, here's a NASA document from 1968. So what's really in the depths of our ocean? And since we're already talking about the alien engraved with biological creatures infused with demonic spirits, what else do we have here that they say do not exist? These are statues that were found. Well, you remember when this guy found the ocean inside the ocean? Really, he found another body of water in the ocean. Maybe that's the separation between the ocean, the fountain of the deep, and the waters above. The season of Earth is starting to get good.
The ocean. What is in the ocean? If you haven't checked out my podcast, Tartaria Australia, we've actually spent the last 6 weeks, last 6 podcasts have all been on the ocean and what is the ocean and, what's down there. Is that where all these alien life forms are coming from? Is that where all the texts come from? Fish gods, that's an interesting one to look into. The Pope wears a fish head, right? A fish mouth on his head. The mitre, it's a fish head. And you can look into the Dagon. there's just so much there, right? But go and check out my podcast, link below. And ever since we've been doing it, like, this topic is popping up everywhere. I don't know, maybe it's a consciousness thing, right? But basically, yeah, the waters above, I think, are the waters below. It goes up and surrounds us. It's like we're like a little dome, right? Like Aquaman, the Aquaman cartoon, a little dome under the ocean. Yeah, there's so much evidence that there's something going on under the ocean. That's where the internet came from, by the way. The first cables were laid in the 1850s, right? Transcontinental cables from New York to England in the 1850s. Before they'd even run cables through a town, they ran it across the ocean. Or so they say, or did they find them? There's so much to this topic. So if you're interested, go and check out the podcast. 6 videos so far on what is the ocean? Is that where aliens come from? Because they're definitely hiding something, right? Everything is inverted. They tell us to look up. Here comes 3-eyed Atlas. Ooh, I think we should be looking down. All right, and there we go, guys. Another one finished. Hope you enjoyed that one. Please do give me a like if you enjoy this content. Share it around. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the bell, all that stuff, and leave me your comments. I'd love to know what you think about all these videos. And of course, we're getting to the end of the year, so if I don't make another video, I think I'll probably be able to squeeze one more in. But have an amazing New Year's, and I hope 2026 is fantabulous for you. And like I said at the start, I think this is going to be a very interesting year where we get back a lot of our power and we really start to see how fake and weak these elites are, and how it's all just a show and there's nothing behind it. It's the Wizard of Oz, right? Pull back the curtain. It's just some short, pathetic dude who's got no real power. I think that's where we're going in 2026. Let me know your thoughts. And most of all, stay awesome. And I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. They can kiss my ass. Beauty fades, dumb is forever. Words can't express how much I don't care. You hate cops just because of the cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Senator Schumer never makes the same mistake twice. He makes it 5 or 6 times just to make sure he got it right. These people are about 10 exits past normal. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? The brain is an amazing organ. It starts working in a mother's womb, and it doesn't stop working until you get elected to Congress.
Well, let's stop that. Get me back on the screen. Howdy, folks. Welcome back to Amos Sewn 49 or something it is. Just been playing a bunch of videos about all sorts of subjects. Hope you enjoyed it. Might it's time to flick off now, basically. Got things to do, and I don't want to watch too much of the rest of it will go by. I want to see what's DK's doing. What's DK doing, I wonder. But anyway, be good to each other, folks. Because really, in the end of things, that's all that matters. Fellow man, be mindful of what they're going through. Never mind what you're going through. Of course, deal with what you're going through, but But tomorrow, being Australia Day, January 26th, I'm going to be going live around about midday from Sydney. Hope to see you there. Be good to each other. And of course, as Master would say, in Lakesh.